Piero is startled to hear that the protagonist is Pagma's successor. He asks if it's true, and Grid confirms, clarifying that he is also a duke. Drawing his sword, Piero expresses that a duke from a small kingdom is nothing special compared to the Saharan Empire, the pinnacle of power on the western continent. However, he mentions that things are different because Grid is Pagma's successor, so he decides to see for himself if the protagonist is worthy enough to be his knight. He clarifies that they are not enemies and thinks Piero is a psychopath for wanting to fight. Drawing his sword, Grid decides to end this quickly and will definitely turn Piero into his knight. The swordsman delivers a powerful strike that Grid can barely block. Piero recalls that Pagma was a blacksmith who became the greatest swordsman after the death of the Sword Saint. If Piero has a battle with his successor, he would be able to see the difference between their skills and Pagma's. Piero praises the protagonist's great sword, and Grid responds that the NPC's sword isn't bad either, but he should fix it. Piero makes an unexpected move and exclaims that the weapon is not important, causing Grid to almost drop his sword. Even with superior strength stats, the protagonist is losing a power battle due to technique. Piero makes a quick leg movement to unbalance the protagonist. Grid stumbles and curses, managing to block a kick from Piero before it lands, but the combination of attacks is insane. There is no time interval between each of his techniques. Piero exclaims that it is horrifying and begins to doubt whether Grid lied about being Pagma's successor, or perhaps Pagma's level was very low. The protagonist doesn't care if they speak ill of Pagma, but he will not tolerate insults. Then, he activates Pagma's sword dance, using the binding skill and prepares to show his power to Piero. However, unexpectedly, the swordsman is able to block all the cuts with agile movements. Grid cannot believe that the guy blocked 21 strikes with just a few movements, thinking it could be due to Piero's great agility. The latter questions Grid if this is all he has. Thinking about investing more stat points in agility in the future, Grid responds that the swordsman would regret his words if he showed all his abilities, then uses the binding skill on the swordsman to immobilize him. Piero does not understand why his body cannot move, and Grid strikes him, surprising Piero, who did not expect this. Then, the protagonist uses the wave skill, and Piero manages to protect himself from taking too much damage but realizes he is being slowed down by this skill. Grid thinks that with his combo of binding followed by killing, he would secure victory in a PvP confrontation, but he wouldn't want to leave a scar on someone with such remarkable talent. Then, Piero sheathes his sword and mentions that he lost the confrontation, clarifying that Grid's sword is full of consideration for his opponent and that Piero cannot face a sword that is not imbued with the intent to kill. Grid asks Piero if he is right and reasons that the NPC could have used his destined to perish skill, although he has his immortality to neutralize it. Grid sheathes his sword, downplaying the matter, and asks Piero to hear his request. Since he won, he asks Piero to be his knight. Piero clarifies that he never said he would become his knight, only that he would see for himself if the protagonist was worthy. This response does not convince the protagonist, who accepted the challenge because he wanted Piero to be his knight. A knight must swear loyalty, and loyalty can only be cemented on trust. He tries to explain to the protagonist that if there is no trust, there is no loyalty, and he is a person who made a promise to never swear loyalty to anyone again. He apologizes to Grid but cannot accept his request. Meanwhile, elsewhere in Satisfy, we head into a cave, where Braham exclaims that the magic in this world is the result of his achievements and successes. The authority, innovation, and reputation of magic are all thanks to his greatness, he exclaimed proudly. I cannot understand how Pagma's successor dared to ignore the warning of this great mage. Remember that Mumud was his disciple, and Pagma's successor was able to perfectly recreate his orb, even producing the Crystal Sky Eye, an implement that he secretly placed in Mumud's magic orb and spread throughout the world. Braham constantly watched him. Mumud wished to achieve greatness and become the best, but Mumud's achievements will forever be recognized as Braham's. Braham exclaims that the title of the person with the greatest intellect can only be his, and he will resurrect so that this title is always attributed to him. Now, Pagma's successor will not be able to escape his watch until he manufactures the soul vessel. We return to Grid 3 days after leaving the Kezan Canyon. The protagonist manages to block a monster's strike, dodging the blows. He exclaims that the level 260 orcs are a nuisance. Grid could easily kill them, but since he is fighting them focusing on the basics, it takes longer to kill them. Grid curses his bad luck. As if he had come 2 days earlier, he would have received help from the guards controlling the orcs, but he wasted too much time with Piero. Looking back, Grid surprises the NPC by commenting that his obsession with trust comes from being abandoned by his master. The swordsman responds that it is rude to jump to conclusions about someone else's circumstances, but Grid continues reporting that Piero is a fugitive, as he was falsely accused by a companion. He mentions that the reason the Emperor turned his back on Piero was that he also had doubts about his loyalty. Weren't you thinking of completely abandoning society because of that betrayal you experienced from your colleague and master? Asked the protagonist. Piero confirms that the protagonist knows too much about his situation, confirming that Grid is an envoy of Ismail. Grid tries to remind the swordsman that it was he who told him a year and a half ago and even asked him to take revenge for him. Then, Piero remembers a boy he met a year and a half ago, unable to believe it was the protagonist. He is surprised that this pathetic boy has changed so much, commenting that it is unfair for him to waste his life because of that traitor, proposing to Piero that he come with him to fulfill his revenge. This surprises Piero, who asks Grid why he is so obsessed with him, since the Eternal Kingdom is neutral and there is no likelihood of war, and theoretically, Grid would not need a warrior like him. Grid sighs, thinking that Piero is very complicated. The NPC reminds him that he cannot swear loyalty to anyone now. Then the protagonist asks him to listen. I still need to mature to be able to empathize with others' problems, but I am not so shameless as to force the loyalty of someone who has been betrayed, commented Grid. However, he proposes that Piero accompany him as a guest so they can do things together. This way, even Piero could seek and see if there is another person worthy of his trust. This proposition seems to please the hermit swordsman. Returning to the present, Grid curses the orcs, who would die with a single blow if he used his skills, but they keep appearing. He cannot understand why he has to fight in such a complex way and barely use his excellent items. Piero explains that Grid's skills are a disaster because he relies only on his items. He advises him to lower the center of gravity of his sword and balance it, then do this and that, shouted Grid, irritated by the instructions. Piero notes that the power of Grid's sword multiplied after hearing his instructions and tries to make Grid understand that the journey and adventure will be part of his training. Think of it as a gift from your guest, he exclaimed, eager to see the place Grid told him about. The protagonist begins to regret bringing him, but they will talk about many other things in Patreon. After a long journey, Grid is happy to see that they have finally reached the last hill, but they would have arrived much earlier if they had flown here. Piero is tired of the constant complaints from our protagonist, and Grid does not remember the way well. The Proto reveals that this was his first home, where he invested his valuable time for almost a year and obtained many rewards. The boys arrive at Patreon, the fortified city. Grid estimates that there are still 4 days of travel left to reach Raydan. You can continue to bother me tomorrow, but let's rest here for now, proposed the tired protagonist. Then, we see that something is watching the outsiders from a tree. On the other side, they recognize the protagonist and cannot believe he has returned to this city. They installed several magical orbs around Patreon under the pretense of watching the Gauss Kingdom, but the true intention was to watch the protagonist. They patiently waited for him to return here at least once. The Count immediately orders the knights to be summoned, and his captain accepts the order. That shameless thief is in our territory again, said Count Osur, determined to capture him. The manual explains that Patreon is the borderline that separates the western part from the northern part of the Eternal Kingdom. It is also a strategic point for the kingdom, as it shares its borders with the Gauss Kingdom. This fortified city is part of the path that Grid must take to reach his territory. Raydan is one of the starting cities for new players in Satisfy. Inside a tavern, one of the players present asks the innkeeper to improve the food of the place, but the NPC responds that this is a border defense city, and if they want better food, they should go to a tourist city. The player replies that if the food cannot be improved, at least they should improve the smell of the inn so that customers can drink alcohol more comfortably, and he cannot understand how they let those stinking beggars from the back in. Here we see the identity of a player named Coke, a level 109 swordsman. This guy mentions that these misfortunes cannot be allowed, and he will resolve them himself. He stands up to approach Piero, calling him a beggar. I am in my precious rest, but your nauseating smell does not allow me to rest, he exclaimed, proposing to our protagonists that they go somewhere else. Piero, for his part, enjoys the delicious stew and holds a bone. Grid agrees with the NPC and compares the taste to another dish, but Piero does not know the dish because it does not exist in the Saharan Empire. Then, Coke addresses Piero again, recognizing him as an NPC, and orders him not to ignore a level 109 adventurer like him. But Piero gets rid of the annoying player with the leftover bone from the dish. Coke falls backward unable to react and takes over 3,000 damage from the rest of the food. I can't believe I lost a third of my health because of a lizard's tail bone. Grid comments to Piero that these situations are caused by the NPC's appearances. He advises changing clothes, fixing his hairstyle, and improving his smell, as he appears to be older than he really is. Piero asks if Grid's current appearance bothers him, but the protagonist replies that if Piero is comfortable with that appearance, it doesn't matter to him. This will attract the attention of others. Then, Piero mentions that Grid's basic movements are terrible because he is obsessed with appearances. Grid understands that the swordsman is referring to combat against the orcs and explains that he doesn't need insignificant tricks or control, having good items. Piero asks why Grid wears light boots with such a large sword. He explains that when balancing such a large sword, it's necessary to put weight on the feet to increase power, and heavy boots would help with that. Grid has no knowledge of fencing and wears the boots because he can fly with them, then asks Piero, surprised, if he can really increase his power using heavy boots, which the swordsman confirms. Grid feels he has discovered a hidden mechanism and will now be above the others. Piero changes the subject, asking Grid if he is really a duke and if he is hiding his identity. As Grid mentioned, he invested a lot of time in this place. Grid explains that things would become a nuisance if he didn't hide. Then, Coke stands up and reasons that taking so much damage from a bone must have been a game error. He reveals that in just half a year he has become the best player in the city and has also managed to kill the most fearsome monsters in Patreon alone. He compares his unique existence to that of Grid, the psychopathic butcher, and will not allow an NPC to offend him in that way. Grid can't believe the stranger compared himself to him, and Piero decides to deal with a boy with a P. This time, he throws the food and deals 3,000 damage to the player. The boy can't believe the situation and confirms that it wasn't a game error. This NPC must be a specialist. His strength is on a different dimension. Coke questions if this is the world of specialists, asking Piero how he did it, and the NPC explains that he used his ki to empower himself, revealing that with ki he could use a feather as a sword. Coke's friends stand up to teach a lesson to the beggar who humiliated their companion, but the more experienced Coke asks his companions to back off upon realizing they are no match for the NPC. Then, the guards enter the inn ordering everyone to stop, as Ser Dio is entering the place. The attendees recognize Ser Dio as the Lord of the Knights, a very arrogant person, but they don't understand why he is there. The latter quickly recognizes the bad smell in the place and compares the plebeians to pigs, ordering them to respond and asking if anyone has seen Grid around. Coke doubts they are referring to the famous Grid and doubts that a player of such high level is in the beginner's city. Ser Dio receives no answers but sees no one resembling Grid in the place. Then, Grid stands up and prepares to leave after finishing his meal, but the Knight Dio asks the two strangers to reveal their identity before leaving, and if they do not obey, they will be punished. As he approaches Piero, he instantly regrets realizing that the bad smell has intensified. Grid proposes to leave the place, as he doesn't want to waste time with this insect, commenting that he is bothering the knight. Ser Dio grabs the protagonist by the cloak and is not willing to tolerate the stranger's attitude, but upon removing the cloak, he is completely surprised. Grid comments that he wanted to go unnoticed, but we see that Coke also recognized our protagonist. And well, what did you intend to do if you found me? I noticed you didn't mention my title of Duke. Am I your friend for you to speak to me like that? Asked the psychopathic butcher, leaving the room in silence. The players quickly get emotional upon recognizing Grid and wonder what such a famous person would be doing in Patreon. Grid approaches the knight to inspect him closely, and Ser Dio is startled to realize that Grid's presence is much more overwhelming than he thought. Then, the protagonist immediately recognizes the guy. I will never forget the people who were there that day, he said in a cold tone, followed by a slap to the knight, who did not expect that. The latter exclaims that even being a noble, Grid cannot touch a knight without permission, but Grid exclaims that he cannot believe the guy said that. Hitting him, he exclaims that the manners they teach are important, but more important is the promise they make to the users who fight to fulfill the missions entrusted to them. Piero approaches, curious about the protagonist's past. Grid continues to slap the knight to vent and remembers that he dedicated a lot of time to that mission only to be stabbed in the back. Ser Dio steps back and reveals that he was going to take Grid to Count Asura peacefully, but now that he has humiliated him, he will punish him with the death penalty. Grid responds, bringing the blade of his sword close in an instant. Don't get me wrong. The reason your head is still attached to your body is that I haven't made a decision yet, clarified the protagonist, thanking the wonderful person who taught him, Can. "Because it is thanks to your teachings that you are still alive," said the protagonist, trying to calm down, sheathing his sword and deciding to leave, thinking it was clever of him to wish for a peaceful trip. Piero, on his part, thought he would see something interesting, but he didn't want to interfere and decided to continue his journey with Grid. Then, Coke asks the protagonist to stop for a moment. He asks the guy not to shout to avoid more problems. Grid explains to the man that he will have problems in the city if they think he is his friend, but the guy doesn't care, as he wants to apologize under conditions to his idol. He introduces himself as Coke and promises to become strong until he becomes a person like the protagonist, and then he will see Grid, asking him to remember him until then. Grid becomes much kinder upon hearing that he is the player's idol, and Piero can't believe the change in attitude. Then, Coke asks for an autograph on his chest, and Grid confirms that the guy is not a fan of no. After that, Coke is really happy about what happened to him today, besides the fact that Grid wrote something on his chest. Later, Piero comments that his only goal is revenge, but he is curious about the protagonist's circumstances. He directly asks Grid what happened in Patreon. The protagonist recounts that he worked diligently there for a long time until a repugnant incident occurred. Piero becomes even more curious about the incident, and Grid explains that it is something different but essentially similar to what happened with the knight. He was betrayed, and that place was the beginning of his path to becoming Pagma's successor. Now, the protagonist is reaping the rewards of his effort, but at that moment he lost everything. Grid explains that the person who gave him that mission killed him when he completed it, and the knight of the inn was there that day. As Grid explains what happened, we see a portal open in the sky, and a strong lightning bolt falls. Grid is left speechless when that person appeared. "Did you plan to just pass by here quietly after everything you did?" a familiar voice asks, claiming pending matters between them. Grid finishes his story revealing that Patreon is the territory where the person who betrayed and killed him lives, the Lord of Patreon, Count Osur. Osur murmurs that it was useless from the beginning to trust something to the knight Dio, for if you want to do something well, you must do it yourself. Equipping himself with his items, Grid had planned to settle his affairs with Osur in the future, but when the Count decides to settle them now, Grid warns him that he is not the same. "Maybe you have become his successor. But don't speak as if you were Pagma," exclaimed Osur, assuming it was his own fault for trusting that Grid would deliver Pagma's book to him. He proclaims himself as the only great wizard of the Eternal Kingdom and one of the 10 great wizards of the continent, and cannot believe the protagonist's stupidity for even comparing himself to him. Grid reasons that Patreon is located on the border between the Gauss Kingdom and the Eternal Kingdom, which are enemy kingdoms, meaning it is located at the center of the dispute to control the products that the Eternal Kingdom monopolized. Thanks to being a neutral kingdom, the Gauss Kingdom tried to encourage a border dispute, but the reason the Gauss Kingdom could not make its moves quickly was because of the great wizard Osur, an overwhelming existence. His mere presence makes the enemy think carefully about their actions. Grid does not exaggerate when he says that the great power of Count Osur is enough to neutralize all kinds of disputes. Then, Piero is surprised to see that he is in front of one of the 10 best wizards on the continent and wants to experience his power. Osur thinks that Grid's companion is also a rude person who does not know his place and asks if he wants to die. But then he is dominated by the swordsman's killing intent. "I am curious, as I have never fought against one of the great wizards, and since you are one of them, I want to know how powerful your abilities are," declared the swordsman. Count Osur begins to wonder who the hell Grid's companion is, as just his spirit is enough to make the great wizard feel fear. He did not know of the existence of a monster like this in the kingdom and refuses to fight Piero, as the only one he is pending matters with is Grid's kid. He has no reason to fight the swordsman. Then Piero mentions that he did not request a meeting. He only said that he wanted to test his strength by launching himself at what he exclaims that the Count has no choice. The great mage orders his knights to buy him some time, as he cannot let Grid get the better of Reinhard, the place he commands. He feels that, at this moment, there is no need to fight seriously against a man who is stronger than Grid, so he will create a barrier to fight only against the protagonist. He remembers that Grid's bastard not only stole the rare book of Pagma from him, but also took away the potential wife of his son Bland. The Count intends to deal with the protagonist now, before he finishes establishing his position as Duke and gains more power. Piero, for his part, mocks the strength of the Knights of Osur, unable to help but laugh when he compares them to the Red Knights of the Saharan Empire, who are the strongest knights on the continent in the eyes of the hermit swordsman. This is just a waste of human resources. Then, he activates the third form of his unique swordsmanship skill and, with a powerful movement of his blade, gets rid of the Knights of Osur. The Count cannot believe that a sword key can penetrate a shield. The defense of his proud knights was shattered by a single attack. The knights intend to delay the enemy so that the Count can cast his spell. The agile swordsman is able to block the attacks with ease and, with a movement of his sword, disarms the knight, supports his foot in the air itself, and somehow uses it to elevate himself. Piero was walking in the air, leaving the knights incredulous. He reaches for the weapon of the knight he threw into the air and comments that it is an ideal weapon for this type of situation. A better equipment choice capability than his companion Grid, Piero strikes the weapon hard and throws it against the ground, getting rid of the knights of Ossur. The Count only needs a minute to create a barrier, but his knights will not be able to last that long. He had heard beforehand that this group called the Overgeared clan was very strange, but he had never heard that they had a monster like this among their members. Ossur has no choice but to set the barrier aside and deal with this beggar first. He then asks Piero about his relationship with Grid and why he is protecting him. Piero replies that he is not protecting anyone and also has no relationship with the Duke. Grid is just curious about the great mage's abilities, but he states that Ossur is not an opponent for Grid, so he proposes that it would be better to face him. Jumping at the Count, he explains that at this moment his strength is not complete and he will be a good rival. Ossur charges his quick attack, as he needs more speed when fighting a swordsman. Piero strikes Ossur with his sword, but he does not understand how he dodged him. Then he is trapped in Orion's illusions and asks the Count if he wants to play hide-and-seek, cuts the illusions, and reveals that he is not one to enjoy this boring way of fighting, but he cannot help it since he is fighting against a mage. Then Ossur replies that it is the same for him. He must finish casting his spell before Piero's sword reaches him. Thanks to knowing the dangers of close combat with a swordsman, his staff is specialized in reducing his casting time and amplifying his magical power. He then uses the soul weakness ability on Piero. The swordsman feels that a restraining magic has been used and exclaims that it is disgusting that they try to limit his movements, but in all this, he managed to locate the true Count Ossur. The mage retreats, not believing that Piero could resist his magic and still locate his true body, but he uses his ice tornado and manages to impact his spell on the swordsman. If he wants to face an opponent as skilled as Piero, he needs to create time to prepare, so he had to use 2 level A spells, assuming that Piero will take at least 5 seconds to recover enough to kill him with his lethal level S spell. Grid watches and is surprised by Piero's strength. His resistance and agility are superior to those of the protagonist, and he is in a state where he cannot use all his strength, so the future value of the swordsman is unimaginable. Then we see that the spell that traps Piero begins to break. Grid thinks that the day Piero becomes a sword saint will be the day he is reborn as the strongest NPC and probably capable of defeating a dragon or something like that. Destroying Ossur's restraining spell, the swordsman manages to impose himself over the great mage. Ossur did not expect the monster to recover so quickly, so he could not accumulate more damage before preparing his level S spell. But then Piero manages to use his powerful sword strike that lights up the dark battlefield. Although, after the impact, he cannot believe the result. The Count managed to absorb all the power of Piero's attack with just one barrier. "What absurd magical power he has," exclaimed the surprised swordsman, but deduces that he will not be able to maintain the barrier for long and prepares another attack, then impacts several attacks and manages to break Ossur's barrier. The Count manages to resist with difficulty and feels that he is facing a true monster. Piero, for his part, is surprised. The Count is able to move quickly while maintaining control of his shield with minimal effort and casts another spell at the same time. He truly is a great mage, and his level of concentration exceeds that of a human, so he decides to press him more to speed things up, grips his sword, and begins to cast a skill, using the 5th form of his unique swordsmanship skill. He invokes a large key sword with which he intends to end the fight directly, but Ossur, for his part, has also finished casting his spell. Piero's ability breaks upon impacting against Count Ossur. The swordsman cannot believe that his sword key had no effect and questions whether Ossur has become immune to damage. The Count uses his astral projection ability and passes through Piero's body at great speed. The astral projection is a skill with which the soul and body of the caster separate for 3 seconds. The caster can control the soul that has emerged from his body, which will be immune to all damage while the soul is outside of it. The soul inflicts 10-30 points of damage plus half of the caster's current magical power to all targets in its path. By passing through Piero, it causes great damage and, at that moment, warns Grid that he has told him many times before, "My true opponent is you," he said again to the protagonist, passing through him with his astral projection. Grid curses the bastard while receiving over 40,000 points of damage from the attack and, as he received a critical hit, he will be unable to regain his senses. Ossur passes through the wounded protagonist, and Grid has been seriously injured for real. He thinks that soon the 3 seconds of his astral projection will pass. The Count lowered his guard but is impressed with the astral projection he had heard about. He then decides to attack the empty body of Count Osur. The great mage feels danger and decides to quickly return to his body. This causes a great explosion in the area, and Piero deduces that this magical shockwave must have been caused because his soul returned from the astral projection. Osur shouts that his goal has not changed and aims again at our protagonist. The protagonist praises Grid for having resisted his astral projection, but he will not withstand his next attack. Then the Count is hit by an unexpected attack, feeling that it was so powerful that it was able to destroy his defense focused on physical attacks. He cannot believe that the protagonist can cause so much damage and questions whether what the protagonist is holding is really a sword. "Are you surprised that I didn't die from your attack?" The protagonist questions, explaining that he is more surprised that he spat blood from Osur's attack. The protagonist repeats the Count's phrase, "If you want something done right, you must do it yourself," somewhat surprised because the Count thinks the same way he does. He then uses his transcending ability and covers the attacks that destroy his barrier. He cannot believe that the protagonist is more powerful than the beggar. He does not know how the Hell Grid became so strong in less than 2 years. The rumors about his performance in Reinhard were true. Grid continues to attack with links, increasingly surprising the incredulous Count Osur. The latter screams and accepts that the protagonist has become so strong that it is impossible to comprehend the greatness of his power. The protagonist uses the blacksmith's fury and begins to dominate the great mage. But Osur knows that the strength of a legend develops and strengthens over many years. Empires are not built in a single day. After that, he casts his hellish harpoon spell, shouting that this was the strength he acquired after defending the Eternal Kingdom for decades. "It is not something that a guy who got everything by luck could have," he exclaimed, referring to the protagonist. But the Count's flames are extinguished by our protagonist's sword. "Why do you speak of time?" Grid asked, explaining that the only thing that matters in the end is achieving the goal, and the Count has no authority to say that, as he toyed with someone else's time. The Count cannot believe that the protagonist said this, but is hit by a blow of failure before he can respond. The blow is powerful and sends the mage flying, causing him to drop his staff from the impact. He ends up against a tree and screams from the pain he received. Then, Grid plants his sword beside the great mage and orders Osur to beg for his life if he wants the great Duke Grid to spare him. Osur still remembers when the protagonist was just a boy. The protagonist used to have a weak body and lacked talent for everything. Grid did not reflect on himself. He was just jealous of others and coveted their possessions. He had an aggressive look towards the weak but was cowardly in front of the strong. It was supposed to always be this way, but now the protagonist's eyes are full of dignity. His gaze is similar to that of an absolute being. Osur wonders how the protagonist changed so much, then starts to laugh and exclaims that Grid's audacity remains the same, and remembers that it was Grid who broke the contract, so he will not beg. He reveals that he didn't even know if the rare book of Pagma existed, which is why he offered the protagonist a great reward suitable for the time that would be invested, and Grid accepted the deal. But after finding the rare book of Pagma, the protagonist's eyes filled with ambition to have it, and not only that, but he also took the woman who loved the Count's son, mentioning that his resentment against Grid is greater than what the protagonist has against him. Grid responds that this does not change the fact that he was tricked into carrying out a reckless mission, lost his life countless times, and wasted a lot of time because of this mission, only to be killed so carelessly. Osur remembers that they had a contract and he only did what he was supposed to do. In this situation, it could be considered karma, mentioning that his pride as the protector of this kingdom for decades crumbled thanks to the protagonist, someone who was not even a threat to Osur in the past, since he assigned this mission to the protagonist because he noticed that he was very perseverant, and seeing him now with a hero's worthy appearance, Osur can understand that Grid went through very difficult times. "You are stronger than I am. I am sure my words must sound like lamentations," said the Count, asking the protagonist to kill him once and for all. Grid reasons that finding the rare book of Pagma and the rest of the things he did after changing his class were thanks to his own efforts, but it is thanks to the opportunity that Osur gave him that he could become Pagma's successor during this time, and that the protagonist could not compare himself to anyone, even if he did his best, blaming Count Osur for the things that did not go well. He reflects that it was thanks to that damned habit of blaming others for his misfortunes that his decision became difficult, then proposes to leave the situation as it is. The Count asks if they will really spare his life, even when he tried to kill the protagonist. And Grid replies that he does not know if he will change his mind later, but for now, he will not kill him. Osur murmurs that it is not easy to ignore the fact that a Count attacked a duke, then asks if Grid wants something from him as compensation. The protagonist was trying to be generous, but it seems that Asur is doubting him after sparing the Count's life. The Count comments that Grid is not the type to do something without expecting anything in return, and Grid remembers that it is true, so he will not let this opportunity slip away. He asks his swordsman companion to keep an eye on the Count for a moment and, if he moves a millimeter, to hit him hard on the head, while Piero watches the Count in the background. The protagonist calls his advisor Lowell. The strategist reveals that all the guild members have already arrived in Raydan, except Euphemina, then asks when Grid will arrive. The protagonist replies that he is in Patreon and will arrive soon, but now he has something to consult with him, and asks what would be the best thing they can obtain from Count Asur. Lowell recognizes him as one of the 10 great mages of the continent and Lord of Patreon, and deduces that the protagonist faced him for some reason. If they're talking about this NPC, Lowell can recommend something. If there is a possibility of obtaining a great treasure from him, it would be just one thing, and then reveals it to the protagonist. Grid thanks the swordsman for watching the Count. Grid turns to the mage and asks the protagonist to get straight to the point. "I want you to hand over your son," the protagonist said directly. This was unexpected for Asur, who curses Grid's bastard, exclaiming that he can give anything else, but not his son Brand. But Grid has already discovered the reason why the Count's personality is so complicated. He lost his wife due to an illness and his first son, who was a warrior. Brand is the only one left of his family, and Asur had trouble raising him because he spoiled him too much, so he orders him again to hand over Brand. The Count screams that the protagonist is crossing the line and would rather die than do that. Even if his body and soul burn in hell, he will never hand over his son. Grid exclaims that it would be a tragedy for Brand if the Count died here, and Grid does not want to use force. A voice asks Duke Grid that it is enough. It is Asur's son, who mentions that there is no need to continue, tired, as he came running to the location. He asks the protagonist to leave his father alone. Asur orders Brand to get out of here quickly, as he is acting recklessly. Grid understands that Brand can grasp the situation faster than his father and praises Brand's excellent decision, standing up. Asur orders the protagonist to shut up, threatening to deliver his soul to God and kill Grid instantly if the protagonist touches a single hair on his son. However, something stops the Count at that moment. Brand tells his father that it is enough and asks him to think of it as a study under the supervision of Duke Grid, asking him to calm down. He bids farewell to his father, pleading for him to take care of himself until they meet again, as he wants to see him healthy and smiling. Grid sighs, realizing that the situation is becoming more complicated than it should be. He advises Asur to listen to his son, confessing that he is a different person from the past and desperately needs other people. He does not have the luxury of unloading his anger on someone else. Grid assures that he will not take revenge on Asur's son and asks him to hand him over when he returns home, as he will have grown and will be able not only to measure up but to surpass him. The story continues with someone observing the top places in the overall ranking and being surprised because Chris finally achieved his third-class advancement. It can be seen that the top is led by Krogel, with a White Swordsman class, followed by Cybele, with a Debirian Envoy class, and Chris, the Destroyer Warrior. A guy observes and reasons that the Destroyer Warrior class, focused on dealing damage, matches Chris's personality, and if he had obtained his class advancement earlier, he probably would not have been defeated in the Golem invasion. This player thinks he has spent too much time in a dungeon and will now organize his inventory to find a merchant. He reveals that he had to travel to the Eastern Continent to achieve his third-class advancement, but although he has obtained many titles and increased the level of his dual-wielding skill, he feels it is too early to face the unknown dangers of the Eastern Continent. He exclaims that he should level up in the Western Continent, where it is easier, before attempting another adventure in the Eastern Continent. The player thinks of heading east and west of the Saharan Empire, to the Oria's Labyrinth and the western region of the Eternal Kingdom, which has been much talked about lately. Here, the identity of Krogel, the White Swordsman who leads the first place in the unified ranking, is presented. Meanwhile, elsewhere in Satisfy, Grid asks Piero his opinion on the strength of one of the 10 great mages of the continent, to which the swordsman responds, revealing that he exceeded his expectations. He reasons that Asur could have gone against the two if he had had an orb. Grid deduces that Asur preferred to have the amplification of magical power rather than the advantages of magic stored in orbs, which means that Asur must have been very confident in his casting speed, to which the Count was more powerful than Grid could imagine. Even though the Sacred Light Armor reduces magical damage by 50%, the mage was able to deal 40,000 points of damage with one attack. Grid thinks that Piero managed to withstand the attack without even using equipment, confirming that he is a monster, and takes the opportunity to ask him a question. How strong is this Asmol that you can't defeat him on your own, Grid? Remember that Piero even has the skill destined to perish and could kill the guy relatively easily. Then, Piero explains that the point is not how strong Asmol is, but how difficult it is to reach him. He reveals that if he even sets foot in the Empire's territory, he will die instantly, as the strength of the Saharan Empire is far greater than what Grid can imagine. But he brings Grid back to the present, warning him of an approaching threat. The protagonist is expectant in the desert when a gigantic level 330 worm appears before him, leaving the protagonist incredulous. Grid is frightened by the unpleasant appearance of the creature, and Piero mocks the protagonist's fear of insects. Grid strikes the gigantic insect, but is counterattacked by the worm, sending him flying and causing him 6,000 points of damage. Grid is puzzled as to why he took so much damage from a common monster, especially since the monster withstood a blow from his sword, a failure with an enhancement of more than 9. Grid deduces that the sand is restricting his mobility, and that is why the damage from his sword was reduced, so he uses his flying skill. He is quickly reached by another worm that emerged from the ground. Grid falls on his back and complains about why there are so many insects. Piero advises Grid that to put strength into the sword, he must use his whole body, noting that the movements and technique with the protagonist's sword are clumsy. Moreover, while flying, he cannot properly apply his weight to the strikes. Grid exclaims that this is just a game and not a kendo dojo. After that, he uses Pagma's fencing to strike down the giant worms, dealing them great damage, stating that the worms are strong, but he can easily defeat them with his skills, not to mention that, being level 330, they provide a lot of experience. The protagonist will take this opportunity to increase his level, which is stagnated at 270. Deciding to allocate the 400 available stat points to agility to be like Piero, the swordsman explains to Grid that if he concentrates his strength in his thighs and hips, the superior speed of his body will also increase, enhancing the speed of his sword. In turn, Grid exclaims that Pagman's successor doesn't need advice, and at the same time finishes off the worms using Pagma's fencing. Grid laughs loudly because today he will level up many times, and Piero reasons that the protagonist made a smart decision by taking Asur's son hostage instead of executing the count. In Piero's eyes, the protagonist is not an idiot, but his skills have stagnated, and his pride prevents him from following Piero's advice. The latter reasons that if Grid learned to properly use his body, he would be much stronger, which is a waste. For Piero was thinking of turning him into his combat partner. Then, Brand catches the swordsman's attention by finishing off a worm. Piero notices that Asur's son's skills have improved since they embarked on the journey together, which is why he believes Brand must be putting into practice the advice he was giving to Grid. The young man inherited his father's magic and learned very good fencing, being quite a lion cub. Piero thinks it will be fun to teach him a few things before they reach Raydan, so he can show Grid how important technique and control are. In turn, Grid proposes to level up to 275 before reaching Raydan. A few hours later, we see that Grid continues to kill monsters, exclaiming that it is very easy and that technique doesn't matter when you have good items. Grid thinks that not even Braham's golem army could easily cross this desert, and he begins to understand the reason why they gave him the territory of Raydan. Faced with an army of monsters, Grid deduces that they could not handle the monsters from the western region of the kingdom, and the creatures made the desert their home. A frog interrupts his thoughts, spitting acid at the protagonist, but we see that Grid resists the control effects due to his passive and uses the skill Transcend Link. However, a window informs him that it is not available due to the cooldown time. Then, Grid asks Piero for help because there are too many enemies, although it is Brand who rushes to Grid's rescue, which surprises the protagonist. Brand asks Grid if he is okay, and the protagonist wonders when the boy became so strong. A few days ago, he had difficulty fighting level 280 monsters, but now he can face monsters with 50 levels more. Grid can see that the young man has only leveled up 5 times and his stats are not that superior. He wonders how he became so strong. Then an idea crosses his mind and he looks for Piero. The latter congratulates Asur's son for having understood him. A sword is not a toy, so he lets him defend and counterattack instead of dodging the blows. Grid discovers that Bran has developed quickly thanks to Piero's teaching. The swordsman notes that Bran's talent for magic is superior to his fencing, so he suggests that he focus only on magic if the opponent is stronger. Bran takes this order literally. Grid also asks Piero for some advice, although Piero reminds him that Grid said he didn't need it. He assumes that Grid changed his mind after seeing Brand and questions the pride of Pagma's successor. Grid denies having such a thing, as he only cares about being stronger. Piero decides to teach the protagonist and thinks it has been a while since he saw a youth like this. In the following days, Piero has been instructing the protagonist in the art of fencing. Time passed quickly, and after hard training, the protagonist is happy to be able to kill the monsters in this area without using any skills, even leveling up to 275 in 2 days. Piero mentions that Grid has finally learned the basic techniques with the sword, but still has much to learn. Grid asks Piero to teach him many more things, although Piero rejects the request, apologizing that Grid will not be able to further improve his skills. Brand reasons that the protagonist's skills already exceed the basic level, as the basic level, according to Piero, is impressive. Piero calculates that if they cross one last mountain, they will reach Raydan tomorrow, and Grid is surprised by the speed of the journey. Finally, they will arrive at the second largest city, after the capital Rionar, the territory of Grid. Then, we go back to the past, transporting ourselves to Raydan, just 1 day before Grid meets Count Osur. We see that in the castle of Raydan, someone is surprised to learn that the new lord's subordinates arrived so quickly and reprimands his soldiers for not having been informed earlier. The soldier apologizes, saying they took time to recognize them because they were busy with a dispute, but the subject mocks the guards for fearing citizens who throw stones. He introduces himself as Arik, the administrator of Raydan, and a baronet, a rank lower than baron. The latter proposes to silence the people by force, as he is worried that the new lord of Raydan will get angry with him if he takes too long to greet his subordinates, while the administrator of Raydan orders to put an end to the riots. We see that a person appears behind him. It is Fakir, who proposes to clean up the dirt occupying important positions. The soldier turns around, but we see that Administrator Arik has disappeared into thin air. Elsewhere in Raydan, they discuss that the situation turned out to be complicated before the arrival of the clan members. They were happy about the powerful monsters in the area, but Lowell did not imagine that the situation was so critical. He mentions that the 5 million gold from the clan's funds will disappear in an instant if they leave things as they are, and reveals that there is information about manipulation and transportation costs and other things by the merchants. For this reason, the administrator enjoyed luxuries, taking advantage of the situation while there was no lord, but proposes to extract information before executing him. Uroi comments that the clan members have already taken care of the monsters near the river and have set to work on other activities, to which Lowell proposes to go help them. Fakir asks if it will be okay to make decisions without Grid, as the protagonist would throw a tantrum if he knew they spent the clan's funds. Lowell explains that there is nothing they can do, as Grid would be more disappointed if he saw the current situation. The great city of Raydan can house up to 500,000 families, but now it is on the brink of desolation, with only 20,000 NPCs. If they do not use the money to support these people, there will be no NPCs left for the different jobs. 4 days later, we see that the gates of Raydan open wide, and our protagonist enters the city exclaiming that the new lord has arrived and asks for a warm welcome from his subjects. But we see that the inhabitants are too busy working to pay attention to the protagonist. Grid is surprised by the many workers, as he expected from a large city, but does not understand why they are wearing only rags. He becomes even paler upon seeing his clanmates, Regis and Lowell, working the land. At this point, the statistics of the great city of Raydan are shown. It has 20,551 NPCs and no players, and the military strength consists of 3 knights, Uroi, Lowell, and Jude, plus 141 soldiers. It has no special products, and the security state is terrible. Grid is shocked to learn that King Bice Baden deceived them, but Lowell asks his lord to calm down, as this is proof that the king trusts Grid. To begin with, he will give him a report on what he found when interrogating the administrator of Raydan. He reveals that the desertification of the place began 10 years ago, after hundreds of monsters appeared in the desert. As the strength of the monsters was overwhelming, it was impossible to subjugate them, and the kingdom stopped sending help. The ruler abandoned his post, and the kingdom focused on finding a talented person capable of rebuilding the city, but the only person they found was Count Osur, who could not leave Patreon. Eventually, the citizens had to find a way to survive. Lowell reports that the people had to ask for help from the Saharan Empire. The empire accepted their petition with the intention of seizing part of the kingdom's territory, but the powerful monsters from the western region were a great burden for the Saharan Empire, and they began to demand payment for the protection of the Aveng River, their last hope. The payment increased significantly each year, and the people of Raydan soon could not afford it. As a result, the empire also abandoned them. Grid exclaims that it is pathetic and asks what kind of people would stay in this place. The inhabitants are starving and could have gone elsewhere, but Lowell explains that they cannot do that because of the creatures that threatened the city before the desertification. He reveals that there are vampires, and each year a large number of people end up becoming their food. A shiver runs through Grid's body as he remembers his experience with Marie Rose. Lowell explains that the ancient lord could no longer tolerate the damage caused by the vampires and organized a squad to hunt them down, which was 10 years ago. The strategist looks out the window, and then Grid notices something and believes he understands why the people have not abandoned Raydan. He cannot believe that these people have been waiting for 10 years for this squad, obviously annihilated, to return home. The inhabitants are his family. Grid cannot imagine what it is like to wait for 10 years. The strategist thinks this is the worst territory. They cannot even wait for the appearance of new players because of the powerful monsters nearby. By reconnecting the water channels to the farmland, Lowell estimates that they will be able to solve the food problem in about 2 months. But to save the citizens during that time, they will have to spend 3 silver coins per person, which will result in thousands of gold coins. Grid is not free from the claws of greed, so Lowell does not know if the protagonist will be able to take on this complicated challenge. The protagonist sighs at his bad luck and exclaims that now that he has become a duke, he will be out of money. He decides to prioritize the people and asks what they should do first to save them. Lowell thinks that Grid's personality is not the best, but it is sufficient and responds by asking the protagonist to do something. Then we are transported to the great blacksmith shop of Raydan. Grid cannot believe that the boy asked him to make agricultural tools. Lowell tries to calm the protagonist, explaining that, in the current situation, agricultural tools are very important. Grid devises a plan and decides to lend the tools he makes, but will later charge rent for them, a comment that disappoints Lowell, who believed that Grid had changed. Then Lowell asks the protagonist to introduce him to the 2 subjects that Grid brought. Grid remembers them and deduces that they will get bored in Raydan. Piero planned to take a walk and train Brand later. Grid exclaims that this will not be enough to kill the boredom and proposes to the boys to help in the fields. This proposal surprises the son of Count Azza. Grid explains that the land has become barren and the boys will enjoy the joy of seeing the results of this kind of work. Brand cannot believe that Grid is asking this of one of the greatest elites of the Eternal Kingdom, although he cannot complain due to his current situation. He believes that Piero should not be treated this way. The swordsman, in turn, thinks it will be fun to work as a farmer for the first time, as he is no longer a noble and sees nothing wrong with learning a little more about the lives of commoners. Brand cannot believe the swordsman's decision, and Piero thinks it will be a good opportunity to train muscles that are normally not used, revealing that he has enjoyed training the boys for the last 9 days but has started to think about what he will do after completing his revenge. He realized that he could do something fun by taking a walk around the city and its surroundings. Grid only proposed the idea because he thought it would be fun and is happy that Piero is regaining the desire to enjoy life. He can see that his thoughts, actions, and words can change a person, so he decides something. Grid mentions to Lowell that the boys will help him with agriculture, but the strategist still does not know who they are and asks Grid to introduce them, but Grid orders him as the clan leader to find out for himself. Later, we are transported to the labor fields of Raydan, where the NPCs accompany Lowell. The strategist cannot believe how insensitive the protagonist is and deduces that the blonde is Brand, a noble son of Asur, but wonders who the hell the beggar is. He thought Grid would bring someone with immense talent, but it took 9 days to bring this beggar. Lowell introduces himself to the boys as Grid's advisor and someone competent in the use of ki. The son of Asur introduces himself as Brand of Yen and comments that he knows how to use the sword and magic but has much to improve. The latter can feel that Lowell is a very skilled person. Piero also introduces himself and comments that he is competent in fencing but still has a long way to go. Lowell understands that they are a common magical swordsman and a vagabond, so there will be no problems letting them help, handing them tools. Piero begins to inspect the agricultural equipment and mentions that it will be a good experience. It is also Brand's first time. He decides to work hard to make it a good experience. Lowell takes charge of removing the stones from the field to be able to sow the seeds. Lowell tells the boys to ask if they do not understand something and to rest if they are tired. In the meantime, he will be working in another area, reasoning that even with 20,000 NPCs working in the fields, the efficiency is terrible. He remembers that there are only 3,000 tools and the rest of the inhabitants are working with bare hands. Lowell thinks that instead of giving hoes to 2 novices, it would be better to assign a plot for them to give up. Then, he uses his Earth Dragon Claw skill to instantly destroy the stones in the field, surprising Brand, who believes he can also use magic to prepare the land. However, Piero comments that he would be wasting the opportunity to train his body, mentioning that there are things he can learn from the surroundings, and asks the boy to feel how he feels with each strike, each drop of sweat. All of this will provide ingredients to improve fencing. Brand reveals that he had not seen it this way and feels that working in the field is a great burden for the body, something that nobles like you and I scorned in the past. The intense sweat of work, exclaimed Piero. After a while, we see that Lowell is exhausted from constantly using a skill that clears about 1,650 square meters per hour. Piero calls Lowell, asking the strategist to return the artifact and rest, but then Piero reveals that he has finished his part and asks if there is more to do. The strategist cannot believe that they have finished 16,500 square meters in just 1 hour. Brand prepares the land with great momentum, and Lowell can feel that his speed is comparable to that of the guild members. Lowell asks Piero to continue plowing the front land, which the swordsman agrees to do to continue training. Regis asks about the identity of the boys, as they are truly fast. Lowell also plans to observe a little to see their skills. We see that Piero begins to concentrate and, out of nowhere, opens his eyes with agile and quick movements, instantly clearing a large area of the field, destroying stones and leveling the ground with great ease. He stops and asks if it is okay this way. These skills leave the guild members completely astonished. Piero looks at the ground and notices something. Regis continues to be impressed by the ridiculous speed of the Lord and deduces that he must be an experienced farmer. It is the first time Lowell has seen something like this. Piero asks if the land will be lacking water until they can reconnect the channels, and Lowell confirms, commenting that they will work on the channels soon. Piero strikes the ground with great force. "Let me make things a little easier," proposes the swordsman, releasing an overwhelming aura, exerting great force on the ground and making the entire terrain vibrate with the handle of the hoe. The boys do not know why there is such a sudden earthquake. The first time Lowell arrived in Raydan, he felt impatience, but he made a decision based on his confidence, even though his heart was flooded upon seeing that they had to start from scratch. We see that water begins to spring from the ground. Piero's strike caused a large geyser of water to shoot to the surface, flooding the dry fields of Raydan. Lowell tried to hide his feelings to maintain his role as an unshakable advisor, but he did not stop to think about all these worn-out and depressed people. Lowell had forgotten that they also have feelings that are reflected on their faces. He thinks that the most complicated thing for an advisor is to admit that there are unknown variables, as he is tasked with calculating all possible situations. Lowell had to endure with the hope that no serious incidents would occur, but exclaims that Grid is a strange person. We see that the protagonist meets someone while working in the blacksmith shop. Piero, in turn, comments that this is good land, mentioning that it is interesting to realize that there are more things to see and experience. "What do you think about this? Does it not deserve a celebration?" proposes Piero, after performing a feat that lifted the hearts of the people. Lowell exclaims that this is so incredible that he cannot think of anything better than a party, unable to believe that the protagonist brought an experienced farmer at the moment they needed it most. Lowell confirms that Grid is a true enigma, and we see that the protagonist reunites with Elder Can in the blacksmith shop. Sometime later, in the blacksmith shop of Raydan, Grid observes a robust normal-grade hoe made by Kansas. The protagonist comments that it will be a great reference, and his understanding of the hoe increases by 100%, learning its production method. Both blacksmiths work hard in manufacturing while talking about their adventures. Grid mentions that it is nice to be back working with Ken after a long time, and the elder replies that now Grid is the ruler of a great city and someone in whom the king himself trusts. However, he also missed working alongside the protagonist. Ken thinks they are just simple agricultural tools, so he proposes to hurry so they can talk calmly. Grid, in turn, is surprised that the elder blacksmith has already finished 3 rakes in less than an hour. Ken responds that they must be quick to meet the large quantity required by Lowell and is surprised that Grid hasn't finished even one. Then Grid calls the elder and says he didn't bring him here to do such a sad job as that of those old blacksmiths. He reveals that he needs him to forge the best agricultural tools that have ever been created, tools that can help an average farmer become a great farmer. He reminds Khan that he is a high-class blacksmith and his pride shouldn't allow him to make simple tools just to meet a quota. Ken is amazed by Grid's incredible dignity. There is no doubt that he is the successor of Pagman, the legendary blacksmith. The elder blacksmith agrees with the protagonist and begins to forge. The protagonist can understand that they are going through tough times. Grid was worried that Ken might have problems here due to the heat, but is happy to see that the elder is healthy. Can, for his part, jokes that this is nothing compared to the blazing flames that blacksmiths face. Grid asks Elder Can to take care of his health and reveals that this place they are working in will be the starting point for greater things. Grid mentions that this will be his home to which he will return after his adventures. Elder Can is moved and thinks that now he also has a new home to return to, and asks Grid to take care of himself as well. Grid agrees and changes the subject, noting that they have incredible furnaces that they should make the most of. The blacksmith shop seems small from the outside, but inside there are 8 large furnaces, and it looks like a factory where at least a few dozen people could work. Grid begins to realize how large this city used to be and wants to devise a plan to bring other blacksmith users here. Moments later, we see an ideal hoe of epic classification that slightly improves soil quality. Lowell congratulates the protagonist for having forged such a fantastic hoe, worthy of a legendary blacksmith, but holding a normal hoe, Grid asks if they are mocking him with this comment. Lowell can understand that the hoe was forged by Elder Khan, so Lowell has to inform Grid about something in the castle and requests that the protagonist accept it. She reports that the highest point of the castle is on the 11th floor. This castle is as large as a royal castle, and the height at which the highest point is located represents the power of the lord of the city. This means that the power of the former lord of Raydan was comparable to that of a king. Lowell mentions that the castle has 127 rooms and 6 other auxiliary buildings, a barracks that can hold up to 8,000 soldiers, and 3 military training facilities. This surprises Grid, who thought the castle would be as miserable as the rest of the city. The strategist comments that the people sold all the movable items and belongings in the castle to pay the tribute demanded by the Saharan Empire, but they made sure to keep the Lord's throne. An emblem of Raydan is the last thing they have left and can be proud of. The people sacrificed to maintain this place, even when their leaders abandoned them. Grid cannot understand why they would do all this for a throne they cannot sit on. Then Grid asks Lowell and Roy if they still believe he can become the best. Roy instantly responds that yes, exclaiming that the height of the Raydan castle will be the tallest in the entire kingdom. Lowell also believes this and reveals that Grid is the only man he has recognized in his life, understanding that this seat has a lot of significance. Grid wonders if he will be worthy of sitting on it. He remembers that his disgusting life only changed because he became the successor of Pagma, but whether or not he is Pagma's successor, he has always strived to make everything work out, so he determines that he is worthy. Grid has doubts about whether he can be a good lord who can live up to all these people. He thinks that the people are the source of income for the city and becoming their lord does not fit him, but if they are loyal to him, he must reciprocate, so he orders his strategist, Lowell, not to take advantage of the will of these people. Lowell complies with the order, surprised by Grid's words. Grid cannot promise anything, but he has them, who believe that he can become the best. Grid will accept this personal challenge. He will be the Lord of Raydan. The boys are proud of the Lord they follow, and all that remains is to walk a path that will lead them to the greatest achievements. Lowell proceeds to communicate the objectives and explains that the main goal is to quickly recover the population and industry of Raydan to restore it to the level of a great city. He proposes to start with agriculture to stimulate manufactured products and their consumption, to complement them with external resources. Then he reveals that the expert farmer Piero solved another problem by finding an underground water source, and Grid does not remember Piero having the class of legendary farmer. Lowell continues explaining that they need a massive promotion of blacksmithing activities with the aim of transforming Raydan into a trading city. Regarding the Overgeared Guild, they must deal with the giant worms that must have some underground base, and once they annihilate them, they must also resolve that problem. Lowell believes that with this they will be able to level up quickly. She continues with her plan, apologizing to Grid for asking this, and the protagonist stands up, understanding that he must forge items for the guild while continuing to create agricultural tools, exclaiming that devising laborious plans is Lowell's job and the protagonist just needs to fulfill them. Lowell asks to leave everything in her hands, and the ambitious strategist begins to develop her plans to rebuild the city. In a hostile environment, minimizing the consumption of limited resources is the most important. We see that Tobias informs that they have finished exploring the surroundings of the castle. Tobias will check the outskirts of Raydan to see if he can find any village to increase the population of the great city, but Lowell rejects this idea, as if there is a village near Raydan, it must be a den of vampires. She reminds that the minimum level of vampires is 250, and there are some that exceed level 400. They need to avoid any possible danger until the city is stable. The primary mission of the Overgeared Guild is to secure wood for reconstruction. It seems like a simple job, but it is something only they can do because of the desert monsters. To revive a dying city, it is important to revitalize the basic industries, So Piero and Brand took charge of agriculture. Jude, who boasts of being the strongest, took care of the physical training of the soldiers. Once the soldiers improve their physical capacity, they will be able to reduce their capabilities with Grid's weapons. This system of strategist Lowell needs to be sustainable, so they will need manufacturing. Lowell is willing to rebuild the ecosystem, but there is still one last missing piece for her puzzle. Transporting us to the entrance of Ray Dan, the soldiers can see someone approaching the city. The stranger expresses that he has pending matters in the castle, but the soldiers cannot allow the entry of outsiders without permission. The subject exclaims that Ray Dan really has a great castle, as the rumor said, but the soldiers' clothing is not in harmony with the castle. "I guess that's why they brought me here," exclaimed the person who was called by the new lord. Grid is surprised because only 10 days have passed, and they are already informing him of so many things, and he understands that governing a city is not easy. Lowell comments that, thanks to the tools the protagonist forged along with Can, productivity has increased exponentially, so Grid calculates that the city will be in good condition in a month, but Lowell refutes Grid, revealing that at this rate they will never be able to reach the development of other cities, something that Grid does not understand. Lowell explains that it is because they do not have the most important element for prosperity: money. Grid asks about the money they obtained along with the territory, and Lowell reveals that there is almost nothing left after they used it to help the people. She informs that they are spending 2,000 gold per day to feed the people, not counting transportation costs, so they urgently need more money. Grid cannot believe the hint they are dropping. "No, not a chance," exclaims the protagonist. Lowell explains that the crops they are planting will soon grow and will be able to feed the people, but they need money to continue making the city grow. "Our only option is your wealth, your resources," exclaimed the strategist, trying to convince Grid in his decision to be a good lord. Although Grid has completely forgotten that he is the lord of the city. Then Can enters the blacksmith shop, noticing that there is a lot of tension in the air. He needs to ask for some supplies, but feels that it is not the right moment. At the same time, one can see the silhouette of someone behind him. "What a joy to see a familiar face," exclaimed the subject greeting Kansas. Then the elder is surprised to see this subject in the blacksmith shop. Grid continues discussing with strategist Lowell. The protagonist proposes to do a crowdfunding with all the guild members, but Lowell explains that the other members cannot earn money because they are busy with city matters. Then Can interrupts the boys to introduce the guest. "The atmosphere around you is as tense as always," murmured the subject, understanding that he will have much more work than he expected. Lael does not know who the subject is, and Grid comments that he is late because he waited for him for a long time. One can see that Euphemina did a good job, and this will be the missing piece for Lowell. Grid welcomes Rabbit, who greets His Excellency Grid with a bow, after not having seen him for so long. Rabbit bows as a commoner to greet His Excellency and great hero, Duke Grid. Lowell asks for the identity of the subject that Grid considers the solution to the problems. The protagonist introduces him as someone who used to be second in command in the Marrow Company and responsible for making that company the largest in the north. He mentions that Rabbit has great and surprising business skills but was imprisoned due to the corruption of the Marrow Company. Although Grid asked a favor from his father-in-law and deduces that Rabbit should have come along with Euphemina, the impression Grid had of Rabbit in the past has changed. But he has not forgotten that he has what it takes to make a company grow and mentions that Rabbit looks very well for someone who has been imprisoned for a while. Rabbit, for his part, feels that the protagonist has changed remarkably, from his gestures to his physical appearance, confirms that he came here along with Euphemina, and praises Grid's aura, the aura of someone who is about to reach the top as an absolute ruler. Grid asks Rabbit to stop flattering him and apologizes for asking this when he just arrived, but asks Rabbit if he remembers the promise to enrich him, expressing that the time has come and proposes that he be his subject. Rabbit kneels and exclaims that he will obey Grid and follow him with pleasure. The merchant comments that now he can only aspire to be the second richest person in the world, after Grid. The protagonist does not like the idea of paying someone monthly and assumes that he will also have to give Rabbit a title, so he asks Lowell if he should do it. Lowell reminds him that Grid's connections have never caused problems, so he explains to the protagonist that he must place a sword on his shoulder to declare him as his subject. The protagonist grants Rabbit the title of Viscount of the Eternal Kingdom, but since it will be Grid who pays his salary, he orders him to be loyal only to him. Rabbit swears loyalty and also promises the loyalty of all his descendants. We see that the windows inform that Rabbit has become a Viscount and the protagonist will have to grant a monthly salary of 500 gold. If he does not pay it, his loyalty will decrease. The protagonist is surprised by Rabbit's skills and is happy to have brought him here. The newly appointed Viscount requests to express his suggestions and reveals that, coming here, he was able to see the situation of Raydan. Although the process of reviving agriculture is surprising, Rabbit thinks it is excessive. Lowell is surprised and explains that they urgently need to increase the economy of this city through agriculture, and then they can advance to become a trading city. For this reason, they focused on cultivating the fastest-growing and highest-yielding products. Rabbit responds that there is a limit to the number of products that can be cultivated in this hot climate, so it is not appropriate for Raydan to be an agricultural city. He questions whether they will really be able to feed the 20,000 citizens if they reduce the scale of current agriculture to 1/3. He explains that cultivating the fastest-growing and highest-yielding products is not very profitable, as these can be easily obtained anywhere. It is not a competent strategy. Lowell, for her part, tries to show her point of view and comments that the only thing Raydan has is its vast lands, and these are the only way to raise funds to obtain small profits that will stimulate the economy. Lowell asks Grid if he is sure that the subject he brought is good at business, to which Grid offers the sword of the Great Lord to observe Rabbit's statistics. Lowell takes the sword, uncertain that the second-in-command of a second-rate company can understand her plans, but upon seeing Rabbit's skills, she is completely shocked. We see that Rabbit is an NPC at level 307 with the title of Rich Merchant, the largest and richest merchant of this era. He has amazing skills, but even more surprising are his abilities. He has the Serenity skill of Rank A+, with which he maintains composure in any situation, detection of Rank A+, with which he can see the essence of humans and objects, can easily communicate with anyone, and always achieves the best results. He also has administration of Rank S, with which he can excellently manage a city, business acumen of Rank S+, with which his business ability has reached the highest level and can turn a piece of junk into a commercial product, and his last skill is wisdom of the great merchant of Rank SS, with which he possesses the experience and knowledge of someone who has built a great company. Lowell is impressed with Rabbit's S+ and SS commercial skills, but even more so that Rabbit possesses S-rank administrative skills, especially since even Winston's administrator has only B rank in that area. He can't fathom how the protagonist found someone like Rabbit. Grid had expected him to be an honorable NPC. His skills are so remarkable that they give Grid a headache just thinking about whether to use him as an administrator or a merchant. Lowell has no choice but to admit it and decides he will help in the fields so that Grid can appoint Rabbit as the administrator of the great city of Raydan. Grid asks why, since Lowell could handle that, so Rabbit could create a company affiliated with Raydan. Lowell explains that he lacks administrative skills, which makes a significant difference in managing a city. Moreover, an administrator must deal with diplomatic issues, and Rabbit's skills will be very useful in those cases. Rabbit comments that they will need alchemy facilities to create the goods they plan to export, which piques the protagonist's curiosity. Lowell deduces that it does not refer to the things that will be harvested and explains that they first need to be self-sufficient before they can export any products. Although the merchant explains that there is a large amount of resources around, Lowell thinks of something and cannot believe it. After all, isn't Raydan surrounded by sand? Rabbit asks, suggesting selling it. Lowell deduces that they intend to turn the sand into some object to sell it and explains that sand can be used for building construction, but it must be ocean sand, as desert sand is too fine. Regarding alchemy, he also explains that, according to alchemists, desert sand has no value, so no one would buy something so useless. Rabbit states that the people of the Bhutan barony in the Saharan Empire would buy it if offered, something Lowell cannot believe. Rabbit mentions that they would buy it because they would have no other option. This leaves Lowell bewildered, not understanding what this guy is thinking. Rabbit asks Cam's age to confirm that he is 70 years old and praises him for looking so good at such an advanced age. Rabbit mentions that the Bhutan barony is the most visited region by nobles from the Saharan Empire, explaining that while they may have different interests, they share one in common: health. He proposes that the reason the commoners of Raydan have survived in this desert for the last 10 years is the sand, suggesting using the Elder Can as evidence of the product's effectiveness, exclaiming that now they just need to collect sand and sell it as an expensive medicine for a long life. Grid had already imagined that Rabbit would plan something like this and gives him a free hand to execute the plan. Lowell, on the other hand, believes that no one in their right mind would buy this. Then, a month later, reviewing the results, Grid is surprised because the medicine for a long life worked. Lowell is surprised because it is selling well at an absurd price of 3 gold for 10 grams, but senses that this could become a problem later. Rabbit explains that it will be fine since it is a very small amount of money for the nobles, and since there is no way to know how long a person will live, there is no way to prove it is a fraud. Lowell is impressed because the guy made them earn gold in a month with this method. Even if it is little money for the great city, the net profit is almost 100%. Lowell believes he is a true con artist. Rabbit is disappointed because the number of healthy individuals visiting the Butin barony was lower than expected. Lowell explains that eventually, people will realize it is just sand, and others will also try to sell Raydan sand. This does not convince Rabbit, who doubts that anyone would be foolish enough to sell sand so shamelessly as they do, and even if such a person existed, they would soon realize it is useless to sell sand. Then we see another merchant being chased by giant desert worms, introduced as Mudo, the third place in the merchant ranking and owner of a small business. He wonders what kind of place this is, as he spent a lot of money hiring these warriors, but they are already on the brink of annihilation without even having reached Raydan. The guy thinks that recently the sales of products sent to tourists in the Butin barony have plummeted, and the culprit is this expensive medicine for a long life that is just packaged sand. Merchant Mudo does not know who did this but praises the great idea. He does not remember seeing such a skilled merchant in Raydan. Mudo takes some desert sand, trying to recover the investment he made hiring the warriors who escorted him. Then, they go to a shop, and the owner questions Mudo if he is trying to deceive, something the merchant does not understand, as he is selling the same thing. However, the merchant explains that the medicine for a long life is collected in the central region of Raydan, and Mudo does not have the seal certifying that the sand is from that area. He reprimands the merchant for trying to deceive with that insignificant sand, and from now on, they will stop doing business with Mudo's company. The merchant thinks it was a failure and cannot believe who set this up to sell simple sand. Mudo lost a place to do business and, as a merchant, recognizes it was a great idea. Returning to Raydan, Lowell is surprised because they really implemented a seal on the bottles and thinks that Rabbit is taking this too far. Grid responds that they are still in deficit, lacking facilities and people. Moreover, he manufactured many agricultural tools to increase supplies but cannot see economic gains. Lowell advises the protagonist not to focus on losses and see this as an investment for the future. Then, he thinks that Can seems younger every day and perhaps Raydan is a place that increases vitality. But Grid explains that Old Can is a special case and asks about the amount of medicine they sold. Lowell reveals that they earned 1230 gold. This is not enough to cover 25% of Rabbit's salary, who receives 6,000 gold for his work as an administrator and for being a viscount. This is the main cause that is delaying Raydan's recovery. Despite having sworn loyalty to the protagonist, he is meticulous in ensuring he receives his salary every month. Then, Grid wonders why the potato he is eating is so delicious, and Euroi explains that it is the rainbow potato they are growing in Raydan. Soon, they will be able to export it thanks to the water source that Lord Piero found and the agricultural team that Grid formed. The land has become more fertile, and they have solved the hunger problem, as vegetation has begun to grow everywhere. The desert sand and endemic diseases have started to decrease. He informs that people's lives have begun to improve thanks to the harvests, which is proof that the city is recovering. Grid mentions that he has been so busy that he has not had time to see the surroundings, but this seems so unreal to him. Euroi exclaims that citizens are praising Grid, and he is proud to serve him. He thinks that initially, he followed him to pay off a debt, but his sense of pride is rising again. Thanks to Grid, life is returning to Rayen, fulfilling everyone's wish. Thanks to the Overgeared clan, monsters have not returned to be a threat to Raydan, and thanks to Jude, a small, growing and powerful army has begun to form. In the blacksmith, thanks to Khan, many talented young blacksmiths have been trained, and Euphemina has helped in many ways by copying the skills of others. Lady Bai Ran, Jishuka, performed exceptionally well in progressing through the Forest Guardian raid and subjugating the Ice Orcs. Because of this, the clan's warehouse was filled with minerals, and there were also many sylph scales to make a zip-up hoodie for each clan member. Grid decides not to worry immediately but to take significant steps toward the future. Gradually, they must reclaim the West, starting with Raydan. And if they obtain more territories from the kingdom, they could earn a lot of money later. Then, we transport to the protagonist's royal house, where Grid goes to the room and sees his parents peeling garlic for the store, as usual, and decides to help them. The father mentions that this is their job and that Grid should rest, as he is very busy with his. Although the protagonist expresses that he is not that tired and wants to help, the parents sense that Grid will ask for something in return, and he responds that he will not. He does not know what image his parents have of him. The father explains that it is not common to see Grid helping at home, and the protagonist holds a head of garlic thinking that these are the products his parents will sell in the store. Although the outer skin is hard, the skin that surrounds each garlic is thin, making them difficult to peel. Grid thinks of using his fingers as a lever and using his strength properly so as not to damage the garlic clove. Grid peels a multitude of garlic in an instant and realizes that nowadays people do not buy garlic unless it is peeled. Things that require prior hard work can be sold at a higher price. Then, Grid asks if something happened upon seeing that his parents seem surprised, and the mother asks when Grid became so skilled with his hands. Before, it used to take several hours to peel a single garlic. Grid has just sat down but has already peeled more garlic than his father in an instant, and this is after his father has worked for decades in the vegetable store. The protagonist remembers that it is true. It used to take much longer in the past, and he does not know why he has improved so much when the only thing he did was work with his hands in the blacksmith. Then, he questions whether this is an influence of the dexterity statistic and if the real world can be influenced by things from Satisfy. The story continues with Grid, after having helped his parents and dined, now intending to see how his fan club is doing. Grid cannot believe that the dexterity statistic has an effect in real life, remembering having heard that some people improve their swordsmanship after practicing in Satisfy. The protagonist blushes at the thought that in real life he could also use this special and secret technique. Then, he is surprised to realize that he now has over 2 million members in his fan club. Undoubtedly, becoming the first Duke of Satisfy has brought him a lot of popularity. He marvels at how many people in the world are curious or interested in him, a feeling that pleases our protagonist. Then, he enters No's fan club, being surprised because it has 2.75 million members, a complete madness. Although this time the protagonist does not feel envy, as he is No's master. In a comment, Grid draws attention. It seems they are criticizing his knowledge of pets in Satisfy. A professional wrote an analysis in No's fan club, detailing the reasons why Grid is ignorant and knows nothing about pets. A pet changes shape and becomes stronger as it levels up. However, No's appearance has not changed since the international competition. They believe Grid does not know how to raise No properly. Perhaps the main reason is that he has been busy filming commercials and appearing in the media and has not dedicated much time to Satisfy. Grid is bothered by the comment and exclaims that he stopped appearing in the media some time ago and is now busy working in Ray Dan. Apparently, Grid's knowledge of high-level pets is extremely low. In the case of low-level pets, their loyalty decreases if they are away from their owner for too long, and if loyalty decreases too much, the pet returns to a wild state. Therefore, if a user cannot spend much time with their pet when disconnected, for example, it is better to store the pet in the inventory. But in the case of high-level pets like a Ewe Averni, their loyalty does not decrease even if the pet is separated from its master, meaning Ewe Avernis are allowed to move freely, and when you raise one, you often let it roam free to kill monsters alone and gain levels. No is a pet superior to Ewe Avernis, so it should also have the benefit of great freedom to gain levels. Moreover, not allowing No to move freely is an insult to No. Grid does not deserve to be the master of a high-level pet, wrote the user on the forum. Grid, for his part, reasons that he did not want to take No out because he did not want to share the experience with him, but the protagonist did not know that high-level pets did not lose loyalty and could hunt alone. Grid confirms that his knowledge about pets is terrible and thanks the person for having read this article. With No's image in his head, Grid remembers that he only takes him out to feed him, but the rest of the time he is in the inventory, and the protagonist thinks it must have been suffocating for No. He thanks the guy who wrote the article but will not let them insult him and starts to respond with insults back to the guy. In the castle of Ray Dan, he is high with joy, exclaiming to be the most powerful demon beast from hell, and asks his master if it is time to eat. Grid, for his part, observes that No leveled up many times during the Golem invasion, but his current level has stagnated at 35. The protagonist explains to No that they are in a place called Ray Dan and comments that it is full of delicious monsters. He catches the attention of the little cat. Grid orders No that if he finds anything suspicious while wandering around, he must report it. He mentions that he can eat as many monsters as he wants, but he is not allowed to harm humans. Then, an idea crosses No's mind, and the protagonist confirms that he is free to fly as much as he wants, but he must return immediately as soon as he calls. No sheds a few tears of happiness at the idea of being able to move freely in the world of Satisfy, instead of being trapped in the Grid's inventory. He bursts out of the castle of Ray Dan with great momentum, capturing the attention of the inhabitants. A small black creature begins to be seen in the sky of the crescent Ray Dan. No flies high, praising the kindness of his master, whom he considers the best master in the world. In the future, this day would be remembered as the day the guardian angel of Ray Dan appeared for the first time before the citizens. The summary continues in the capsule room of the real world. Two girls rush out hooded at high speed. One of them exclaims that doing this in secret 3 times a week is really difficult, but she assumes she can't avoid it due to media attention after the battle in Reinhard. Jerem exclaims that today was really fun, and her friend Sarah completely agrees. She was able to use her new ability and had a great time. Sarah mentions that she is already at level 70, while Jerem has risen to level 51. She asks if they leveled up so quickly thanks to the grid's items. Jerem explains that their classes also have a lot of synergy and can do many things despite their low levels. It is then that a voice recognizes the girls as Ruby and the sexy schoolgirl, catching the attention of Grid's sister. Apparently, they are a bunch of cocky boys who exclaim that the night is just beginning. They invite the girls to play Satisfy together for fun. Jerem responds mockingly, exclaiming that they already have their own friends to play with. One of the boys asks if she is referring to Grid's bastard, who always monopolizes the pretty girls, while his companion exclaims that they shouldn't mess with that narcissist. He was worried that they might encounter guys like that due to their popularity. So, he came to pick them up out of concern, but sees that what he feared has indeed happened. A voice exclaims, catching the boys' attention. It is the protagonist Grid, who orders the boys to back off if they don't want him to call the police. He threatens, saying he already has the number on his phone and just needs to press the button to call, but his phone unexpectedly runs out of battery, leaving the protagonist in trouble. The group of boys feels very lucky to encounter the famous Grid, but they see that the protagonist is not satisfied with just playing with Yura and Jishuka, who came for more. Grid curses his bad luck, acting this way because he trusted the police, but now he will have to face these guys alone. In the past, Grid only took the hits and had never hit anyone in real life. He thinks that this capsule room was perfect to come play because no one passes by and recognizes him, but now that factor works against Grid, as there is no one to ask for help. It is the worst scenario. Grid decides to try to persuade the boys and orders them to leave the girls alone if they don't want trouble. One of the guys grabs Sarah and exclaims that they are not committing any crime, they just want to talk, but Grid's sister screams for them to let her go. This act greatly infuriated our protagonist, who warns the bastard that he will kill him, but the guy responds that Grid has become so famous that stories of how they used to bully him in school are all over the internet. Grid is determined and understands that he is the only one who can defend the girls in this situation. He must fight, so he orders the guy again to let her go. One of the bullies approaches Grid, murmuring that the protagonist is famous and rich, so he should be grateful that other people like them can recognize him. He takes the opportunity and tries to hit the protagonist by surprise, mocking Grid, shouting for him to try to do that Pagma thing here. The protagonist, in turn, does not know the limit of his current abilities, so he strikes the guy with great speed. This leaves everyone present dumbfounded. Even the protagonist is surprised by what just happened. The humiliated bully tries to hit Grid again, thinking it was luck. Grid confirms that he could see the blow coming in his direction. It is the same feeling he had yesterday while fighting. It is different from when he uses a sword, but the muscles should be able to be used the same way. Then, he remembers how Piero taught him that if he concentrated his strength in his legs and hips, he could move the upper part of his body more quickly. He tries to use this in real life and imagines that his hand is a sword, using Piero's teachings. Grid strikes a precise blow on the bully again. He loses his balance from Grid's impact, and our protagonist celebrates that it worked. The other bullies do not know what the hell is happening and think that Grid must be using some kind of trick, but they immediately receive a blow from reality. Grid reasons that he is still weak, but his visual acuity has improved. He can see all the movements of the subjects. Hitting the idiot in front of him, he thinks this is the pleasant feeling he felt when pushing his body to the limit when he went to Corco Island. Grid started training at home to be able to experience that feeling again. Now, Grid's muscles respond better and are helping in the fight. The bullies confirm that Grid is not only skilled but also hits hard, dominating the guys. Grid thinks they are weak and that he can do this, mocks the bullies, and asks if they didn't want to fight. The protagonist has also become stronger in reality, so he tries to remember the movements he makes when he is Grid and thinks it is possible. Now, the protagonist could even replicate the foot movements of Pagma's sword dance, but Grid's body does not respond. Then, one of the bullies charges at the protagonist and shouts not to be so arrogant. The protagonist is knocked down and beaten on the ground, while he wonders if this is the limit of his body and if he is unable to withstand Pagma's dance, or maybe all of this was just his imagination. Then, he sees how his sister Sarah is crying and thinks he must protect her. Although he remembers his current situation and thinks it would be better for the girls to call the police. Unexpectedly, Someone asks the bullies if it is not enough, and the guys stop, surprised. Suddenly, everyone is knocked down by a powerful kick to the jaw. She warns the guys not to underestimate the kicks of a professional in 3rd Dan Taekwondo, equivalent to a black belt in karate. The girl exclaims that it would be easy for her to break the nose of guys like them. It is Yeren, who threatens that she has already called for reinforcements and asks if they want to continue with this. The guys grab their companion and decide to withdraw before people start to gather, surprised by the girl's strength. The girls try to help the protagonist up and ask if he is okay. Grid responds that if Yeren is a 3rd Dan Taekwondo professional, she could have stopped them earlier. Jerem replies that a minor should not interfere in a fight between adult men and, with a smile, mentions that Grid was great. For a second, the protagonist thought he was inside the game and wonders if he could have made those kinds of movements thanks to his training. He contests that it was not surprising and was just a fight of one against all. He thinks it must be impossible for the senses unsatisfied to be connected to those of reality. Jerem asks Grid if he can get up, and the protagonist replies that he will lean on her shoulder. He also forbids the girls from coming back to this capsule room, so he will buy a capsule for each of them. Jerem blushes at feeling Grid using her as support to get up and is totally embarrassed to have the protagonist so close. Grid questions if she is going to help him get up or not. Jerem expresses that Grid is really amazing, and Grid does not know what the girl is saying. "Now, hurry up and help me," said the beaten protagonist. In the Satisfy News, they welcome to talk about the members of the Overgeared Guild, who have been the talk of the town recently. The top 100 of the unified ranking has experienced surprising changes. All members of the Overgeared Guild have been increasing their ranking at an unprecedented speed. They have risen 10 positions and now most of them are in the top 40. This is a cataclysm in the ranking. Although the top 7 remains the same, it is speculated that the Overgeared Guild has been gaining levels at a surprising speed, thanks to hunting powerful monsters in the west of the Eternal Kingdom. Rumors say that only a group of rankers of level 280 or higher can enter that zone and survive, so it can be assumed that almost no user wants to go to Raydan because of those monsters, and the flow of population to Raydan is almost non-existent. They then deduce that Duke Grid must be going through many problems going with the protagonist. The Prota thinks that the cataclysm in the ranking is exaggerated, and what he does not understand is how no one has entered the top 7 yet with the items he forged himself. On the other hand, he thinks it is true that they have taken advantage of all the rewards from hunting in this territory, and it has already been 4 months since the protagonist arrived in Raydan. Tobias was the last to update. All members of the former Sadaka Guild have already reached level 300. Then, Grid remembers that he now only has 3 things left to do: the class mission, the Pabranium, and Piero's revenge. Someone asks Grid how much longer he will have to stay in this place, and Grid remembers the boy, who is the greatest. The protagonist exclaims that he has a task for him. He will designate a guard for the young man and orders him to explore the west of the kingdom to see if he can find any golem labyrinth. The boy responds that, by guard, Grid must be referring to those in charge of watching over him. Grid comments to the boy that if he swears loyalty, he will give him more freedom, but the greatest responds that if he wants him to swear loyalty, he must be at least a king. The protagonist remembers that the boy has the talent ability that will reveal itself, and understands that the boy is trying to say that he is so talented that Grid is not worthy of his talent. The protagonist will take this into account and orders him to go explore, an order that the young greatest obeys. Grid reasons that not even Yura knows the whereabouts of Yatin's first servant, so he cannot proceed with the class mission. He assumes that it would be best to start with Piero's revenge. The 30 blacksmiths that can his training will continue to manufacture the necessary supplies, and once the protagonist finishes the 5 items that the guild members requested after completing their 3rd class advancement, Grid will have finished with his pending tasks. Activating his legendary blacksmith creation ability, he decides that the time has finally come to create what he has been preparing for. We see in the window that the protagonist has already used this ability to create 12 objects out of the 15 he has to create. Grid designed boots with a rating between epic and legendary. These boots reduce the protagonist's mobility in exchange for giving him more defense. They are boots designed by a legendary blacksmith, crafted with a perfect combination of steel, black iron, and blue orichalcum, which is why they have overwhelming defense. However, their weight severely affects freedom of movement. They are level 320, the main material is steel, which will be combined with blue orichalcum to create heavy boots that will be strong and durable. The protagonist considered Piero's advice to create this new item with his legendary blacksmith creation ability. These boots are not as useful as Braham's boots, but they have exceptional defense, comparable to 2/3 of the defense provided by a set of the same rating. Grid reasons that even if his freedom of movement is affected, it has great synergy with a great sword. The protagonist does not have mobility skills, and his combat style consists of hitting and being hit, so it is a perfectly designed item for him. The protagonist has crafted over 600 items in the last 4 months, and his dexterity stat has surpassed 3,000 points, getting closer to becoming a true legendary blacksmith. In front of the window that asks for the name he will give to the boots, Grid is proud of his work, and from now on, the items he creates with this ability will bear his name. He will call this item Grid's Boots. Then, we are transported to the Vatican, where we see a sad Damien who remembers that precisely for this reason he told her that they should seal the Spear of Lifel. He asks Isabel why so much is demanded and if the church's orders are more important than her own life. Lying in bed, we see Rebecca's daughter, Isabel, who is really worn out. White transformation is an ability possessed by the 3 divine artifacts of the Rebecca Church. Thanks to this ability, Rebecca's daughters can borrow the power of the goddess. It is an ability that grants immense power, but at the same time consumes the user's life energy, as it poses a great burden on the human body. Because the seal of the Spear Lifel was removed a year ago, Isabel has remained in a state of white transformation and is slowly dying. Amid tears, Damian laments that the girl has even lost her hearing and cannot hear his voice. All of this shortly after turning 18. "How much longer will you stay by the side of this tool?" asked a voice to Damian. It was Pascal, the 11th leader of the Juder Church, after the death of Pope Drevigo. Pascal aspired to the papacy with the support of his father, a former viscount of the Saharan Empire who became a count after his son became the 11th leader of the church. This was the perfect opportunity for the largest religious group in the West to fall into the hands of the Saharan Empire. The 5th Pope, Franz, sealed the divine artifacts after seeing the effects they caused, but Pascal convinced the elders that the church weakened because of this and is now preventing the Lifel spear from being sealed again. Damian believes that Isabel is dying because of him and warns Pascal to stop treating Rebecca's daughters as mere tools. The Pope responds that they are just educated and trained tools to wield the 3 divine artifacts and use their life energy to borrow the goddess's power. Damian asks Pascal not to be swayed by the useless sympathy for Pope Franz, but Pascal confesses that he has already decided to seek Pagma's successor and ask him to release the seals of the other artifacts. Damian emphasizes that Rebecca's daughters are not tools. They have always used their powers for the good of the Rebecca Church, and the goddess will not forgive Pascal's attitude. Damian declares that Pascal will never have his approval, while Pascal asserts that a mere paladin seduced by the beauty of the tools should not speak on behalf of the goddess Rebecca. Damian orders him to be silent and promises to destroy the elder's repugnant vision, becoming Pope for Isabel, Rin, and Luna. Then, a window shows that he has accepted the mission to become the SS-rank Pope. The favorite candidate for the future Pope Pascal is planning to use the Rebecca Church as a political tool. You, as the agent of the goddess, must have the ambition for Pascal, Damian, to become Pope in the papal election that will take place in 3 months. As rewards, he will receive a 2nd degree of Pope, the armor of the goddess Rebecca, the helmet of the goddess Rebecca, and the gloves of the goddess Rebecca. If he fails in the mission, Pascal will become Pope, and the Rebecca Church will decline even further in the days of Drevigo. Pascal wonders when this boy obtains so much divine power and if it is the power of the goddess's agent. Amid laughter, he exclaims that he will accept, as the goddess's agent also has the right to aspire to be the next pope. He warns the boy that more than half of the votes belong to him, Pascal, but hopes that this experience will help the young man see that his foolishness is merely the work of his folly. He has an order for Rebecca's daughter, Isabel, informing her that a temple of Yatin has been discovered in the vicinity of a village called Kent, located in the Saharan Empire, and orders Isabel to take care of it. Upon receiving no response, he asks if the girl cannot hear him, then asks the elders to write this order. Damian shouts, asking what Pascal is doing. Pascal explains that he is making the most of his white transformation. Before his life energy runs out, he asks the boy not to worry, as they already have a substitute when his life energy runs out. Damian curses the bastard and exclaims that he himself will take on the tasks assigned to Isabel. Pascal responds that going against an order from the elders acting on behalf of the Pope is, essentially, going against the Pope himself. Damian mentions that he is the agent of the goddess and proclaims himself the most suitable to act in place of the Pope. Pascal reasons that if the boy wants to go to the battlefield on his own, it is better for him, as being away from here will decrease his chances of winning the election. He then accepts the boy's proposition and warns him to do it properly while handing over a letter. The leader of the Juder Church hints that if Damian fails, these responsibilities will return to Isabel's hands. We return to the Great Forge of Raydan, where Grid has finished forging the legendary blacksmith's craft. The testimony of a level 5 god's weapon increased the statistics of the crafted item by 19%. The protagonist sighs in relief for finishing his work while wiping the sweat from his face. He crafted a unique item, so all his statistics will permanently increase by 4 points. Reputation across the continent increased by 150 points, totaling 25,110 reputation points, and he will be able to use the reputation shop upon exceeding 30,000 points. The protagonist can assume it was a success, despite there being no legendary items after the 630 items crafted in the last 4 months. This is the 5th unique item crafted, which grants 438 defense points, although it reduces movement speed by 10% and evasion rate by 7%. Still, it increases defense by 12% against attacks to the lower body while wearing it. There is a 25% chance of failure in movement skills, and defense will increase by 15% in dark places. The special event that occurs every 5 legendary items crafted decreases the statistics that the protagonist receives per created item. Grid has already crafted 8 legendary items so far and does not know what kind of penalty will be applied when he crafts a total of 10 legendary items. Considering the overall performance, creating unique items is better than creating legendary ones, which represents less stress for Grid. The protagonist does not wish to be weakened again, so he does not want to create more legendary items. Khan's apprentice blacksmiths are amazed by Duke Grid's work, praising him. He knows that low-level blacksmiths cannot fully understand his work, but they are progressing faster than he imagined, probably thanks to Khan's teaching. Grid thinks that at least 6 of them will become advanced blacksmiths, which will be a great help. He decides to enhance these boots, as he will use them for a long time before completing the set. The protagonist has the ability to increase the probability of enhancing an item, so it will not be very difficult to do so. The price of enhancement stones has increased and now costs about $800,000 to enhance an item to the maximum. Remembering that the news reported that the demand for enhancement items from high-level users has increased drastically, as it is becoming increasingly difficult to level up. Therefore, the protagonist plans to acquire a stock of enhancement stones in case the probability of obtaining them decreases even further. The boys sigh, and Grid asks why they seem so depressed. They explain that while they are crafting the boots and gloves that Count Lowell requested, they cannot help but think that their work is just trash compared to Duke Grid's. They then ask the protagonist that, if it is not too much trouble, to teach them how to do it so they can imitate him. Grid did not expect this proposal, as it is uncomfortable since they are already receiving teachings from Khan, and he does not want to interfere. However, someone places a hand on his shoulder. It is Elder Khan, who asks the protagonist not to worry about him and to teach something to the novices, who are just starting, like he did in the past. Blacksmith Grid thinks it is true and can see himself in the past in these boys. Determined, he will show the young ones how he crafts the boots that the novices have been making for Count Lowell. Meanwhile, in the Vatican, Damian says goodbye to Isabel, promising that he will return soon. The girl manages to murmur Damian's name with great effort, and the boy assures her that he will succeed to return very soon, exclaiming that he is strong and will protect her at all costs. Then, Isabel asks if he remembers the person who brought divine punishment upon Drevigo when no one else could and saved the Rebecca Church. She remembers that it was also thanks to him that she could become an agent of the goddess. He is the only person who can seal the lethal spear. Upon seeing the mission, he realizes that the mission's destination is a place near the eastern side of the empire, but it is also close to the western side of the Eternal Kingdom. We return to the great city of Raydan, where the young blacksmiths praise how incredible Grid is, unable to believe that the protagonist crafted this work of art so easily. A window informs that the breath of the legendary level 4 blacksmith has been activated, increasing the statistics of the crafted item by 9%. The legendary blacksmith skill, Witness of a level 5 god's weapon, has also been activated, further increasing the statistics by 19%. Grid crafted a pair of simple steel boots of legendary quality, and since he crafted a legendary item, all his statistics will permanently increase by 10 points. Reputation across the continent will increase by 500 points, while the rest praise the skills of the legendary blacksmith. Grid thinks that because of this, he can now only craft one legendary item before it gets nerfed again. He wasted an opportunity on a trash item. On the same day, among the countless stories in Satisfy, the determination of a man began a new story, a story that narrated his adventures and those of another protagonist. Damian thinks he might find Grid there and will find him, asking Isabel to wait for him, as he will bring the only person who can help them at this moment, the legendary blacksmith. Later, we see Grid walking through the city, lamenting that a pair of simple steel boots came out with legendary quality and cursing his bad luck again. He then decides to prepare to fight against the Knights of the Saharan Empire, who are indeed powerful, although Grid does not have much money. He has already used most of the materials from the guild's warehouse, and the money he obtained as a reward for the golem invasion has already been used by the guild. He remembers that he also sold most of his items at the beginning to be able to have the items he has now. He cannot believe that he has only about 20,000 gold left. But no matter how many times he reviews his inventory, he cannot find anything to sell. Then, he comes across an item called Essence of the Goddess, and wonders if he can sell it, but since he cannot evaluate the item with his skill, he does not know what it might be used for. Grid obtained it by defeating Drevigo and reasons that it could be valuable. He assumes that a certain person must know something about it. Back at the castle, Rabbit mentions that, as a merchant, he trusts his ability to recognize the value of most things, but even he has no idea what value this might have. Grid asks if he can sell it, and Rabbit replies that, considering it is an object that contains the divine power of the goddess Rebecca, he suggests to Grid not to sell it so carelessly. The protagonist explains that he needs money for the enhancement stones, and Rabbit decides to show something that might interest Grid. Grid recognizes the map they have been working on for the last 4 months and can see that the West Desert is indeed vast. Rabbit comments that if they are able to restore the desert by exterminating the giant worms, Grid would be able to achieve a feat comparable to the exploits of the founder and supreme ruler of the North, King Lauren, according to information obtained from the imprisoned administrator. There is a yellow mithril mine in the area that Rabbit points out on the map. They also believe that the villages discovered south of the Event River are mining settlements. It is then that the new administrator asks Grid if he remembers when he requested half of the guild's funds for alchemy facilities. He justifies that if they can develop synergy between alchemy and Grid's blacksmithing skills, they could turn Raydan into a second Talima. Grid is surprised to remember that Talima is the city of the dwarves, said to have all kinds of battle equipment. He also recalls that it was said that no human can enter there because it is in the territory of Traga, the fire dragon. Although Grid also remembers that the materials for alchemy are expensive and the success rate is low, he said he needed money to buy enhancement stones. He then asks why Rabbit is talking about all this, since he is unaware of these things, and that is why he tasked Rabbit with it. The administrator, Rabbit, thinks that as a governor, Grid shows little interest in almost anything, even if they are very tempting plans, but he trusts his subordinates, those he has chosen for each area. This is the characteristic that an ideal governor needs. He then explains that fairy dust is a material that significantly increases the success rate in alchemy and can be made from yellow mithril. Grid thanks him for the information but does not understand why Rabbit keeps talking about alchemy, to which Rabbit responds that through alchemy, they can create enhancement stones. This idea catches Grid's attention, as he did not know there was another way to obtain them besides drops from boss monsters. Rabbit explains that they can be crafted through alchemy. The probability of success is extremely low, but things could be completely different if they have yellow mithril. This excites the protagonist, who proposes to reclaim that territory immediately, asking if the mine is south of the Event River. Rabbit comments that there is a problem, as the exploration group they sent to the mines was forced to retreat after being defeated by a monster. Grid responds that they already knew that the monsters in that area are indeed powerful, so they will have to send the Overgeared clan. The exploration group that was defeated was from the Overgeared clan, Rabbit reveals, taking a sip from his cup. This surprises Grid, who knows that the clan members are in the top 40 of the unified ranking and have even completed their third-class advancement. He does not understand how they were annihilated. It was not long ago that Regis completed his third-class advancement and became an Ashura. The martial artist wanted revenge for the fight they had in the international competition. He became ridiculously powerful, and Grid won precisely thanks to his immortality passive and Piero's training. Rabbit continues to explain that the strength of this monster transcends imagination, and that is why he recommended something, but Grid interrupts him, believing he knows what he is going to say. Grid understands that it is time to unite the exploration clan and decides to leave immediately. Later, Grid exclaims the name Doppelganger and asks the guys if that is the monster that made them retreat. Pawn confirmed what Grid said, explaining that it is a monster. Piero responds affirmatively, explaining that it is a monster that transforms by copying the appearance and abilities of its target, and the monster copied the appearance of someone more powerful than them, which is why they could not defeat it. Regis explains that this thing uses a sword as big as Dawn's sleeves and is as strong and fast as Grid. Although Faker corrects that the monster's swordsmanship was superior to the protagonist's, Grid reasons that the entire clan faced the monster and had to retreat, so he wonders if it is at the level of Hell Gao in its strongest form. At this, Piero exclaims that he will also go with them, and the protagonist is moved to see that the swordsman has improved his appearance since the last time they met, exclaiming that it is perfect for him to join them on this raid. Vander directly asks why he would have to come, the farmer, and if he has things to do in the field. Lowell, on the other hand, was able to see how impressive Piero was and thinks he will be of great help. He then reasons that Grid plans to use Piero's skills to explore the territory, deducing that the protagonist is becoming wiser. Many people underestimated Grid's power, saying that he became weaker than most of them because they completed their third-class advancement, but the truth is that they are all mistaken. Grid is constantly growing and asks if everyone is ready. Along with the guild guys and Piero, the protagonist mentions that it has been a long time since they had an adventure together. If you don't want to miss the upcoming releases, subscribe to the channel and leave a like. This is very important to us, along with your comments. I look forward to seeing you in the next Nerd Recap. Later, in the desert, Vander warns about 4 giant worms to the left, but Regis instantly strikes them down with his fierce lightning of Ashura. Lowell exclaims that it was incredible. The martial artist is no longer at the level of a saint of the fist. He is now a true god of combat. Grid calculates that Regis has become stronger since the last time they fought. It seems he has already gotten used to Ashura, his third-class advancement, and his combat power has practically doubled. And the rest have not fallen behind. Galloping on a camel, Pawn clears the way with his spear skill. Lowell is surprised because the spearman will take out 5 worms in a moment and remembers that Pawn's power increases when he uses a mount. The envious Vander orders the young man not to be surprised by someone who needs the help of an animal. Grid recalls that he also has the passive of Pagma's dance, which passively increases his attack power, but he cannot benefit from it when activating the dance skills. He acknowledges that the spearman is very strong, despite his stats and items being worse than his. Now Grid can feel the difference between himself and a user who has completed their third-class advancement and has the passive weapon mastery skill. Then, Lowell calls Grid to warn that they are being attacked by basilisks from the side. They are the most powerful monsters in this area, and he exclaims that it will be difficult for them to dodge the petrification attack, as the desert sand hinders movement. He proposes to follow the plan and make a detour, but the protagonist charges into the attack. Here the manual explains that the awakening of stats is a system that improves stat performance every 100 levels. For example, each time a user increases their strength stat by 1, their attack power increases by 0.3 and their health by 7 points. But a user who has surpassed level 300 will gain 0.4 and 9 points for each respective point of strength. Because of this, it was not strange that the members of the Overgeared clan, who had already surpassed level 300, had better stats than Grid, who was still at level 275. We see here that the salamanders begin to charge an attack, but the protagonist stops them with his wave skill, thanks to his negative levels at the beginning, item crafting, and all his titles. Grid's total stats are very high compared to the other clan members, and he ends one of the basilisks. Then, the clan members warn Grid that they are surrounding him. Grid dodges an attack from the monsters while performing Pagma's dance, and it is explained to us that the reason Grid was relaxed, despite confirming Regis and Pawn's growth, was that he was sure he would have more advantage when he reached level 300. Because of this, Grid was not anxious and began training again. Then he finishes off another monster using the assassination skill of Pagma's fencing. Pawn is surprised because the attacks were dodged while he performed the sword dance. They cannot believe how much Grid has improved. On the other hand, they do not understand how Grid can move like that in the desert. Faker deduces that it might be due to his new boots and mentions that his attacks are surprisingly powerful. Grid, on the other hand, is trapped between the monsters and orders the boys to stop talking to help him. Then, Piero mentions that he still does not see improvements in Grid's fencing, a comment that leaves Vander perplexed, asking if the farmer has gone mad. The knight exclaims that 200 meters ahead, 2 monster bosses have appeared at the same time, warning the protagonist that numerous desert frogs are also approaching from 800 meters away, so they propose to leave the area. However, the protagonist's response is to advance and finish off the monsters to avoid prolonging this. Finally, the boys arrive at the Event River area. Pawn exclaims, tired, that it has already been 10 hours since they left Raydan. Vander mentions that they would have arrived much earlier if they had used Uroy's terrain recognition skills, but the protagonist wanted to fight all these monsters. Grid murmurs that despite having defeated so many field bosses, They only manage to get 2 epic items and 5 enhancement stones. Pawn, on the other hand, cannot understand how Grid still has so much stamina. Thacker explains to Grid that everyone is tired and stamina recovers very slowly outdoors, so he proposes to camp, which the protagonist accepts, asking them to prepare the tents and something to eat. Vander opens the food and is disappointed to see that it is again rainbow potatoes. He says they are delicious, but they are tired of eating them all the time. But Lowell reminds him that it is the only food available in Raydan and they need to save money. The bald man mentions that professional chefs are capable of cooking with wild ingredients and monster meats, and their meals even grant certain enhancers, so he asks Grid for a good chef. Grid reasons that they could ask Euphemina to copy the cooking skills, as she has already duplicated many skills to help with blacksmithing and in the city. Although it is not a bad idea to look for a cook, Grid proposes to rest for 4 hours and exclaims that he will be responsible for keeping watch, surprising the boys, who cannot believe that Grid volunteered. Thacker states that Grid should rest, as he will be the center of this raid, so they will take care of the watch. Vander is tired of walking all day, but exclaims that this is his responsibility as the tank of the group. Lowell, on the other hand, proposes that since it is only 4 hours, Mr. Piero should take care of the watch, as he does not participate in the fights. Piero agrees and asks the boys to rest well. Regis comments that they cannot do that. It would be unnecessary to ask a farmer to watch this dangerous place. Still, Grid exclaims that they will be fine, joking that Piero is not an ordinary farmer, but a legendary farmer. Farmers protect their crops from beasts. So, Piero should have a good sense of perception, and they can trust him. The strategist praises Grid's decision. Later at night, Piero watches over the dangers of the desert while the boys rest and sleep. Leaving everything in the hands of a trusted comrade and sleeping, thinks the swordsman, feeling nostalgic as he remembers his days with the Red Knights. Then, he realizes that the forest they are heading to is not far from here. He can feel a great aura coming from there. The next day, Grid asks if this is the mysterious forest from which the boys had to retreat. He does not understand how this bamboo forest has not been affected by desertification. Lowell replies that the doppelganger takes care of blocking the monsters, and thanks to that, the mountain range and the mines behind this forest have been well preserved. Windows inform the boys that they have entered the mysterious forest. His mind calms, but due to the excessive tranquility, he feels powerless. Vander murmurs that this feeling brings him bad memories. The cautious Grid comments that the boys are very sensitive, but Thacker responds that they also felt confident when entering here for the first time. Grid thinks that the boys are exaggerating, but Thacker becomes tense upon noticing that the monster has appeared. The doppelganger is sitting quietly on a stone with its back turned. Grid observes it with curiosity, but a shiver runs down his body as he remembers seeing that silhouette before, in the murals of the Lauren Waterfall Cave. It is none other than Pagma. Grid stands in front of the monster and draws his sword, feeling his heart beating very fast. The protagonist is nervous and agitated, but not out of fear of its murderous intent, but rather from the feeling of admiration and inferiority at being in front of his predecessor. It is instinctive. He remembers his companion's words warning that it wields a sword as large as the Dine Sieve, is as fast and strong as him, but its fencing is superior to his. The protagonist cannot believe that the doppelganger has copied Pagma, although he does not understand how it did so, since the real Pagma died 100 years ago. Grid tries to concentrate, apologizing that what he has in front of him is just an empty shell. Then, the monster looks at Grid with curiosity but immediately attacks the protagonist. Grid barely manages to block the blow and calculates that its destructive power is comparable to Helgao's. The protagonist asks Lowell if a doppelganger can perfectly copy the abilities of its target. The strategist replies that if the target is stronger than the doppelganger, then no. The doppelganger's attacks are having an effect, and we see that the durability of Fracasso is decreasing. Grid cannot believe it. The monster is overpowering him, despite being an imperfect copy of Pagma's abilities. And he confirms why he was known as the best swordsman. After a long time, it is the first time that Fracasso has been injured so quickly. The protagonist assumes that the monster's sword is also taking all this damage. Then, Lowell shouts that the items a doppelganger copies are an exception. Its copy is as durable as orichalcum and is capable of regenerating, as it is made from a part of its own body, meaning its weapon is stronger than the original. Grid doubts that the copy is stronger than Pagma's equipment, but curses himself, as Fracasso is the result of 2 hard years of work as a blacksmith, and still feels that he is far from reaching Pagma's level. Vander wants to help, but the effects of the forest significantly reduce their strengths. Pawn exclaims that they can only wait for Grid to hold out until the doppelganger decides to attack them. Then the boys notice that the doppelganger's fencing is very similar to Grid's. Lowell confirms and explains that the doppelganger copied one of the 9 legends of this world and Grid's predecessor, Pagma. He concludes that the invasion of the golems eventually allowed Grid to encounter the doppelganger. It seems that the game had programmed this for Pagma's successor, and Grid will undergo a great change after this battle. The protagonist realizes that Pagma has cornered him, and with no other option, decides to use Pagma's sword dance. However, someone shouts for him not to rush, and the protagonist cancels his attack, avoiding a fatal blow from the doppelganger. Grid thinks that if he had continued with Pagma's dance, the monster's great sword would have easily pierced his heart, and he wonders who warned him. He discovers that the warning came from the swordsman Piero, who explains that the difference between the protagonist and the doppelganger is not that great, and he shouldn't worry too much, as he knows the swordsmanship the monster is using, making it easier to deal with him. The protagonist decides to focus on footwork to predict the monster's next attack, resolves to fight seriously, and follow Piero's teachings. Moreover, he will also pay attention to the monster's shoulder movements. He then manages to predict a strike to his right and successfully dodges a fatal blow, resulting in an effective evasion. Tobias is extremely surprised to see that Grid managed to dodge an attack for the first time in combat, and Faker does not know how he accomplished it. This also leaves the false Pagma completely flustered, as he did not expect anyone to be able to evade his blade. The clan members realize that the protagonist succeeded thanks to Piero's advice and wonder if Piero is just a farmer. Amid all this, Grid uses the skill link of Pagma's swordsmanship. The doppelganger decides to use the same skill, so Grid chooses to use the assassination skill in conjunction, something the false Pagma also decides to do. Both cause a massive explosion with the impact of their attacks. The protagonist curses the copier and decides to use a fusion technique, attacking with the skill Transcend Link to unleash 20 consecutive strikes. Then Pagma decides to use the rotation skill, and with agile movements of his sword, he manages to dodge Grid's attack, and furthermore, he returns the attack to the protagonist. Grid cannot avoid his own attack and confirms that this is his end. His friends are worried about their leader, who will not be able to regain his composure and will take all the damage from the blow. However, Piero intervenes, blocking all the strikes with his sword. Everyone is surprised by Piero's strength. Grid did not know that Piero was so strong. The swordsman managed to block the Transcend Link skill with relative ease. Piero mentions that this is an opportunity for Grid to learn Pagma's swordsmanship from the insignificant copier. Grid reasons that if Piero is so strong, he should defeat him, but decides to heed his advice and learn more about Pagma's swordsmanship. Piero explains that a great sword is powerful but slow. Thrusting with a great sword is very sensitive, as there are no hidden movements, and Grid should not think too much to respond to this attack. Grid decides to use footwork to move quickly and dodge the attacks. Grid manages to dodge an attack, surprising the doppelganger. Piero comments that when executing a failed attack, he leaves a large opening due to his posture. Grid seizes the opportunity to counterattack and manages to strike the monster's body. Layla is excited to see Pagma's muscles, and Regis thinks he must train much harder to reach that level. Grid makes the most of the weight of his new boots to apply more weight to the tip of his sword, causing a critical damage of 17,790 points to Pagma. However, the blow was not enough to finish off the monster. He recovers and attacks the opening left by Grid's attack. The protagonist finds himself in a high-risk situation again. He did not manage to deal much damage with his normal attack, and the monster has an incredible regeneration ability. Piero intervenes once more, easily blocking Pagma's attack, advising the protagonist to use his golden blades not only to defend but also to attack. He orders Grid to start over and will train him until he becomes a worthy rival. Grid learns hard lessons, understanding that the teachings he will receive will not be free. Grid soon advances against the clone of Pagma, always learning something, but is quickly defeated again. Piero teaches Grid that the upward cutting attack wastes his power, as he also has to overcome gravity, so he deduces that Grid thought of these types of attacks to hit the enemy's blind spots, but these attacks are not convenient for this type of weapon, so he orders Grid to think again. He says that in a battle where your focus is to defeat an opponent with a high degree of durability and life, that is not the best solution, so he tells him to think again. Grid learns the lesson but loses when he reaches the second. It is such powerful and precise swordsmanship that the slightest mistake would mean his death. When the protagonist learns the second lesson, he ends up being defeated in the third. However, Piero comes to his rescue, saving him countless times. Piero mentions that the power of Grid's golden blades is weak, so he proposes using them to block the enemy's field of vision. A thrust should be reserved for situations where one is sure to hit. Hitting the opponent with a great sword is more appropriate using cutting movements. Then, he orders Grid to start over. The protagonist knows that Piero is harsh, but he is giving infinite lives, continuing the training against the clone of Pagma. The guild members notice that Grid is putting in a lot of effort. Tun believes that even with Piero by his side, fighting for more than half a day must be hell for the protagonist. Vander also believes that Grid's stamina will run out if he continues fighting this monster. Faker notes that this is confrontation number 51, and Grid's growth is incredible. The protagonist is avoiding all critical hits. At first, he was completely dominated by the doppelganger, but now Grid is also landing some hits. Pawn mentions that, in this case, they cannot help Grid, as this is a powerful training session. The members notice that Piero is giving lessons to Grid, making him stronger. They cannot believe that the NPC is really just a simple farmer and wonder what his true identity is. Regis comments that he is jealous of Grid for having a powerful NPC teaching him and protecting his life. Then, Grid falls on his back, completely exhausted. He has exhausted his stamina from fighting for half a day. Although Grid's health has decreased by 10%, Piero believes he should let the protagonist rest a bit and then calls Regis. The martial artist does not know if he is really being called by him. Piero mentions that he has been watching him and sees potential in him, so he proposes that Regis face the creature while Duke Grid rests. Regis is excited at the thought that Piero will also train him and thanks him enthusiastically. Vander thought Piero was an NPC who only taught Grid, but he gets excited thinking that they will also have an opportunity. Soon after, we see Piero holding the knocked-out Regis and ordering the next one to step up. The swordsman wants to see how these young ones grow and become stronger so he can practice with them when he becomes the sword saint. Time continued to pass as the young ones grew stronger, and the doppelganger began to feel fatigue after so many confrontations. The doppelganger, unlike humans, is a heteromorphic being. He has protected this forest for the last 100 years and believed that this occasion would be like those in the past. After all, countless humans had invaded the forest, but all were defeated. However, something was different now. He wanted to finish them off and kill them quickly, but they kept getting back up after being defeated. Moreover, among them was one very different. The doppelganger calculated that his power was similar to that of the original Pagma, although it was inferior. He did not know how much longer he could fight against this man, but he had to protect the forest, this mysterious grove, and especially that hill. He had to protect the only person who did not disrespect him but respected him, protecting the increasingly blurred memory of his only light. He had to protect her from humans. Grid attacks, and the doppelganger tries to imitate him, copying the assassination skill. If it was the same skill as the doppelganger's, he would use it faster and employ the assassination skill. But then, Grid quickly changes the form of his dance. The protagonist interrupts the dance for the thrust and switches to a cutting attack. Grid fully impacts his link skill of Pagma's swordsmanship. He praises himself for being incredible and celebrates that the monster's health has fallen below 20%. Piero reasons that a master silently detects the limits of his student. A powerful opponent makes you break your limits, but a perfect opponent makes you forget that you have limits. Piero did not think the monster would make Grid's skills grow to this level and envies him for finding a perfect opponent, but wishes Duke Grid to be careful at this point. Seeing the movements that the doppelganger will make, he deduces that the real fight will begin now. The copy of Pagma begins to assume a completely unknown posture to Grid. He does not know this posture and reasons that it will be a new skill. Pagma steps firmly and uses the pinnacle skill. After that, he unleashes a powerful vertical cut that goes straight for the protagonist. This hits Grid squarely, leaving him unable to react. Grid is severely damaged by the targeted skill, which he cannot avoid. The skill even pierced his light armor, ignoring the defense. This skill is different from the other sword dances that add damage proportional to physical damage. Piero shudders to see that it is a skill that Grid could not avoid. The sword movement was a perfect line. It is the pinnacle of perfect swordsmanship. He reflects that Pagma was a blacksmith who was also very skilled in swordsmanship, and the more Piero sees his swordsmanship, the more he wishes he had known him. Grid comments that he learned the 5 dances of Pagma after seeing them in the murals of the waterfalls. They seem like simple dances, but other people cannot easily imitate them, and even if they can, they cannot activate the effect of the dance. In fact, Pagma's sword dance is very intense and complicated. Grid does not know if it is because he is Pagma's successor or due to the results of this training, but his eyes can clearly see the doppelganger. He proposes to the monster to end this once and for all. He has observed his movements very well, and it is time to show that he is Pagma's successor. The doppelganger cannot believe that Grid has managed to replicate his movements so easily. Grid firmly plants his foot, and Piero is also incredulous that Grid will attempt it after seeing it only once. A window shows Grid that he has learned a new skill. It is then that Grid uses the pinnacle skill of Pagma's swordsmanship. This last one is a sword dance that expresses the essence of a god, inflicting 700% physical damage to a target. This skill ignores 60% of the target's defense, and to use it, one must have a sword-type weapon equipped. The attack that Grid launched seems overwhelming. Due to the damage, he thinks this is a skill that lies between linking and assassinating, but the mana cost and cooldown time are less than those of assassination. Thanks to being a target-directed skill, it will finish off the doppelganger. Although the monster begins to perform another dance of Pagma, it starts to flow with the attack and redirects it to Grid using the rotation skill. The guild members are startled to see that he returned his own attack. Piero curses himself for not being able to arrive in time and thinks that Grid will be hit by the blow he just learned. However, Grid manages to imitate the movements of the doppelganger once again. Piero is surprised because Grid was able to execute this new skill at the perfect moment, a level at which he can stop focusing on controlling his body and start predicting his opponent's movements. Grid uses the rotation skill, which will return all attacks he receives within half a second after the skill is cast, with 100% of the original power. At this moment, the passives of the Failure Sword and the Sacred Gauntlets are activated, managing to impact several consecutive attacks. The blows hit the doppelganger squarely, who cannot react to Grid's overwhelming power. Piero reasons that Grid is growing at a surprising speed and shouts that it is time to finish off the monster. Grid decides to put an end to it and activates the Assassination Link skill, striking with several consecutive critical hits on Pagma's clone. These attacks destroy the monster's body. The doppelganger begins to laugh as it disappears, then closes its eyes, accepting its end. It remembers the first time it met the girl and asked her name, but it can no longer remember that smile. Still, it murmurs that it misses her and the sound of her laughter. As it disappears, it wonders if it will be okay, and a window informs that Grid's stamina has been exhausted due to the maximum number of Assassination Link strikes. Since Grid's stamina is now 0, he will not be able to move. All the guild members have been defeated at least 10 times, but the protagonist has lost 82 times. Finally, they achieved victory after 23 hours and 21 minutes. A window shows that the protagonist defeated the doppelganger of the mysterious forest, which existed for 153 years. A new dawn rises before them after they have pushed their limits. The companions praise the protagonist for being incredible. Grid feels that he is going to die because his stamina is null, and Regis offers a rainbow potato so he can recover. Piero thinks it is a pity not to have been born in the same era as Pagma and Miller, but feels lucky to live in the same era as the person who inherited Pagma's power. He exclaims that Grid is the only person who can help him become the Saint of the Sword. Later, we see that Grid seems curious about the true form of the doppelganger, although it does not seem to have died, as it is still writhing. Lowell reveals that the monster only lost the form of the copied person, but its core remains intact. Once defeated, its abilities and intelligence are massively degraded, so its current state is no different from death. Grid asks if they should kill it, but Lowell believes that its power can still be useful and proposes to let it recover. Grid agrees, determined to see the rewards, which include 6,300 gold, 8.5 million experience points, and about 40 enhancement stones. He also obtained a Guardian's necklace with a unique rating and a unique Guardian's bracelet. These are accessories made by the doppelganger of the mysterious forest, which grant the bearer defense and willpower. Vander exclaims that it is amazing to find an accessory that grants defense to the user. Moreover, they have a very high value, although he is disappointed to see that they have no further effects, despite costing a lot to defeat the doppelganger. Grid reasons that the defense they grant is comparable to that provided by level 300 gloves and boots. It is basically like equipping additional armor. But that is not all, as they offer points to the Indomitable statistic. Indomitable grants a certain probability of nullifying a percentage of the damage received. The lower the health, the higher the probability. The effects of these two items are disappointing. Grid has the indomitable statistic at 900 points and still has never seen its effects. Grid thinks that blacksmiths cannot make accessories, so they would still be useful to him. He asks the clan if he can keep them. Tobias replies that no one is interested in them, and since Grid was the main contributor to the raid, he can keep them. Vander also agrees, and Grid thanks the guys. The monster also drops a large doppelganger sword of legendary rank, which grants a great attack power, although it reduces the attack speed by 6%. Among its features, it ignores 20% of the enemy's defense, increases the attack power of skills by 20%, and is level 320. It is a great sword that the doppelganger of the mysterious forest copied, imitating the work of the legendary blacksmith Pagma. But the resemblance is only in appearance. The power is not comparable to Pagma's works. Pawn is surprised by the incredible performance. Grid, for his part, thinks it is certainly surprising because it increases the power of skills by 20%, but it is not as good as failure, so it is not useful to him. Pawn declares that it is a pity that no one in the clan can use it, as, except for Grid, there is no member who fights with a great sword. Tun comments that he tried in the past but could only swing it. He suggests that Grid use the two-sword style. Grid asks if he is referring to wielding two swords at the same time. Lowell replies that Grid can use any weapon, and he is strong enough. Still, the protagonist thinks that if he wields two heavy swords, he will not be able to swing them properly and will end up on the ground. Lowell mentions that Tun uses two claw gauntlets and, along with Piero, can teach him. Moreover, if they consider how the protagonist has improved his skills, he has the potential to surpass imagination. Piero reflects that a two-sword style with two huge swords is theoretically impossible, but it may be possible if they are talking about Pagma's successor. Grid thinks that a sword dance that has the attack power of failure multiplied by the effect of the doppelganger's great sword would be incredible. Although he knows it is a bit exaggerated for him to keep all the items they obtained during the raid, someone tells him not to think too much. The guys in the clan mention that Grid is the only one wielding a great sword in the clan. And although they think about selling it to split the money, they do not like the idea of giving a legendary item to another ranker outside the clan. The guys trust that Grid can handle two giant swords and ask him not to worry about them. Not used to receiving expectations and support, Grid sincerely thanks the guys. Later, the guys stop after advancing a bit into the forest, and Facker comments that they have advanced a lot into the forest and still have not seen anything. Uroi replies that probably the doppelganger made sure no human entered this forest. Then he sees something and warns his lord. The guys found a cabin in the middle of the mountain and do not understand why there is one since no person can enter the forest. Vander enters exclaiming that if there is something strange, it must be explored immediately, although Uroi scolds him for entering strange places without knocking on the door. Inside the cabin, it can be seen that no one has cleaned the place for decades. It seems that someone used to live there, and they decide to take a look. Vander locates an old storage box and finds it suspicious, so he decides to break it open to see what is inside. After hitting it hard, the window informs that nothing happened. Vander cannot believe the hardness of the box, and Lowell deduces that it is locked by the system and they will need the key to open it. Grid, for his part, smells treasure and decides to try to open it. Pawn, in the background, does not know what the protagonist is holding in his hand. Grid inserts the master key he made into the box and opens it, surprising everyone. Inside the box, he can only find an old book. Upon opening it, it seems to be a diary, and from the writing, he deduces that the owner used to be a child. Lowell realizes that the diary starts in the year 259 of the royal calendar, and Grid calculates that this was about 146 years ago. Facker proposes that the protagonist read it since the rest are tired and need to rest. Grid begins to read in the year 259 of the kingdom, June 2nd. At this time of year, the moon vines are already ripe. So I went to collect some in the grove near the entrance of the village. This one should be very sour. I like it, but I'm sure Dad won't like it and will make that funny face again, the girl murmured between laughs. Then the girl stops upon seeing something that catches her attention. I found a grandmother in the grove. I think I saw her before at the market, the girl reported in her diary. I tried to talk to her, but she ran away. Didn't she know how to speak? The confused girl wondered. When she told her father, he said there are scary monsters in the grove and ordered her not to go back there. But if that grandmother ran away after seeing me, am I the scary one? Questioned the naive girl. On July 2nd, I returned to the grove to give rye bread to the suspicious grandmother I met last time. I wonder if she liked the bread. The grandmother looked curiously at the food. July 25th of the year 259 of the kingdom. Today she didn't run away and watched me while I gathered firewood. I saw her yawn. Year 59 of the kingdom. December 20th. It's already snow season. Soon a lot of snow will fall. Is she still wearing summer clothes? The girl asked, sheltering the doppelganger that copied her appearance. She thinks she will have problems if her father finds out, but she will say she lost it. Then the girl smiles and comments that she and the creature now wearing her scarf look like sisters. The girl was surprised because her new friend could transform into the people she saw. Here we learn that the girl's name is Wendy and she named the creature Randy. Asking Randy if the scarf keeps her warm, she taught some words little by little, and she learned very well by copying the movement of the lips. Randy was very smart. Wendy's father found Randy and tried to shoot her with an arrow, but he couldn't when he saw her smile and say hello. Later, he taught her to hunt, and since then Randy brings us a boar every day. It has always been difficult to get food and survive in winter, but this winter has been different with Randy. I am happy with her, Wendy declared in her diary. Pond deduces that the girl named Randy is the doppelganger, and Vander understands that, according to the diary, the monster was gentler in the past. Grid cannot believe that Randy is really the same doppelganger they fought against. The diary continues in the year 260 of the kingdom, May 24th. Today I turned 16 years old. We live peacefully every day. We no longer go hungry. It seems that there will be nothing special for my birthday, but I think Randy is trying to do something for me. Now it is harder to hunt because there are fewer beasts in the mountain. Then she writes that there was a problem with a deer. Apparently, a villager hunted it by shooting an arrow, and it was the same one Randy was trying to hunt. Wendy tried to resolve the misunderstanding but received a slap from the furious hunter. Randy saw all this and got very angry. I managed to calm Randy quickly, stopping her furious attack, but it was very dangerous. Randy is strong. Today she almost killed someone while the hunter fled scared with his prey. Wendy apologized to her friend Randy for yelling at her, saying that if she wants others to respect her, she must also respect them. While Randy inspects her wound, the girl asks her not to hurt anyone else, even if it is for her. She tells Randy that she doesn't want people to be afraid of her. She wants others to treat her well so they can see how kind she can be while trying to calm her friend. She mentions that today is her birthday and proposes to go collect some vines to celebrate. Randy smiles and accepts her friend Wendy's proposal. Wendy comments that, according to a rumor, the hill behind her house is an amazing mine. They used to go to this place to collect vines and did not imagine it was an amazing mine. Wendy reasons that if they start working in the mine, they will need labor, and if that happens, the situation of the villagers will improve. Then she sees an unknown silhouette, and it is the first time she sees this person, wondering if it is a foreigner. In the spring of the year 270 of the kingdom, I met a man with beauty superior to mine. He had an elegant posture and fair skin. He looked like a prince from a fairy tale. He said the following while touching a rock from the mountain. The minds of humans are still very immature to handle this mineral, yellow mithril and pagma. Grid was startled while reading Wendy's diary. Pagma asked the young girls if they lived around there, revealing to the girls that this is a wonderful place. Wendy wondered if Pagma was really a prince or if he was the legendary blacksmith. He asked the girls if they were twins when he noticed something while observing Randy, being able to see her true nature. I see that it is a special place, not just the land, but also its people, exclaimed the curious blacksmith. It seemed that the prince was able to see through things. He said something that Wendy could not understand and left. This mine is very tempting for humans. I have no doubt it will cause a great conflict. I just hope it falls into the hands of a wise person, Wendy wrote in her diary, repeating Pagma's words. The account continues with some soldiers ordering them to kneel to show respect to the lord of these lands. On May 6th of the year 270 of the kingdom, the lord visited the mine to inspect it and, stroking his mustache, murmured that he could not believe there was a mine like this in his territory. The Lord of Radan asked an elder if he was the chief of the village and if there really was a mine in that dangerous forest, to which the elder replied affirmatively, introducing the man who knew the way to the mine, exclaiming that he would personally guide him to inspect it in the future. The elder praised the Lord of Radan, and these comments pleased the arrogant lord, who then fixed his gaze on the silhouette of Wendy, a young woman. It won't be very difficult to ensure that you never go hungry, but do you believe you can satisfy mine? Asked the Lord of Radan, with hidden intentions. Wendy did not know why, but the Lord's gaze made her very uncomfortable. Other villagers discussed that the repugnant Lord was doing this again. In the past, some young women had been taken this way and were never seen again. They felt pity for Wendy. Later, Wendy met Randy in the forest and commented that this was a scarf she had recently woven, which made her warmer than the previous one. She revealed that the Lord would take her as his concubine soon, and that they could no longer see each other, asking her confused friend to take care of herself. Randy did not understand why her friend had to leave, nor did she understand the meaning of the word concubine. Wendy did not want to leave her father and Randy alone, but whenever outsiders came, many things changed, inevitably altering her village. Holding back tears and forcing a smile, Wendy declared that as long as Randy and her father were well, she would also be fine. For her part, Randy thought that the outsiders made her friend Wendy sad. On November 15th of the year 270 of the kingdom, the group sent by the Lord to inspect the mine were attacked and had to retreat. They said the culprit was the doppelganger of the mysterious forest, and Wendy was worried about Randy, as she had not seen him for several weeks. Unfortunately, her worries became reality. Randy, whom she met by chance, no longer resembled her. The girl wondered how many times her friend had to fight after taking on the appearance of the Lord's knight. Randy was agonizing. The doppelganger promised Wendy that he would be fine, that he would not let humans enter the forest again. Wendy could feel Randy's desire to protect her, but the possibility of losing him terrified her. It was reported that the docile doppelganger began to attack the outsiders after this incident, and Vander could not believe that he had been fighting for over 100 years just to protect that girl named Wendy. Grid remembered that the system mentioned that the Guardian's accessory set was made by the doppelganger of the mysterious forest and questioned if that was why. Although he wondered when he took on the appearance of Pagma, Wendy continued reporting that the medicinal herbs she collected had no effect on Randy. If another subjugation army came to the mine, Randy could truly die. It seems that even a wild beast can have a pure heart when it has something to protect, as hoped. This mine is too much of a temptation for humans, exclaimed a voice that the girls recognized. It was Pagma, who could see that the doppelganger was very injured. He said he needed to treat his wounds. Although he had killed many humans, his actions came from a noble heart. Wendy asked him to stop, that he should not hit an injured person with a hammer. But, to Wendy's surprise, Randy's wounds healed quickly when touched by the hammer. It was like seeing magic. The reason the doppelganger could create a weapon with a material that composes his body is that, technically speaking, he can be considered made of metal. Grid deduced that Pagma used repair. Pagma repaired the doppelganger's body. Something like that was not impossible for Pagma, as he mastered all metals. Then Grid, Pagma's successor, could also be capable of doing something like that. With the creature healed, Pagma warned that the demons of the underworld would rise in this world with the help of the Church of Yatan, but humans were busy fighting among themselves, despite the imminent threat of monsters. He commented that there must be a balance in the world, but if the Eternal Kingdom uses the power of this mine to threaten the Empire, then an era of chaos will begin. Pagma granted the doppelganger permission to use a portion of his power so that he could protect that forest. He ordered him to watch carefully to protect his friend Wendy. She did not understand anything they were talking about, but Randy seemed to understand everything. The girl wondered if Randy had become smarter than her. Randy's appearance changed to that of the beautiful prince, and then he protected Wendy and the mine. In the year 271 of the kingdom, on August 2nd, the Lord's subjugation groups came numerous times, but now Randy did not receive a single injury from these battles. Wendy thought it was a relief. However, Randy's warm eyes began to grow cold little by little. Never return to the forest. Stay with your father from now on, Randy ordered his friend. Wendy did not understand the doppelganger's actions. Randy revealed that, with Pagma's appearance, he could easily kill humans and was afraid of hurting his friend with his hands. He mentioned that Wendy is human and he can never touch her with these hands. He is fine if he protects the mine, then she will be happy, he exclaimed with a smile on his face. That was the last time she saw Randy's smile. After that, Randy began to hide his face more and more, and Wendy felt guilty because her friend had become like this. Year 271 of the kingdom, December 10th. I heard from the villagers that my father was arrested when he went to sell leather in the village. I could not tell Randy because she is already suffering too much. Right now, my father is imprisoned in the Raydan castle. The person who ordered it was the Lord of Raydan. The latter explains that Wendy's father committed the crime of conspiring against him along with the doppelganger, but mentions that if Wendy becomes his concubine, he could free him. He explains that he could now execute Wendy's father with a single order, but describes himself as a merciful person. Wendy had no choice but to accept being his concubine to save her father. However, her father was never freed while Wendy was imprisoned in the castle. Her life became a deep and dark hell. The Lord of Raydan exclaims that, because of the beast blocking the mine, he has already lost hundreds of soldiers, and questions Wendy if she believes that becoming his concubine could compensate for all this. This is a mine that I must acquire, at all costs. I will not let you die until you tell me where this beast is hiding, threatened the Lord of Raydan. The story continues in the bamboo forest. A boy wonders if this will be the place that Madame Eli from the castle told him about. It is the first time he is in a forest like this, after living so long as a servant of the castle. The boy wonders if it will be there and remembers that he was tasked with taking this box to a place. It seems he has arrived at the location, but it appears that no one lives here. It is an old and forgotten house. The boy is sure that no one lives here. Going back to the past, Wendy wrote to her friend Randy in her diary, "I still remember the day we met, you who were surprised to see me and ran away, you who accepted to wear the scarf I knitted, you with that warm smile in the cold winter, you who hate to fight, but will inevitably have to do so. As long as the Lord wants this mine, I am sorry. I regret not being able to stop this, but just as you protected me, Randy, I will also protect you. I will protect that place where you can rest. I also loved seeing your smile." Grid stops reading and exclaims that this was the last page of Wendy's diary. The boys of the clan have no words, but Vander breaks down crying for poor Randy, who fought for over 100 years without realizing that Wendy was no longer alive. The clan assumes that he must not understand that the lifespan of humans and doppelgangers is different. He protected the mine for so long that he lost the sense of his own existence. Grid mentions that they could do nothing. In any case, they must simply see this as having helped Randy to rest. There is nothing more painful than fighting for something and not knowing if your effort will be worth it, revealed Grid, knowing this feeling well. The boys feel that Grid said these words from his heart. It is then that a window informs that Grid learned a little more about the person named Pagma. You have a bond with Pagma. The growth rate of your skills will increase. You discovered the story of the doppelganger of the mysterious forest. The doppelganger of the mysterious forest that you defeated is now different from the past. Its intelligence, physical abilities, and most of its memories have degraded, but if you call it Randy, it will rejoice and follow you. Grid thinks that he cannot abandon the creature after hearing its tragic story and orders to recover the doppelganger, after finishing what they came to do. Thacker asks if they will return to Rayen, but Grid exclaims that they will return with Randy. After everything that happened, he deserves to have new friends, declared the protagonist. If you don't want to miss the upcoming releases, subscribe to the channel and leave a like. This is very important to us. I look forward to seeing you in the next Nerd Recap. For days after the exploration expedition to the mine, they shout in the castle that the Lord has returned. Rabbit comments that they were delayed more than expected. Administratively speaking, a brief delay in scheduled activities causes significant losses. Grid responds that he was delayed more because he was killing all the monsters he saw as part of his training, but he will be more careful in the future. He then confirms to Rabbit that, as he suspected, it turned out to be a yellow mithril mine, and they succeeded in conquering it. Rabbit thinks that now they have the monopoly on the legendary yellow mithril mine, which even the Empire does not have. They will be able to have an unparalleled position in terms of alchemy. He decides to discuss with Grid the amount of money they need to invest to develop the mine for alchemy, but Grid asks Rabbit to take care of that along with the rest of the clan members, as those guys know a lot about these things. Rabbit is excited because the protagonist's ability to divide and assign responsibilities is surprising, being the perfect attitude for someone who wishes to accumulate a great fortune. Then, Grid notices that someone has arrived and greets Euphemina, whom he hasn't seen in a long time. Euphemina heard that they were looking for her and asks if they need her to take care of something. Grid praises her for helping so much in the blacksmith shop, but Euphemina corrects him, saying that she is now helping with the construction of the outer wall. Grid gives Euphemina permission to rest and thanks the girl for working tirelessly. It was thanks to her that Raydan was able to recover so quickly. These words embarrass young Euphemina, who did not expect so many compliments. Grid seizes the moment and proposes to the girl that they go on vacation to the Mermaid Kingdom, and also asks her to bring back some tears from the king of the Water Clan, which serve to add magic to items. Euphemina curses the bastard for his true intentions and feels that it won't be a vacation. Grid exclaims that he couldn't ask for a favor for free and offers the gift as compensation. Euphemina is surprised to see that it is a unique class zip-up hoodie, which serves as an invisibility cloak. The incredulous girl is moved to see that she will have an item like the one the legendary Master Kruger made 200 years ago. She exclaims that she will get those tears immediately. Grid wishes her a good trip and emphasizes that helping in the growth of her comrades is also her responsibility. He then heads to the blacksmith shop to take care of that. A window informs that Grid extracted from the doppelganger of the mysterious forest from his pet inventory. The protagonist cannot believe that something so powerful has become this. He remembers that the diary said that Pachma repaired it, but the protagonist is completely unaware of the anatomy of the doppelganger. Still, he is Pachma's successor. Grid is confident that he will be able to find a way to repair it, as he needs to do so if he wants to be closer to Pachma's level. Grid decides to start by constantly hitting it with his hammer until something occurs to him, then activates the legendary blacksmith repair at level 3 and will let it guide him. A week later, we see the guys outside the blacksmith shop, surprised because the protagonist spends time in the blacksmith shop. Lowell exclaims that now Grid has fewer skills to serve as lord, due to the stabilization of the city. Then the continuous sound of his hammer can only mean one thing. By hitting the doppelganger, Grid increases his dexterity by 5 points and his perseverance by 3 points. Grid is focused on achieving great feats, and his legendary blacksmith repair rises to level 4. After a long day of work, Grid sighs exhausted, wondering how many days it took to finish. The protagonist had to use the enhancing stones that the other members obtained for him. Grid wanted to achieve better results, as he spent many stones, but he assumes it was worth it. He improved the great sword of the doppelganger and its boots by 8 points. Then he thinks that the best gain of all was another. Grid managed to repair the doppelganger, whose name has not yet been established. He is level 1 and is confused. He has the ability to copy at master level, being able to perfectly copy the appearance of a target with a lower level than his. The statistics will be copied at 80% and some skills will be copied randomly. He can also completely copy the appearance of a target at the same level as him, but in this case, the statistics will be copied at 50% and some skills will be copied randomly. He can also perfectly copy the appearance of a higher level target, in which case the statistics will be copied at 20% and only some skills will be copied randomly. Lastly, he can perfectly copy the appearance of his owner, with the statistics copied at 20% and some previously selected skills. The creature also has the ability of level 1 language capacity, which grants it the linguistic ability of a level 1 child. It also possesses the ability of semi-immortality, which is passive. Somewhere in the doppelganger's body is a core of vital energy. The doppelganger will not die unless that core is completely destroyed. The protagonist finds this incredible, as its base statistics are lower than No's, but its copying ability is exceptional. A clone that can copy 30% of its statistics allows it to do many things with that ability. Then, the doppelganger asks about its own identity. Who am I? Who are you? The confused creature asked. The protagonist laments that the doppelganger has lost all its memories due to its deteriorated state. Grid decides to help him and tells the doppelganger that his name is Randy. He also introduces himself as Grid, his new friend. The word friend seems to make the doppelganger react, who has a vague but calm memory of his first friend. Randy repeats the word friend as he begins to take shape, transforming into his first friend. He exclaims that Randy is a good name and that friends are good. The protagonist is surprised by the appearance that Wendy had and is happy that the doppelganger likes his name. Until your sad memories can be replaced by joyful ones, I will be with you, thought Grid, petting the creature's head. Meanwhile, in the city, the guild members discuss the missions that will keep them busy in the coming months. Vander comments that he has been assigned to the mission of reconnecting the path through the mountains and exterminating all the monsters there. He is upset because there must be about 10 nests of giant worms around and it will take a long time. Regis, on the other hand, is excited because he has to investigate a dungeon of boss monsters in the west. Pond takes the opportunity to ask Lowell if Grid is starting his journey today. The strategist responds affirmatively and explains that the protagonist will visit the fields around the castle and will leave after that. The protagonist also told Lowell to inform him of all the results of the scheduled activities. Meanwhile, in the fields, we see the plants shining with vitality when someone calls the farmer Piero. It is Grid, and from his clothing, Piero asks if he is going to start a new journey. The protagonist exclaims that he has been working on something and is eager to test it, mentioning that the city is safe and therefore it is a good time for that. This catches the attention of the swordsman, Grid, who proposes to be his agent of revenge, as he believes he is in a position to do so. Grid has the mission to punish the true traitor of the Red Knights, rank SS, Asmul, who dared to secretly meet with the Empress and was caught by Piero. Piero and his men were incriminated and labeled as traitors. Due to this he lost his men and had to flee. Now, Piero lives as a fugitive and has no intention of forgiving Asmul. However, it is impossible for Piero to carry out his revenge alone, because his face is very well known in the Empire. Piero asked Grid to be his agent of revenge. The mission conditions are to kill Asmul, the former vice-captain of the Red Knights. The reward for the mission is that the affinity with Piero will reach its maximum, but if he fails, he will lose 6 levels. Piero can feel that the protagonist is serious. Grid asks his friend not to make that face, and Piero explains that he was quite surprised. He remembers that he asked Grid, but did not expect the protagonist to want to do this at this moment. The protagonist checks that the difficulty has increased and the reward has changed, perhaps because Piero is more emotionally stable. The reward is now the maximum affinity with Piero, so if he succeeds, he might be able to turn him into his subordinate. Piero warns Grid that the strength of the Empire is overwhelming, getting close to Asmul will be difficult, and reminds the protagonist that his two-sword style is still very deficient, so he should not trust too much. Still, he trusts that Grid can do this and leaves this matter in his hands, exclaiming that he will prepare a great feast for his return. It will take me 20 days to reach Titan, the capital of the Empire. So, I will take this time to train during the trip, exclaimed Grid, asking him to trust that he will return victorious. Finally, Grid began his journey towards the Empire, hoping that the Empire would not disappoint him. Elsewhere in Satisfy, some guys discuss whether that is the Yule tribe. They cannot believe they have been hiding in this place. Over a cliff, the boy asks his companion, Kiki, how many enemies she can detect with her Hawkeye's ability. Here we are introduced to a player named Kiki, with the class of Sharpshooter. She is one of the 10 rookies and the second in command of the White Wolf Guild. The girl replies that there are about 1050 people, and half of them are women and children. Here we are introduced to the identity of the other boy, Veridin, a level 281 necromancer, one of the 10 rookies and master of the White Wolf Guild. He is also a baron of the Saharan Empire. The latter exclaims that they will not need a strategy, he will just charge straight at them. Kiki mentions that they are just a tribe hiding after the Empire stole their lands. She questions whether they really need to exterminate them all, thinking that this is too much. Veridin, upset, states that Count Sibra ordered the complete extermination of the immigrants, mentioning that if they cannot defend themselves against 24 people, then they will not be able to defend themselves against anyone else. The members will receive 12 contribution points to the Empire for each member of the Yule tribe they execute. Furthermore, he expresses that it took them a week to find their hideout, claiming that they are just resources they need to ascend to the title of Viscount. He says they are not human, just NPCs, in a grim tone. He then orders the White Wolf Guild to finish them all off. The people of the Yule tribe notice the invasion of the Imperial soldiers and alert the tribe to evacuate. The guild players devastate the tribe, shouting that it is so much fun to gain contribution points this way, and mercilessly finish off a mother who was trying to protect her child. Kiki finds the situation very sad, but notices something and, without warning, several guild members are instantly massacred. Veridin cannot believe that a single attack caused so much damage, thinking that the guild members on this mission are above level 200, and there shouldn't be any NPC capable of facing them. He reasons that it must be a player and orders Kiki to shoot. The girl is aware of the situation and shoots mercilessly. The player's precise shot crosses the battlefield in an instant and hits the target. That surprised me, Grid's voice is heard as he drops his hat, not expecting there to be a hidden shooter. We see a mission to rescue the Yule tribe. The Yule tribe has been stripped of their lands by the Empire. The mission's condition is to repel the invaders. The reward will be achieving maximum affinity with the tribe. If they fail to defend, the tribe will be extinct. The protagonist cannot believe he received a hidden mission while strolling through this village. It seems he really has luck for these things. Don't they think that massacring a defenseless village like this is too much? Do they think it's right to act this way just because they belong to a powerful nation? The protagonist questions, exclaiming that it is lamentable that in this place they exterminate ordinary citizens, while in his city they are scarce. On the other hand, Veridin wonders who his opponent will be. I should save them and then guide them to my city, Grid exclaimed, deciding to return to being the apostle of justice. At this moment, We can also see that Pabranayam managed to stop the shooter's bullet. While all this happens, at the entrance of Ray Dan, another player comments that his inventory is full and is about to exceed the weight limit because he has been hunting for 10 consecutive days. He needs to sell some items and wonders why Ray Dan is the only city in this area. Yes, it has changed a lot. Just 8 months ago, this was a desert full of monsters, commented a player dressed in white. If I'm not mistaken, I remember that the new Lord of Ray Dan was a player named Grid. It seems he is much more competent than Cybele, said Crayagel, the first place in the unified ranking. Crayagel is impressed with these fields of cultivation in the middle of the desert, all in good condition, and did not know that something like this was possible. Then, he hears a voice behind him. Ever since I agreed to accompany the Duke, I haven't stopped meeting amazing people, exclaimed the excited Piero, asking for the identity of the outsider. Let's remember that in the previous chapter, Grid appeared to save a tribe from the attack of the White Wolf Guild. The members of the White Wolf Guild insult the protagonist for being meddlesome. Veridin, in turn, tries to remember where he saw those golden blades that move on their own. The members of White Wolf attack the protagonist, launching several skills against him, but they seem to be useless against Grid. At the same time, the windows inform that the target resisted. Is that all? For you who are at level 200, it must be hard to endure my presence, since my dignity is 1,500 points, exclaimed Grid. Then, a window informs the guys that they have lost their fighting spirit in the face of an immeasurable existence. The players cannot move and feel their bodies trembling. Veridin is impressed because the protagonist is capable of causing a state effect similar to stunning just with his gaze, which leads him to intuit that the protagonist is a player with a powerful hidden class. Then, Grid swings his great sword and gives the guys two options, a quick death or a slow death. He then uses his Transcendence Link skill and instantly finishes off several members of the White Wolf Guild. The shooter also cannot do anything in the face of the imminent attack directed at her, and a few seconds later, a window informs Veridin that member Kiki has also died. The guild master is surprised because the protagonist was able to defeat Kiki, one of the 10 rookies and the second in command of the White Wolf Guild, with a single attack. He then reasons that the guy must be the famous player Grid, whom he has heard so much about. Raising his staff, he cannot believe that an insignificant duke of the lamentable Eternal Kingdom dares to attack his guild and begins to move the bodies of his companions. Apparently, he used his necromancer skill and will show Grid the difference between the Empire and the Eternal Kingdom. The protagonist reasons that the player he is facing is a necromancer, as he was able to revive the corpses around him, turning them into his soldiers. These last ones return to use their skills against Grid. The protagonist calculates that it is not much damage, but it will accumulate over time. He did not expect to find such an opponent on his journey, so he decides to entrust this to his new friend. Immediately we see how the launched skills are gathered all in one point. Veridin does not understand what is happening and thinks that the skills are being absorbed. But then we see that these skills are redirected by Pagma's fencing rotation skill, causing the skills to return and impact their respective owners. Veridin again perceives Grid's silhouette amidst the chaos, trying to take his back, exclaiming that surprise attacks will not work against him. Although he praises Grid's speed, he is unexpectedly hit by a vertical cut from the front. This attack leaves the guild master confused, who believed he had seen the protagonist behind him, but received the attack from the front. Seeing your face sweat with fear is priceless. I expected nothing from the Empire, exclaimed Grid in a mocking tone. Veridin, in turn, cannot believe that the protagonist also has a clone. He remembers that a tangible clone is a skill available only to an assassin of level 300 or higher, so seeing this ability, Veridin deduces that Grid could be that mysterious assassin said to have even been able to assassinate the number 1 in the ranking, Krogel. He still remembers that the number 1 assassin has not revealed his face yet, and that person is Faker, not Grid. Moreover, assassins do not use a great sword. The protagonist, for his part, apologizes to Randy for making him fight, but the doppelganger asks his dear friend not to worry. The necromancer begins to assess that the clone made him lose 20% of his life with one attack. He is a necromancer with low defense, so if he lost so little life, he deduces that the real body should not be very strong. Grid also calculates that Randy's attack power is only 30% of what he has, but still, his attack should have caused more damage. Randy must have reduced the power of his attack to gauge the enemy's strength. Without a doubt, his combat instincts, after 100 years of experience, are remarkable. The necromancer mentions that he is surprised because Grid was able to use a high-level clone and at the same time a great sword. But this is only possible for the protagonist. For Veridin, however, it does not matter who he is, since if we talk about numbers, he has many in his favor. This act greatly irritates Grid, who cannot believe that the guy has used the bodies of the tribe as puppets. Randy is ready to protect his friend, but Grid asks him to wait a moment, explaining that they will only kill those who are armed. They cannot allow the tribe members to suffer more than they already have. Grid knew that such classes existed, but he did not know that their users were so repugnant. He decides that, to not see more of these repugnant scenarios, he will eliminate bastards like this. Grid cannot forgive people who treat NPCs as if they were toys. After this, he launches into the attack alongside Randy. The doppelganger makes use of Pagma's fencing, while Grid continues advancing. Randy finishes off several enemies in an instant, and the protagonist jumps directly at Veridin. The player calls the protagonist naive for believing that necromancers are weak in close combat, exclaiming that it was worth completing the S+ grade mission a few months ago and pulls a Dantalian bone from his inventory. Grid does not know what is about to happen, but is immediately impacted by a powerful blow that he barely manages to block with his sword. Grid retreats from the impact and reasons that if he had not blocked with his sword, his body would be in pieces. A creature takes a big step on the ground and Veridin reveals that it has not been long since he acquired it, so it is still incomplete. With the Dantalian bone as a medium, the 25th demon Dantalian awakened as an undead from his slumber. The necromancer exclaims that this is more than enough to turn Grid to dust. The demon Dantalian launches his offensive against Grid. The protagonist is impressed because they are just direct blows, but each blow causes a massive shockwave. It does not give him time to retreat. Pure physical damage is destroying his body. He then tries to protect himself with his sword from the demon's attacks. As if he is dominated, he will be completely destroyed by this immense destructive power. Veridin, in turn, orders Dantalian to use his ace in the hole, the brutal roar. Grid tried to hide his identity as much as he could during his journey up to this point, but it seems they will discover him as soon as he entered the Empire. Dantalian uses his powerful ultimate against Grid, causing a great explosion. The necromancer begins to celebrate his victory, mocking Grid for being too confident. "Isn't it you who is confident, just because you have an incomplete piece of bone?" asked Grid's voice to Veridin, who is incredulous because the protagonist managed to survive. The protagonist reveals that he was confident because he thought he could handle this while keeping a low profile and now seems to be equipped with all his items. The necromancer begins to worry and orders Dantalian to completely destroy Grid. The protagonist begins to perform a sword dance and reveals that he has already faced a great demon, so a piece of bone is not a challenge for him. Finishing his sword dance, he mentions that the flames of Hell Gao were much more terrifying. After this, he uses his pinnacle of Pagma's fencing skill. Meanwhile, in Raydan, Piero asks for the identity of the outsider Kraugel. He introduces himself as an ordinary adventurer, promises that he is not a strange person, and asks the farmer not to worry. Internally, he does not understand why a farmer would speak to him so suddenly, deducing that he must be alert, as it is difficult for outsiders to reach this place. Although he thinks it should be impossible for him to awaken the concern of an NPC, since his reputation is very high and he is the only one who can use the reputation shop. Out of nowhere, Piero exclaims that the steps the boy is taking are not the steps of an ordinary adventurer. Kraugel stands guard upon noticing that the NPC recognized the white light step skill of his white swordsman class. He questions who the hell this farmer is, tries to explain that it is a little trick he learned after walking a lot, and expresses that the only strange one there is the farmer, since he was able to recognize his steps. He decides to ask directly for his identity. Piero reasons that, to become the Sword Saint, he has been waiting for strong people like this boy and is ready to introduce himself. But then someone calls Mr. Piero to inform him that the food is ready. Piero asks the boys to eat first, as he is in the middle of a conversation. Piero tries to introduce himself again to the young man, but then he is called by another person who reminds him that Mr. Rabbit asked him to fetch more water sources. Piero begins to lose his patience and exclaims that if it is not a matter of life or death, do not bother him. Kraugel, in turn, deduces that Piero is a geologist and this must be the reason why he has such sharp vision. He explains that he just wants to visit the general store to continue his journey and bids farewell to Piero, but immediately turns around upon sensing a great presence, then jumps at great speed, managing to dodge a blow from the farmer. He lands on the ground with great agility and questions the NPC what kind of rudeness this is. Just as Piero suspected, the young man has very good footwork, exclaiming that it will be complicated to explain everything and will get straight to the point. First, he apologizes for attacking him this way. Meanwhile, in Grid's confrontation, the pinnacle attack pierces the demon and goes straight for Veridin. The great cut of the sword directly impacts the necromancer, finishing him off with a single blow. Then, Piero's voice is heard explaining that the person training with him is traveling and will not return for a while. He comments that the young Kraugel seems to be a good substitute and cannot let this opportunity pass. He exclaims that he also has things to do and will not allow him to enter Ray Dan unless he defeats him. Kraugel takes a step back and prepares for an imminent confrontation. He thinks that if it weren't for his sharp senses and white light steps, he wouldn't have been able to dodge that sudden attack. Then, Kraugel reacts in time and dodges another blow from Piero with the hoe. The farmer manages to reach Kraugel's great speed and matches the number 1 ranker. He notices that the farmer's weapon is strengthened with ki and cannot believe he was forced to draw his sword against a farming tool. Skillfully, he blocks Piero's continuous strikes. Here it is shown that Kraugel's sword is the White Fang, the favorite weapon of one of the 33 great demons, Drazian, who lost its true form after being defeated by Myler, the Sword Saint. Piero exclaims that it is hard to believe that the young man was able to block his hoe so easily. He is definitely not an ordinary adventurer. Kraugel responds that this is an insolence against someone who wanted to pass peacefully through the city and threatens the farmer, saying he will regret it. Piero does not believe the same, and the white swordsman is surprised because his sword was immobilized. He cannot allow this and frees himself from Piero's grip, but his attack is dodged by the farmer. Piero is surprised because the young man attacked immediately after freeing himself from the grip, but he saw that the young man wanted to attack his neck and left leg at the same time in a single movement, which is not very good. Piero creates distance with Kraugel by making a wide swing with his hoe, which the ranker manages to dodge. Piero reveals his desire to become the Sword Saint and requests a formal duel against the young man. Kraugel also wants to become the Sword Saint. He was able to obtain the title of candidate for Sword Saint thanks to his meticulous and difficult training, but he could not reach the 5th stage and is stagnated at the 3rd stage. He shouts to Piero that the position of Sword Saint can only be obtained with great effort and total dedication. It is not something that a simple farmer like Piero should mention so shamelessly. After that, he launches an attack with his meteor sword skill, which generates a wave of ki that descends like a meteor. Piero is moved by the young man's ability to channel a skill in the air and receives the impact of the skill with his hoe, causing a great explosion. Piero's whole body is trembling with emotion, as it has been a long time since the swordsman felt such an intense sensation. Kraugel is impressed because the swordsman did not use any skill to stop his attack, blocking his meteor sword with a simple farming tool, preparing a counterattack. He confirms once again that the guy is not an ordinary farmer, but Piero dodges Kraugel's attack while taking his back at great speed. The young man calculates that the hardest boss he has faced so far is the great demon Drazian, but this farmer is at the same level, blocking Piero's attack. He deduces that he must be some kind of hermit master and curses his luck for encountering him. Piero also calculates that the young man is stronger than any opponent he has faced so far, shouting that he has no doubts and laughingly exclaims that the young man will help him become the Sword Saint. But then, Kraugel manages to land a move that knocks Piero's hat off. The cut hits Piero's forehead, and he is impressed because the young man was able to act so quickly, despite changing the hand that wielded the sword. A genius who can quickly decipher the pattern of attacks and the abilities of his opponent, someone with astonishing reaction speed and precise movements. The God of Control or the Emperor of Counterattack. He had many nicknames, but Kraugel had a unique nickname, something that only applied to him: Kugel, the sky above the sky. The white swordsman mentions that fencing with farming equipment is very fierce, but it is far from the fencing of the Sword Saint. Piero understands that the young man was able to decipher and counterattack the Empire's fencing techniques in a short period of time. Then, he heads to a scarecrow where he kept his sword and exclaims that he will have to fight seriously. After all, he was the one who requested a duel. Drawing his sword, he exclaims that he is still far from being the Sword Saint, but asks Kraugel for help and decides to use his unparalleled fencing skill. Kraugel's senses perceive that the farmer will now fight seriously. Then, Piero attacks without warning and delivers a series of thrusts against Kraugel. The ranker feels that the thrusts are fast. He has perfected the basics to such an extent that Kraugel still cannot comprehend them. Piero praises Kraugel's excellent sword knowledge and approaches to close the distance. Kraugel retreats using his white light steps to try to mitigate the incoming attack. Piero activates the first style of his unparalleled fencing and rises above the young man. Kraugle cannot move due to Piero's powerful ki and will not be able to avoid the attack, so he decides to face it directly and uses his storm sword skill. Both swordsmen impact their attacks, causing a great explosion. The other farmers watch the confrontation and can see that Lord Piero is very violent today. Although it is the first time they see someone press Lord Piero so much, one of the workers sees a monster bird and is worried that it will eat the wheat crops. However, his companion tells him not to worry. Then, the unfortunate monster is hit by an electric blow and falls immediately to the ground. Someone exclaims that the crops have been ruined again and does not understand why Lord Piero chooses to fight in the fields he worked on. The farmers remember that Lord Piero said that this way he would have more work to do as training, but they scold the boy, as he also just destroyed another crop. The young Brand exclaims that the farmers must be strong, leaving the farmers speechless. On one hand, they have a fight that is completely destroying a field, and on the other hand, they have the corpse of a monster, and yet Raydan is in a great period of peace. Piero reveals that no one had survived his first style of unparalleled fencing, but the young man came out unscathed from his attack. Kraugle reasons that he used his level 7 advanced sword mastery passive skill, the key sword, and the effects of his candidate for sword saint title to strengthen himself. Piero, in turn, notes that there are still remnants of ki from the storm sword skill that the young man used. If he had all his power, he could deal with the remnants in an instant. He also assumes that if his sword were in good condition, it would improve his performance. Piero had never given importance to his equipment, but this opponent helped him understand its importance. Kraugle launches a skill while being irritated by the relaxed expression Piero had on his face throughout the confrontation. Then, he uses his Earth Ascension skill, catching Piero by surprise. The NPC is surprised by the young man's ability to change his horizontal attack to an upward attack. But then he begins to use his unparalleled fencing, making use of the 5th style of fencing and launching several attacks that undo the young man's skill. The young man realizes that the farmer used a powerful intangible ki attack again, but this time there are 9, and he will not be able to block them all. Then, Kraugle covers himself to try to minimize the damage, but a window informs him of the great damage he just received. Piero, in turn, is surprised by the young man's decision not to dodge them. Kraugle confirms that Lord Piero's attack power is greater than he expected. His powerful ki makes Kraugle's legendary armor useless. But now that Piero has cut his flesh, the ranker is willing to cut the farmer's bones, reasoning that the skill he is about to use only shows its true power under the moonlight, but the ranker has no other option and will use it under the sunlight. Launching his skill, he is not willing to throw away all the effort he has put in so far. The feet of the white swordsman begin to shine as he walks. Piero remembers that these were the foot movements the young man was using when he arrived in Raydan. Then, Kraugle uses his Rising Moon Sword skill, after which he emits a bright ray of light from his sword. Piero is dazzled by the light and wonders if the young man has disappeared. But then Kraugle appears behind him. He moves at great speed, and Piero cannot see him under the sunlight. As the young man moves, Piero deduces that he must be using light refraction, confirming that the young man is at the level of the most powerful, but if he trusts his eyes, he can do it. Then, out of nowhere, Kraugle disappears from Piero's sight instantly, leaving the swordsman shocked, confirming that he cannot follow his movements. He thinks this is dangerous and will have to focus on defense and prepare for anything. The expert sword lost its shine while resting in its sheath, but just as a sword's name does not change just because it rusted, its strength remained unmatched. However, the one who was unmatched began to sweat cold. After a long time, Kraugle managed to pierce Piero from behind. That person who was able to dominate the strongest swordsman on the continent without fear in his heart was Kraugle, the swordsman who stood out among more than 2 billion players. The combat continued after Piero received proof of the white swordsman's skill. Piero cannot believe that there is a person like him. He is on a completely different level. It may have been just for a moment, but the NPC could not follow his movements or detect his presence. Piero lost the calm expression on his face and replaced it with one of concern. Kraugle, in turn, confirms that, as he expected, the power of the skill is very deficient under the sun. Even now that he managed to land a full hit, it only inflicted 30% of his normal attack power. He is surprised because Piero was able to quickly defend against his key attack. For a moment, he thought he had been able to change the course of the fight. After that attack, the farmer was able to constantly deflect the trajectory of his sword, and Kraugle could not swing his sword as he wanted. He never imagined that a simple farmer could be so powerful. He has no more options and must admit that Piero's fencing is superior to his. But then he decisively blocks an attack from Piero and exclaims that the battle is not over yet. But Piero decides to end it by activating the third style of his unparalleled fencing, causing an explosion of ki that frightens Kraugel. Piero manages to break through Kraugel's defense and lands a powerful blow with his sword, causing a lot of damage to the white swordsman, and a window informs that he received 15,800 damage. Kraugel lost half of his life to a rusty sword and confirms that the farmer is a monster. Kraugel is left with only half of his mana and cannot afford to prolong this. Then, he assumes a combat position, and his sword begins to shine again. Piero can feel that the young man is gathering an immense amount of energy in his sword. Then, Kraugel takes his weapon and uses the white light sword skill, a brilliant ray of light projected from the player's sword completely dazzling Piero. The light completely blocks the swordsman's vision. It is then that Kraugel launches himself to end the combat. Piero dodges the blow, despite having lost his senses. He is impressed by the great number of trump cards the young man has. He feels he must push away his fears before he dies. Then, Piero releases a great amount of energy, again using his unparalleled fencing, this time using the fourth style and catching the white swordsman by surprise. Kraugel does not understand what is happening, but his sword is being attracted by a kind of magnetic ki force. He cannot escape this just with strength, and Kraugel will not be able to resist. Moreover, he has already used almost all the mana he had left. Even so, he grips his sword tightly, unwilling to let Piero snatch it away. He uses his last strength to use the Sky Tear skill and releases immense power. Both swordsmen collide their swords and unleash overwhelming energy. Then, a window informs that the durability of the White Fang's sword decreased by 213 points. This surprises Kraugel, as the durability of the sword decreased by 60%, and yet Piero did not back down even a little. If he uses his super sensitivity and the sweet candy from the reputation shop, he might have a chance. The sweet candy temporarily increases all stats by 30%. The combat power will be doubled. It is an exclusive item from the reputation shop. However, Kraugel reminds that, besides the great demons that were weakened after being defeated by Myler, there are still 29 great demons and dragons left. He questions whether he should really use his sword and such an expensive item against a mere farmer. Deciding to accept defeat, Kraugel's sword flies through the skies, and the player admits his defeat. He never imagined losing to a farmer, especially when he came just to clear his inventory. Piero sheathes his sword, exclaiming that it was a great fight. Kraugel asks him to finish the combat by killing him, but Piero refuses, explaining that he has no reason to do so. The player questions the use of killing intent during the fight, and Piero apologizes, explaining that it was necessary for the young man to fight seriously against him. Kraugel is curious about the person that Duke Grid is to send someone like Piero to the fields. Piero reveals that he is not a subordinate of Duke Grid and explains that his work as a farmer is part of his training, and finding water sources is just a courtesy to the Duke. He proposes to Kraugel that he help him, as he has the impression that the young man can become stronger quickly if he trains with him. Kraugel confirms that he wants to become stronger, but he does not believe that this is the right way to do it. Piero exclaims that they will work in the fields in the morning and train in the afternoon, ensuring that the young man will become stronger and proposing to do so for a month. A window shows the hidden mission of fun and exciting training living with the farmers of Raydan. The mission conditions are to live with Piero for a month. Kraugel must strictly follow his work routine and, as a reward, will obtain the farming skill and advance to the next stage of Sword Saint Candidate. This mission leaves the young prodigy speechless, as he cannot believe that he will advance to the fourth stage of Sword Saint Candidate. In the end, finding this farmer was not so bad, and Kraugel thinks that a month is a short time to find an opportunity to surpass his limits, deciding to accept the hidden mission. On that day, the number 1 ranker became a farmer of Raydan. Meanwhile, the protagonist realizes that he did not give much importance to this mission, just because it was a qualification A, but it turned out to be more difficult than he expected. It took only 25 people for his health and stamina to decrease by 15% because of a guy named Veridin. The protagonist had to fight against many corpses, and his individual combat power was on par with the members of the Overgeared clan. It was the first time the protagonist fought against a necromancer, and he believes that including some anti-undead item in the Guardian's accessory set is not a bad idea. The Guardian's accessory set turned out to be more useful than the protagonist imagined, as his untamed statistic now exceeds 1,000 points, and he only recently noticed its effect. However, what surprised the protagonist the most was Randy's performance, and he thanks the doppelganger for protecting him. Even though he can only copy 30% of his stats, he was able to fight against users of level 200 approximately. The protagonist promises Randy that he will try not to involve him too much in the upcoming battles, but the doppelganger exclaims that he likes to protect his friend, as the compliments make him happy. The moment is interrupted by No, who appears shouting that he also wants to fight. Grid notices that No is already at level 143, his horn is bigger, and he is acquiring a more demonic appearance. The protagonist heard that if a player increases their demonic power by killing other players, it is possible that they can enter hell. The protagonist tries to praise No, saying that he had no reason to make his precious secret weapon face insignificant bugs, and this comment cheers the cat up. Randy, for his part, wants to play with No. It is then that someone from the tribe catches Grid's attention, calling him a hero and introducing himself as the village chief. He wants to thank the protagonist for saving the tribe, but he does not know how to repay him. A window informs that the mission to rescue the tribe has been completed and the protagonist's affinity with the tribe has reached its maximum. This seems like an excellent achievement for Grid. The protagonist decides to use the Sword of the Great Lord to see if there are talented people among the tribe members. Immediately, windows appear about each tribe member, and the protagonist is surprised because the NPCs have an average of 100 intelligence points, but most of the tribe members have around 300. If the protagonist acts correctly, it is possible that he can recruit powerful mages among them. However, something catches Grid's attention. An 11-year-old girl named Warren, who has the title of the last member of the royal family of the Ull tribe and is at level 7. The girl's stats are very low, and she still has no skills, but the growth of her intelligence stat can reach up to 1890 points. Grid is surprised that the girl is of royal blood and has exceptional intelligence potential. Now, the protagonist cannot help her increase that stat, but if he finds some way, the girl will be of great use. Grid mentions that he heard that Count Sibra is the lord of these lands and asks the villagers if they think he will try to attack them again, a thought that is confirmed by the tribe chief. Grid introduces himself as Duke and Lord of Raydan, which is part of the Eternal Kingdom, and makes a proposal to the villagers. How about becoming citizens of Raydan? The village chief argues that Grid is a duke foreign to the Empire and does not want to trouble him, as the Eternal Kingdom would not allow it, so as not to irritate the Empire. Grid proposes to do this in secret, explaining that Raydan is his duchy and even the royal family cannot intervene directly. He promises the citizens that they will not be discriminated against in Raydan. These words move the tribe, who do not know how they will be able to repay the duke's kindness. Grid asks Lowell to send someone to guide 930 people from the Empire to Raydan. The strategist responds that it is a large number of people and he can only think of one person for this job. Grid believes he knows who the strategist is referring to, but asks him to send someone more sociable. The strategist explains that everyone is very busy in Raydan, and he is the only person among the knights who can summon where Grid is and can help with this matter. The protagonist looks at his list of knights and cannot believe that everyone is busy. Although Lowell exclaims that it is lucky that the only available person is also the perfect person for this task. Then, Grid uses his ability to summon knights to call Faker. Lowell mentions that his ability to set traps and quickly analyze the shadow situation is perfect for this. Grid finds it strange that Faker is only wearing leather armor and asks about the other one. Faker explains that he is more accustomed to this one and that if he wears the other, he might get distracted and lower his guard. The protagonist asks his knight to guide these people to Raydan, explaining that it will be a long journey, but he trusts Faker. The assassin accepts the proposal but asks what Grid will do. The protagonist replies that Lowell asked him to obtain an item during this trip and that he must also visit the count who allowed this to happen. "I must see with my own eyes what gives them the right to treat people this way," exclaimed the protagonist, willing to discover the greatness of this place called the Empire. It is then that we turn to the White Wolf clan, where they discuss that not only did they fail in their mission, but the entire clan was defeated by a single individual. The clan members apologize to Veradin and assume that if they had resisted a little longer, they might have won. The clan master explains that the outcome was inevitable. Contrary to what the rumors say, Grid's control was excellent, which is why, even including Kraugle in the comparison, Grid is skilled enough to compete for the title of strongest. Kiki, for her part, exclaims that the way a duke of the Eternal Kingdom strolls through the territory of the Empire is a provocation. She assumes that if they report this to Count Sibra, he probably would not be able to return home safe and sound. Then, Kiki asks the clan master why they did not report it. Veridin mentions that it has been a while since an objective caught his attention, and he wants to observe his movements a little longer. He tells his companions not to worry, as Grid will inevitably come face to face with Count Sibra. He comments that no one enters someone else's house without a purpose in mind. Then we return to Grid, who is in front of Count Sibra's castle, reasoning that he only needs to obtain one thing from this place. He remembers that his bad reputation was raised by killing those players and that they almost did not let him enter the city. The protagonist took 4 days of hunting to reduce his bad reputation and be able to enter the city without problems. He assumes that at least he took advantage of all that time to train his dual sword style and level up Randy and No. But something catches his attention. The messenger bird that Irene sends weekly to Grid. The protagonist is surprised because a week has already passed since the last time. He thinks he should read this letter later, as at this moment he needs to complete the mission that is before his eyes. Grid stops in front of the castle entrance, and some soldiers ask for his identity. The soldiers can feel the great presence of the protagonist and ask for his purpose. Grid replies that he came to exterminate the Ripper, and the windows show that his dignity is 1,522 points, while his reputation exceeds 25,000 points. The soldiers are surprised because the young man is going alone and without help after the Ripper. They allow him to enter and will take him to the Count's presence. The protagonist followed Lowell's advice and came to this place instead of going directly to the capital of the Titan Empire. He remembers that the strategist mentioned that in the basement of Count Sibra's castle is the Ripper, a monster that is half man, half demon, and Grid remembers that he must obtain an ocular part from the Ripper, at all costs, as this item has the potential to change the course of a battle. The protagonist decides that he first needs to find out what kind of people the Count and the stripper are. The soldiers present themselves before the Count and inform him that there is a candidate to participate in the incursion against the stripper. The Count replies that they have arrived at a bad time, as he was about to extract a good scream from this subject. Here we are shown the identity of Count Sibra. Grid cannot believe that the man enjoys torturing dying people. He can deduce that the Count has no remorse for what he did to the tribe. The Count is surprised, as he perceives in the protagonist an elegance and dignity comparable to that of the imperial family, but thinks it is impossible for someone from the imperial family to come to a place like this just to kill a monster. The Count asks Grid not to pay attention to the situation, explaining that he was merely punishing this man for spilling water on his favorite alcohol bottle. He comments that the damned peasants do not know how much these things bother him and asks Grid's opinion. The protagonist asks to set aside the conversations and take him to where the stripper is. The Count remembers that he sent a request for extermination against the stripper to the Red Knights, so he does not care whether this person will succeed or not. He wonders how many pieces the stripper will leave this arrogant man in. Later, in the basement, they confirm to Grid that this is the place. The Count reveals that about 800 knights, mercenaries, and wizards died trying to exterminate him. He also informs Grid that the space inside is very small, and therefore it is impossible to bring the entire battalion. The protagonist asks if this is true, how they could have imprisoned him there. The Count recounts that originally the stripper was a human, and they did not need to bring him there, as he was already there. They simply closed the door. Seeing such an interesting and healthy creature in the slave market is not common, so he bought him. He wanted to know how many lashes he could endure before dying and compare it to what the peasants endure. The Count explains that he was very resilient, and thanks to him, he was able to enhance his skills to play longer with the other peasants. However, one day a peasant who was tied up next to him died, and the stripper became furious like never before. Perhaps he knew that peasant, for after seeing him die, he immediately transformed into a monster. Then they locked him in that place, and later discovered that he was a kind of half-man, half-demon. The Count is tired of all the terrible rumors that have spread because of this monster and exclaims that if the protagonist is able to get rid of him, he will give him a reward. Grid receives the S+ rank mission to exterminate the stripper. Count Sibra rejoices in torturing his slaves. One day, he bought from the slave market a half-man, half-demon individual and tortured him as one of his toys. This half-man, half-demon saw someone he had formed bonds with die in the slave market. After that, he transformed into a monster called the stripper. Please exterminate the stripper, a monster that seeks to kill all humans. The mission conditions are to kill the stripper, and as rewards, he will receive black quartz earrings, but if he fails, he will lose 6 levels and his reputation will drop by 1,000 points. Grid reasons that it is better to get rid of this potential danger now, so he will accept the mission. But there is another thing that does not please him. The Count mentions that they will close the door as a precaution in case of emergency and asks Grid to notify them when he is finished. Grid equips his gear and remembers that Lowell said that Pawn, Regis, and Faker could complete this mission together, but he trusted that the protagonist could do it alone. Grid thinks it is not the time for that, but taking out the letter from his wife, he decides to read it to relax before the fight. Irene addresses the protagonist as Love and reveals that she is constantly worried about Grid's well-being. Grid reads the letter that his wife wrote with such care, and it seems that Irene wants the protagonist to be the first person to receive this great news. But Grid goes completely blank upon reading the letter. In the SA group facilities, they discuss the scheduled tasks for today, including the upcoming international competition. Then, one of the executives gives a strong blow and asks to set aside the agenda, demanding an explanation about the other matter. How is it possible that such an immature player as Grid managed to gain access to this precious event? He exclaims that this damned player sent hundreds of emails accusing them of manipulating the game and negatively affecting the crafting of their items. Although his colleague tries to reassure them and explains that he also thought like them at first, if they review the recent achievements, the protagonist not only improved his gameplay mechanics but also matured as a person, and, more importantly, the game qualified him as the most fit for the system. Satisfy concluded that Grid is capable of handling this. Then, a window informs the protagonist that Irene is pregnant. They congratulate Grid on his wife's pregnancy. For about a month now, I have been constantly feeling nauseous. When I went to see the doctor, he told me that these were early symptoms of pregnancy. I was immensely surprised to learn that I was blessed with a child from my beloved, wrote Irene in the letter. As the stripper advances towards Grid, the protagonist cannot assimilate the news that his wife is pregnant. Distracted by the news, he is hit by a kick from the monster. Grid cannot believe that he will have a child. Here we see the face of the stripper. In the Satisfy facilities, they question Director June about the creation system being something exclusive to mature players. They explain that the Satisfy creation system is different from simulation games, where players can get rid of their characters if they get bored. But since each NPC in Satisfy has human emotions, the system of creating a child in Satisfy is similar to raising a child in real life. His colleague reminds him that if players are irresponsible or abuse their children in the game, they could attract unwanted media attention and create a social problem. For this reason, marriage and child-rearing is a system reserved for a few qualified users who truly respect the NPCs. Director June recalls that there are users who are good in real life but are evil in the game. He explains that there is no way to assert that there is a correlation between a person's behavior in real life and their behavior in a video game. He remembers that Grid's actions are different and stand out from the rest. He may lack social skills in real life, but in the game, he is a completely different person. He opines that he is a person who has learned and developed in the world of Satisfy. Therefore, there is no player more qualified than him to receive the creation system. Moreover, the only qualification he has received so far is to be able to be a father. Having the potential to become a father and being a father are two distinct things. The colleagues do not know what Director June is referring to. He expresses that the opportunity is before the protagonist, but accepting to have a child and raise it requires a different level of determination. The protagonist is overwhelmed by the monster, while the windows ask if he is happy with the news of his wife's pregnancy. Not only that, this will be a very important decision for Grid, as he sees the NPCs as humans, said Director June, explaining that an important decision requires great determination. The protagonist tries to focus in front of the difficult opponent he has ahead and decides to think about the pregnancy after defeating this man. Then, the stripper attacks, but a window informs Grid that the birth of a child and its upbringing is a huge responsibility that requires great determination. Grid narrowly escapes the monster's attack, but the windows urge him to decide carefully. The protagonist is terrified of how realistic virtual reality can be. His feelings for Irene are also very real, but he is so impacted by the news that he cannot think clearly. But the monster takes advantage of the distraction and hits the protagonist in an opening. Grid curses himself for not having reacted in time to such simple movements and tries to focus again. He remembers that Irene always wanted to have a child as a result of their love. Grid wishes to celebrate this news with her. Thanks to Irene, the protagonist learned what love is, but he did not think that the result of that love would come so suddenly. Then, an idea crosses his mind. What if he does not accept? He remembers that his wife promised to protect this place so that Grid always has a home to return to. Grid also wants to help her. The protagonist stands firm in his base, wanting Irene to have everything she desires, but while he was distracted, The stripper lunges again. Grid thinks it is too late and that he will not be able to avoid the attack. But then, the stripper's attack is completely blocked, which surprises the monster, as he also did not expect this. It is Randy, who covered the protagonist because he was worried about Grid. On the ground, Grid thinks he would do the impossible if it were for Irene. However, this implies a new life, a child. It is definitely an immense responsibility. Grid doubts whether he should accept. He does not know if he has the necessary determination to become a father. Grid's fight against the stripper continues. The monster jumps to dodge Randy's sword and counterattacks as it falls. Randy easily withstands the monster and blocks the stripper's attacks with his great sword to protect Grid. Then, the stripper is unexpectedly hit on the side by Randy. This irritates the beast, which grabs the doppelganger by the head, but Randy manages to free himself and dodges the monster's horizontal strike. He then aims at the protagonist, who is still impacted by the news that he will be a father. Randy, in turn, leans against a wall of the cell to propel himself and saves the distracted Grid from the stripper again. Randy draws the attention of his companion, and Grid apologizes for being so distracted. Grid feels overwhelmed thinking about the things that will come in his future, but now he only needs to worry about his possible child. Grid forcefully intercepts the stripper and exclaims that now he only wants to celebrate with Irene the fruit of their love. However, Grid does not know if just celebrating will be enough. He continues to be distracted in the fight, and Randy saves him again from the monster. Randy can feel that his friend is not acting like usual and advises the protagonist to focus. Otherwise, he will get hurt. Grid knows that what Randy says is true. He cannot let his friend take care of everything and decides to concentrate once and for all. Then, Grid attacks the stripper, but it dodges the blow and positions itself in front of Randy. Grid is surprised by his rival's speed, and the protagonists cannot do anything in the face of the monster's imminent strike. The stripper lands its punch, sending both against the wall of the cell, and Randy apologizes to his companion. Grid recovers and mentions that it was not Randy's fault. While the doppelganger distracts the stripper, Grid reasons that the monster took advantage of them joining together to attack them. Then, the protagonist notices that steel plates have been placed outside the wall to contain the stripper. He assumes they are strong enough not to yield to its strength, so he plans something after seeing them and activates his Pagma's fencing dance. However, the protagonist is interrupted by an attack from the stripper. Randy attacks from behind to distract the monster while Grid takes a potion. The protagonist realizes that the area is so narrow that he cannot execute his sword dance properly, which is why Randy did not use his skills. Grid remembers that Lowell mentioned it would be complicated even for 3 members of the Overgeared clan. He is definitely not an easy opponent. The protagonist can see the eye patch that Lowell talked about so much, which is under the Ripper's mask. Grid can see the scars and wounds resulting from the torture the creature suffered. The Ripper is half human and half demon, an existence that can become human or demonic depending on the environment. Grid reasons that Randy and the Ripper are very similar, but there was a moment in their stories that changed the fate of both. The protagonist recalls the time he visited the cemetery with Elder Khan. The elder blacksmith thanks Grid for accompanying him and wishes that his son Oliver feels at peace seeing him next to Grid. The protagonist questions whether parents regret how they raised their children. Khan recounts that he often left Oliver alone in the forge when he was young, but he never complained or showed discontent regarding his father's actions. Khan reveals that he still does not know if he is qualified to be a father and exclaims that he did not deserve to have a son like Oliver. He laments not having taken better care of his deceased son. Meanwhile, Randy dodges an attack from the Ripper, blocks the monster's large mace with his sword, and manages to disarm the Ripper with a quick move. He shouts to Grid that it is the moment. The protagonist begins his sword dance, thinking that the Ripper is a demon born from the Count's cruelty. He reflects on how the presence of another person by his side would have changed how the Ripper developed. These thoughts begin to disturb the protagonist's mind again, who still doubts whether he will be a good father. The Ripper, in turn, does not give time for a response and uses the chains that imprisoned him as weapons, attacking our protagonists. Randy is hit by the chains, and Grid laments being too slow to activate his sword dance, distracted by his thoughts. The monster continues its offensive, using the chains as weapons and fiercely striking the protagonists. Grid has no time to perform his sword dance, and the windows inform that he is taking a lot of damage. The Ripper grabs his mace with the chains and prepares to finish the fight. This constant attack method to penetrate defenses is overwhelming Grid. The protagonist feels that his life is reaching its limit and has no time to heal. If he continues to take direct hits, he will not be able to defeat him. He already knew that humans were inferior. No's voice is heard. The cat jumps out of Grid's inventory to attack the Ripper, shouting that the secret weapon has arrived. No uses his soul ingestion on the monster and steals 1831 points of strength. He mocks Grid for not being able to handle something so insignificant due to his distraction, mentioning that being the best is not that difficult, but Grid likes to complicate things. He explains that doubts are taking over him because he analyzes the advantages and disadvantages too much. The protagonist remembers that Elder Khan told him that no one finds a task easy on the first try. The Elder commented that one day Grid would find a partner and they would have a child, but he should have more confidence in himself. The protagonist replied that it would be impossible for him to find a partner and satisfy, and said that having a child would be even more impossible, asking Khan if he still thought raising a child was difficult. The Elder answers affirmatively and comments that he ended up becoming a failure as a father, although his son Oliver loved him despite his flaws. He remembers how Oliver would ask him not to be sad and would lie, saying he was fine, despite his illness. Oliver revealed that he really enjoyed the first time he followed his father to the forge, and when he returned on his own, everything seemed amazing to him. He did not want to lie to his father Khan, saying that all his memories are good, but he still loves all of them. There is no one who has been a perfect father on the first try. In my heart, I keep good memories, so don't blame yourself too much, his son Oliver asked. Elder Khan remembers that he was a father with many shortcomings, but if he meets his son Oliver in the next life, he will embrace him with the same joy he felt when he held him for the first time, taking care of him with all his strength. These are the first steps to becoming a great father, the Elder revealed to Grid. Returning to the present, we see the protagonist's golden blades, which help Randy and block the Ripper's strikes. Randy thinks this will be enough time for his companion, and the Ripper has no time to react when he is completely hit by Grid's Pagma's swordsmanship assassination skill. The windows inform that the effect of the blue orichalcum of failure increases attack power by 30% in dark places, and show that Grid equipped the great sword of the doppelganger as a secondary weapon, due to the purpose of using the dual sword style, applying only 50% of the weapon's attack power. No mentions that Grid is like a thick and disgusting piece of metal, but he likes his simplicity, so he will give him a gift and activates his soul ingestion ability again. Then, he gives the protagonist the strength he stole from the Ripper, and Grid makes a decision about being a father. He will welcome him with joy and do his best to protect him. The Ripper lets out a furious scream that awakens fear in those who hear it. The Ripper's keen eyes will penetrate through their weaknesses. Although the windows inform that Grid resisted, and the protagonist firmly supports his legs, a window asks again if he will joyfully accept the news of his wife's pregnancy. Grid exclaims that this is the beginning of fatherhood, so he will welcome it with open arms. With joy, he accepts his wife's pregnancy and asks her to choose a prenatal name for their child. In Korea, it is a name by which parents will refer to the baby until they give him his official name. At the time of birth, this name is usually related to what the parents hope for their future child. Grid prepares to defeat the Ripper while praying that fortune and prosperity will always be by his child's side. Wielding both swords, he uses the Assassin's Link skill, activating the effect of the Great Sword of the Doppelganger and increasing the damage of skills by 20%. He also activates the effect of Failure and the Holy Light Gauntlets, and several consecutive strikes are activated. As the Ripper is defeated, Grid decides that he will become a better person in the future, all for the future life that will be in his arms. We will see each other soon, jackpot. The protagonist decides to prenatally name his child after a great prize. We see that, on the other hand, in the Satisfy offices, they curse Grid for giving this prenatal name to the firstborn in the creation system in Satisfy. After defeating the Ripper, a window appears showing Grid's achievement of over 100 million experience points, acquiring 3 weapon enhancement stones and 1 blessed weapon enhancement stone. A third of the experience gained is equally distributed between No and Randy. The protagonist thinks that the battle was more complicated than he expected, but these two are finally yielding good results. Then, Grid also receives the Ripper's items as a reward, obtaining the eye patch and the Ripper's mask. Because of these two things, Grid was delayed by 10 days on his journey. The protagonist remembers that Lowell obtained this information from Reigns, the #1 monster evaluator in his ranking. Lowell was confident that the information was correct, as Reigns has the ability to predict what a monster will drop just by observing its characteristics. The protagonist notes that, by appearance, the Ripper's eye patch does not seem like much, but Lowell must have paid a lot of money to obtain this information from a ranker, and he can trust him. Thus, he activates his evaluation of the legendary blacksmith, and we discover that the Ripper's eye patch is of unique rank. The Ripper was tortured for a long time and was also forced to witness the torture of countless people, resulting in a great understanding of vital points. This ocular item was used by the Ripper for a long time and gained this ability. The vital point detection ability will be generated. Then, windows show that the legendary blacksmith's evaluation discovered a hidden characteristic in the evaluated item. This is an item that contains the Ripper's resentment. The user will be dominated by the impulse to kill and will become a reckless assassin. This surprises the protagonist, who deduces that it must be some terrible curse that will not allow its user to play normally. But this is different if Grid is the one who uses it. Upon putting on the eye patch, windows inform the protagonist that his hatred for humans is increasing. The desire to kill is flooding his entire being. But another window shows that Grid resisted this, delighting the protagonist, who will be able to use the item without problems. Grid thought the item would block his vision, but it seems that it does not work that way, and he decides to test his ability. Then, he observes Randy and No and can see a circle indicating the weak points of the creatures. It is not very precise, but Grid can see their vital points. Then, he grabs No's tail and questions whether this is really his weak point. No, in turn, screams and orders Grid to let him go, trying to hide his weak point, exclaiming that the best demon beast from hell has no weak points. Grid praises his strategist Lowell for managing to obtain such an item, which will help him surpass his limits as Pagma's successor. Vital point detection is a high-level skill that few combat classes possess. When a strike hits a vital point, the probability of dealing a critical hit increases, and it is also possible to inflict various abnormal states on the opponent, significantly increasing the user's combat power. The protagonist plans to use this item to enhance the armors at the vital points of the guild members. Although, on the other hand, he has not heard anything about the mask and wonders if it will be some junk item. It seems to be made of black iron, which is a material of excellent quality, but the design is horrible. Then, he activates his evaluation, and we see that it is a legendary rank item. It is a mask that reflects the Ripper's sadness, a being who lived a painful life before becoming a half-man, half-demon creature. The bloody tears of the evil spirit ability will be generated. Just like the eye patch, this item has no conditions for use. The evaluation also finds a hidden characteristic in the evaluated item. It is an item that contains the Ripper's resentment. The user will be dominated by the impulse to kill and will become a reckless assassin. Then, a window shows what the bloody tears of the evil spirit ability does. When the target is hit, there is an 8% chance of releasing a stream of blood. The expelled blood will paint the Ripper's mask. When this happens 10 times, the mask will turn red, at which point the user's attack power will increase by 50% for 5 seconds. This impresses Grid, who praises how incredible legendary items are. The protagonist assumes that not even Rains knew about this and exclaims that Lowell was lucky because otherwise, the information would have been more expensive. A window congratulates him on his wife's pregnancy and asks what kind of child he desires. The statistics and growth rate can be affected from the prenatal stage. Then, another window asks him to take care of his wife. The protagonist wishes that his child will not be like him, as he knows he lacks talent in many aspects. At the same time, he decides to continue his journey with the boys, asking Randy to rest in the inventory until he is called, and No to stay out a little longer. The protagonist calls for the door to be opened and thinks that if his child has to resemble someone, he only has one person in mind: a radiant personality, a generous heart, and one of the first people to trust him. He wishes for his child to be like Irene and is happy that Irene is his wife. When they open the cell door, both Count Sibra and his henchmen are surprised. When they confirmed it to him, he thought it was a lie. He did not believe that the protagonist could really defeat that monster without help. Stepping out of the cell, Grid informs that he has already killed the Ripper. "Do you have my reward ready?" he asked with a smile that frightened those present. The Count responds affirmatively and hands him the black quartz earrings, which increase intelligence by 15%. Considering this was an S+ rank mission, the reward does not convince Grid much, as his intelligence already exceeds 1,000 points. Thanking his titles, he decides to sell them after finding a craftsman who can make accessories with purple orichalcum. The protagonist still has something important to do and exclaims that many people have suffered because of Count Sibra's hobbies. The Count does not understand why he should care about insignificant beings and opines that they are mere worms that are born, develop, and die in the trash. Asking the protagonist for some bread, He tells him to forget the worms and invites him to watch them suffer together. However, the protagonist rejects the offer, as he does not have a hobby like that. By the way, I bet a good number of swords could pierce your immense body. If you really want to have a hobby like this, you should also enjoy losing a bit of that fat, said the protagonist mockingly, and then he leaves, leaving a bad impression on the Count. Sibra thinks that Grid is a very unpleasant guy. Then, he turns and asks if they are already here. We see that the Black Arrow squad has appeared and is at the Count's disposal. Sibra has a mission for the assassins who have never failed a murder since they started working for the Count's family. Follow the man who was here a few moments ago, kill him, and bring me back the black quartz earrings, ordered Count Sibra. He planned for the Ripper to be killed by the Red Knights and had no intention of handing over his family's relic to a stranger. Thus, Grid will pay for these words with his life. We see that the assassins accept the Count's order. Then, the Count turns to his two henchmen, who respond to their master's call. The Count mercilessly strikes them, exclaiming that they did nothing while his precious earrings were stolen right before his eyes. What were you doing while that arrogant idiot killed the monster? You should have killed him with traps, even if you died in the process, the furious Count exclaimed. Don't think you'll get away unscathed after your poor performance. Don't even dream of getting home in one piece tonight, threatened the Count, striking them as he vented. We see a creature emerge from the shadows. The Count is quickly injured by the creature, with no time to react, covering his face and questioning what the hell that was. Here it is revealed that it was Noah who tasted human blood for the first time. Then, the Count realizes that the cat has a horn and deduces that it must be a monster. The cat begins to fly and scratches the defenseless Count. The Count reprimands his followers for failing to protect the castle's security, allowing a monster to enter so easily. He orders them to capture the cat or they will be killed later. The Count removes his robe to scare the cat away, which calmly leaves the area. The Count is extremely irritated and insults his followers for being so useless, allowing a cat to scratch him. Unexpectedly, he is attacked by his own followers, questioning what the hell they are doing. The boys exclaim that they are not worms and will not allow the Count to kill their families. The Count tries to backtrack and mentions that if they put away their swords, he will reward them. But that night, a scream filled the palace. A girl was able to see the scene from outside, wondering if this was what her companion had in mind. Kiki and Veridin, the necromancer, reveal that they did not plan all of this. They just wanted to obtain the Ripper's bones. The protagonist used the cat to incite the guards to kill the Count. Veridin did not think Grid would be capable of acting that way. Kiki exclaims that it is a serious matter, as a high-ranking noble has been murdered. They will send an investigation team. Moreover, the Count's son is still young and has his own problems related to his father. Kiki deduces that a bloodbath is coming among the factions that wish to become the new Count. The White Wolf clan's base is in these lands because of Grid, and these lands are about to plunge into chaos. The protagonist is now considered an enemy. Kiki proposes to report everything to the superiors, but Veridin denies the proposal, explaining that they will capture the soldiers who killed the Count and take credit to increase their influence. He proposes to put a hollow shell as the lord of these lands to take possession of the Sibra County at once. If you cling to just a small tree, you won't be able to see the entire forest of possibilities behind it. I only have gratitude for the bait that made all this possible, said Veridin, referring to Grid. Thanks to him, he will be able to offer these lands to his master, Agnes. Randy asks the protagonist why he punishes bad people, surprising him. Randy continues asking if it is because the protagonist is a good person. The protagonist explains that it would not be correct to describe himself as a good person, murmuring that the reason he usually helps people is not because he likes them, but because he wants some benefit from them. Although there are some exceptions, like that Count from moments ago, that type of person does not deserve to live. Grid thinks that killing him would put his position in the Eternal Kingdom at risk, as well as a possible future war. Moreover, he mentioned that if he left everything as it is, it would be much harder for his mission in search of Asmol, so he left everything in Noah's hands. Still, he does not regret killing that Count. Then Grid is attacked from behind, but is protected by the Blades of Pabernium, the group of assassins that the Count sent. They cannot believe that the protagonist noticed their perfect stealth. Grid dodges the low-tier assassins trying to kill him and reveals that his perception exceeds 1,400 points. He curses the Count for giving him the chance to summon the assassins, and furthermore, he says it was a terrible idea to follow their master's orders. The Pobranium blades fly at high speed and hit a weak point of one of the assassins, causing a critical damage of 1590. Grid reasons that, despite hitting a vital point, the damage is minimal. Clearly, he needs more Pobranium. He thinks that he cannot use the Pobranium properly unless he can get more pieces of the mineral in the western region. The assassins curse the golden blades, thinking that there must be some high-level assassin hiding somewhere controlling them, and order to be on alert. Grid takes advantage of the situation and orders Facker to kill them. This frightens the assassins, who prepare for combat. Seeing the blades flying from above, they deduce that the assassin accompanying Grid must be hiding above them, but they are wrong and are pierced by Grid's blacksmith fury. The protagonist calculates that the average level of these assassins seems to be around 240, and if he defeats them all, he could level up to 288. Even if he invests all the stat points he will gain from leveling up into agility, he will not have reached his goal. The protagonist's strength is at 2,810 points, while his agility is at 1,606 points. Before meeting Piero, he put all the stat points he gained into strength, and that is why the difference between these two stats does not seem to decrease. Here we see the assassins attacking the protagonist by throwing a multitude of daggers. Grid's goal is to have a 1-to-1 ratio between his strength and agility, and he questions whether he will have to level up 120 times to achieve that goal. At the same time, Grid deflects the daggers with his sword and orders Randy and Noah to attack, but Noah tries to trick his new friend into petting him on the chin instead of helping Grid. The protagonist knows he must level up while training his skills, and for that reason, he cannot waste time. He quickly finishes off the assassins and will make the most of the time in the 2 weeks it will take to reach his destination. Grid is impatient to reach Titan, the capital of the Empire. Meanwhile, in Count Sibra's castle, we see that they have captured the 2 guys who ended the Count. They try to apologize, saying that the Count tortured them and exercised his tyranny freely. Here the identity of Edon, 23 years old, the 31st Knight of the Red Knights and the youngest among them, is presented. He thanks the boys for cooperating with the investigation and orders the execution of these men and their families. The boys are unhappy because Edon promised to spare their families if they cooperated. "I thought about it and concluded that you would feel very lonely if you were the only ones to die," said the Red Knight, allowing the boys to see their families in the afterlife. The Count's henchmen are taken away while they scream for mercy. Edon asks Veridin if he was the one who captured them, and the player responds affirmatively. The Red Knight mentions that Veridin was very lucky, as he simply passed by when he saw how they killed Count Sibra, and that is why he captured them. Veridin blames himself, as if he had arrived earlier, he might have been able to save the Count. The Knight asks if he really knows nothing about the person who killed the Ripper. The Necromancer explains that he only knows what he heard from the soldiers, but it seems that it is a man with black hair who travels alone and has a killer's aura around him. Edon reasons that the main reason they sent him there was to deal with the disaster caused by the Ripper, but it seems that things have complicated. His superiors will be upset if he cannot gather more information. He feels that the Ripper's murderer and the Count's murder are somehow connected, but Veridin is pretending not to know anything. Edon has no doubt that this man is involved in this incident, and the fact that he decided not to tell anything bothers him. Meanwhile, we head to the great city of Raydan, where someone is surprised to have arrived in the city of Lord Grid. The boy has visited all kinds of cities, but this is the one that impressed him the most. He estimates that there must be at least 100,000 residents living here and thinks that being a duke is really amazing. He did not think they could manage a city like this. This is Damian, who has been wanting to meet Grid again. Someone approaches Damian, surprised that another visitor has arrived. "I think it would be a waste to let you in easily," exclaimed Piero, asking for the identity of the outsider. Damian identifies the man as a farmer and does not remember doing anything that could have angered him. Then, he deduces that Piero must have read the phrases he wrote on his armor, demonstrating the love he has for Rebecca's daughters and wishing the world would understand his feelings. He introduces himself as a common paladin serving the Church of Rebecca and questions the farmer if he has any problem with him. Piero asks Damian to stop lying and expresses that he does not seem like a common paladin. This comment irritates Damian, who finally introduces himself as an otaku paladin. Then, Piero proposes a duel, feeling that Damian's divine power is superior to that of any member of the clergy he has met so far. This catches the swordsman's attention. Damian, in turn, is impressed that a farmer detected the magnitude of his divine power. Moreover, he believes that the man must be a citizen driven mad by pressure and prays that the blessing of the goddess's light can heal Piero's illness. The agent of the goddess has no time to waste and needs to ask Lord Grid to seal Leifel's spear as quickly as possible to save Isabel at all costs. He feels a truly overwhelming presence and manages to draw his shield in time to protect himself from an unexpected attack from the farmer. Piero strikes hard, without warning, but the boy manages to protect himself. Damian steps back, not understanding how the farmer could exert such pressure against the strongest paladin of Rebecca's church with a simple hoe. He is stunned by the blow and questions who the hell that man is. Piero, in turn, is also surprised that the boy was able to block the attack. He cannot believe that there are people around who cannot be subdued by the Empire. During the time he spent with Duke Grid, Piero's body finally recovers. The farmer introduces himself as Piero, praises the boy's excellent defense, and proposes to fight him using his unparalleled fencing skills. "If you want to enter Raydan, you will have to defeat me," said Piero, proposing to start the duel. Damian finds it absurd. It makes no sense for a farmer to be the guardian of the entrance. Another strong presence catches Damian's attention. Another person appears on the scene with a loud explosion. The boy murmurs that it is a surprise and thought he would find Damian there. He describes Damian as the paladin class user of Rebecca who was underestimated by everyone but managed to reach second place in the paladin ranking. Although he suddenly disappeared from the ranking, and rumors say he obtained a hidden class. It must be Damian, Kraugel supposed, appearing on the scene. The paladin is completely surprised, asking if he is in front of Kraugel, the first place in the unified ranking. Kraugel expresses that during these 2 weeks he thought he formed a special bond with Piero and until yesterday managed to reduce his health by half. But Kraugel is disappointed with Piero for secretly training with an opponent of that caliber, a comment that irritates Damian. But Kraugel asks to train against Damian. Piero explains that it is also the first time he meets Damian, but he cannot avoid it at this point. He calls Damian, who responds shyly. "Choose one of us to fight first," offered the farmer. Damian stammers, expressing that he does not want to fight and wonders what kind of place Raydan is. Then we head to Ubadakan, in the Haken Kingdom. Here, 275 members of a clan with an average level of 230 gather and order to wear masks and helmets to conceal their identity. Among them, there are at least 100 ranked in the top 1,000 of the unified ranking. The ideal moment has finally arrived to use our incredible strength. "Our target is the base of the Overgeared clan, the city of Raydan," shouted Cyval, second place in the unified ranking, master of the Snake clan, and count of the Haken Kingdom. Cyval exclaims that Grid humiliated them in the international competition, and after becoming a duke following the event of the Golem invasion, moments in the past, the Snake clan discussed how they could not ignore Grid, who is rapidly rising in the ranking and will be an obstacle to achieving their goals. Asuka expresses that even if they wanted to, they cannot do anything, as the Overgeared clan has members in the top 10 and top 40 of the unified ranking. They cannot defeat them. Vox, in turn, explains that a barrier is useless if it is not in the right place, and Asuka does not understand his companion. Vox explains that, according to their scouts, Grid's whereabouts are unknown, and the clan members have abandoned their city to explore the mines. Raydan is just an empty house at the moment. Vox mentions that it is foreign territory, so they will not be able to occupy the city, but it is a perfect opportunity to destroy its interiors and delay its development. Asuka thinks it is dangerous for the Snake clan to do this alone, and Cyval murmurs that they are not the only ones who consider Grid a nuisance and will make some arrangements. Returning to the present, Cyval exclaims that Grid's castle is empty and there is no one in the city, so they have guaranteed victory. "We will not go alone. We formed an alliance," reveals Cyval, shouting. The 7 main clans have united to take down Grid. Elsewhere in Satisfy, we see another of the 7 great clans, Iceflower, the 7 main clans, a small clan with about 30 members, but all are elites who are in the top 100 of the wizard ranking. The master of this clan is Vondre, the first place in the wizard ranking. He was humiliated during the international competition, and his unified ranking fell from 11th to 17th due to the pressure from the Overgeared clan. Filled with rage, Vondre dedicated all his time, money, and effort to obtaining rank S magic. Now he is notably stronger than when he participated in the international competition. Excited, Vondre exclaims that he will destroy all of Grid's territory and, in 9 months, during the second international competition to be held in his homeland France, he will defeat the protagonist in 3 seconds. The clan members think their master has definitely gone mad. They then ask the master to stop, as they detected movement in the forest. Apparently, they found refugees, hundreds of them, and curse them for interrupting their path to Raydan. Vondre proposes to kill them all, but his companion asks him to calm down, as if they kill so many people, their bad reputation will increase, and they won't be able to play for a long time. Then Vondre activates his magic to fly, and his companion does not understand what his master is planning. Vondre proposes to fly across the forest, as he is not willing to delay their advance when they are so close to Raydan. Then everyone activates their flying magic. Although it is a waste of mana, one of the clan members is attacked by surprise. They ask Vondre to stop, as his companion Ren was hit, and the culprit disappeared instantly. In this, a window informs Vondre that the member Ren from his group has died. Vondre attacks the ground, ordering the bastard to show himself. His attack causes a large explosion, but when the smoke dissipates, he can only see Ren's corpse at the site. Then another window informs that another member of the group has died. They are being attacked from one side, and they assume it must be an assassin, and assassins are the counters to wizards. Moreover, they are in an area full of shadows. As they are at a disadvantage in this location, they activate their speed skill and quickly escape. Then they are attacked by blades coming from all directions and decide to activate their shields. Although they seem useless against the blades that nullify magic, more members die in the attack. The windows keep informing of more casualties in the clan. It is a true massacre, and they order to use any method to escape. This seems futile, and the clan is completely annihilated. Vondre realizes who could take down 11 elite wizards in just 5 minutes, except for him, who is at level 303. The other wizards are all above level 200. Vondre only has one person in mind and screams asking how they knew they would attack Raydan from this area. He orders the assassin Faker to respond, and here the assassin reveals himself, having no intention of answering, saying that everyone will die there, although inside he thinks it is a coincidence. He did not expect to find them on this detour he took to avoid the Empire. Vondre lands, cursing the assassin, charging a spell, revealing that he came with the intention of destroying every last insect related to Grid, said in anger. Faker manages to react in time and dodges the Ice Dragon's Fury skill. The attack causes a large explosion and freezes a large part of the battlefield. Vondre, in turn, laughs, exclaiming that it was one of the rank S spells he learned. Although Faker will prove it before Grid. The assassin feels that Vondre's spells are dangerous, but on the other hand, they must have a huge mana consumption. Then Faker leans on the ground, but the ice manages to destabilize him a bit. Faker is surprised because the guy also froze the bushes to use them as traps. His combat analysis is impressive. In this, Vondre already knew that the Overgeared guys had reached their third-class advancement, but he did not think they would be so fast. Although he exclaims that if Faker has no place to hide, he is just a cockroach against him. The assassin has no means to hide in the environment, and there are more and more pillars limiting his movement. The Ice Wizard orders his companions to attack as well, saying that if an assassin cannot hide, it is useless. With the attacks directed at Faker, he exclaims that the assassin will fall before Raydan. But in this, Faker concentrates and activates a skill with which he can dodge all attacks with unmatched speed and agility while taking out one of the wizards. Vondre is impressed with Faker's performance, who did not decrease his speed despite the cold, and has absolute control over that overwhelming speed. Faker completely masters his speed and instantly takes out another group of wizards. The assassin wears armor that normally increases agility by 6% and movement speed by 12%. But since it was forged by Grid, it further increases the stats. Vondre compares Faker's control with that of Kraugel himself and does not know how they became so strong. Master of Speed is a third advanced class that seeks supreme control. To achieve it, this advanced class had a great synergy with Grid's items, resulting in a significant increase in Faker's combat power. The wizards have no time to cast spells due to the assassin's daggers and think this is similar to cheating. Vondre orders the use of magic stored in the orbs, but the wizards think of saving them for Raydan. Even so, Vondre orders them to use them, or they will all die here. Faker feels something big is coming, and the wizards instantly cast the spells stored in their orbs, prematurely celebrating for having hit the assassin. However, one companion does not believe it. They only hit a residual image and are unaware of the whereabouts of the true body. Vondre orders his companions to retreat and activates his double casting, ready to capture the cockroach that has been running. He combines 2 spells, and then Faker is captured in the Ice Mage's skill. Vondre celebrates his achievement, as now Faker will not be able to use his tricks. The assassin is completely trapped in ice but causes a large explosion that blinds the wizard's vision. Vondre exclaims that it is pathetic to use smoke bombs when one is about to die, but his companion warns him about something. Faker has completely disappeared without a trace. They think he must have hidden in the ground and decide to use their detection magic to find him. However, they are completely overwhelmed when they feel he has arrived from behind. Vondre will not die so easily, but he is eliminated with a move from the assassin. Faker remembers that Grid asked about the other item, and the assassin replied that he wore this armor because he did not want to be distracted by using other things, ending Vondre. Faker advises not to let their guard down, especially if they are not sure their target is dead. We see that Faker used the hood to completely conceal his presence. Meanwhile, we head to another place in Satisfy. We find ourselves at the entrance of Patreon, where they ask what is happening. The guilds that united to invade Raydan order the castle gates to be opened. Then someone asks why they are heading west, although the players do not want to answer. The guild master orders them to step aside so he can respond. It is Bubit, with the Crusher class, the 32nd place in the unified ranking and master of the Jack Guild. He explains that they are just hunting and thinks an interrogation is excessive. The NPC continues saying that he does not care if it is excessive, they just have to answer with the truth. Bubit cannot believe how this guy is exerting so much pressure. He does not know who the hell he is. They joined with the Seraph Guild, with 200 members, to attack Raydan from this direction. They felt humiliated during the international competition, but they will not be able to pass through Patreon to Raydan because of this guy. Bubit exclaims that if no answer satisfies the guy, they will have to force their way through Patreon. But the NPC responds that he has already confirmed the true intention of the players using the special orb that is in this area. Releasing an overwhelming pressure, he exclaims that these lies remind him of a miserable person he knows. He explains that, unfortunately for them, there is someone valuable to him living in the lands to which the players are heading. Bubit feels an overwhelming pressure and decides to withdraw of his own accord. Otherwise, his remains will stay in this city that he protects. Exclaimed Count Asur, Lord of the City of Patreon. If you don't want to miss the upcoming releases, subscribe to the channel and leave a like. I look forward to seeing you in the next Nerd Recap. Let's remember that in the previous chapter, the 7 major guilds united to attack Raydan while the protagonist was absent, but one of the groups was intercepted by Count Asur when they tried to pass through Patreon to reach Raydan. The story continues by introducing us to a level 209 assassin named Buny. He was a streamer player who once had up to 1.5 million subscribers, but now he only had 30,000. To overcome this crisis and regain his former fame, he needed to attract people's attention with a special event. Thanks to his contacts and a large investment of money, Buny managed to access something huge: the invasion of Raydan by the 7 main guilds, who are trying to conceal their identities. The young man is already recording the event in Patreon, the fortified city on the way to the western zone of the Eternal Kingdom. All players are using some mechanism to hide their identities, but their physical appearance gives them away, according to Buny's information. What is being recorded on camera is Bubit, from the Jack Guild, and considering that there are more than 200 people here, he must have joined the Seraph Guild. Buny hides behind a tree and thinks he must be cautious not to be discovered. Clearly, it is a great shame for 7 guilds to form an alliance to attack just one city, and that is why they want to conceal their identities. It seems that the guilds have a problem ahead, as Count Asur, one of the 10 great wizards of the continent, is blocking them. Buny wonders if this named NPC is a subordinate of Grid, and if so, it would be big news. The assassin can already sense the money from the broadcasts and interviews. Here it is explained that Bubit, master of the Jack Guild, was also known by the title, the Jack who promises victory, due to his great analysis, resilience, and powerful crowd control attacks, being the best initiator in Satisfy, giving an advantage to his allies. One of Asur's knights tries to block Bubit's advance, praising the knight for being able to block his attack, but exclaims that it is not enough to stop his advance and shakes off the young man. Shouting that they will clear the way, he says he will deal with Count Asur. The latter laments that they did not retreat peacefully and asks them to remember that they were the ones who started the attack. Bubit recalls that he was in shock due to the humiliation suffered in the international competition. He already knew that Yura was strong, but Grid was on another level and he couldn't even scratch him. Over the past few months, he has been increasing his strength and finally has the opportunity to deliver a great blow. He shouts to Count Asur that no one will stop his revenge. The Count, in turn, remembers that he gave them the opportunity to withdraw peacefully, but now they are finished. Then he uses a fire skill and causes a massive explosion on the battlefield. Several players are burned by the flames and feel that it is not normal fire magic. They then realize that Asur is using wind magic to further amplify the flames. Bubit charges into the attack, impressed by the fact that the guy has transformed C-range magic into powerful A-range magic by adding wind. He is a formidable opponent. However, he is easily repelled by Asur, and Bubit feels that the guy is much stronger than Yura, the power of one of the 10 great wizards of the continent, who are said to be capable of preventing a war just by their presence. Named NPCs are in existence with great influence in the story of Satisfy. If a named NPC is compared to a player of the same level, the named NPC is far superior in every aspect. This protection mechanism is called the compensation effect of named NPCs. Bubit feels that it is not just about the level, but that the NPC has some motivation behind it. Asur is capable of exterminating a quarter of his army just with the flames. Then they realize that Asur is trying to trap them with the diamond barrier. Although Bubit exclaims that this is not an obstacle for him and breaks the barrier. After that he realizes that there is a lot of water vapor in the environment. Instantly, he feels storm clouds and questions how many different types of magic the great wizard can use. The difference between us is evident, but seeing how you only rely on numbers, I have come to the conclusion that you are nothing but simple insects. Asur mocked, charging another attack. Bubit is unwilling to lose without doing anything and asks why the hell he is blocking the way. Asur replies that he will not answer anymore and challenges Bubit to find out for himself, along with his pathetic companions. Although he exclaims that it is already too late and incinerates them with a powerful electric attack, calling them idiots and revealing that it is better for them to die here than to be victims of the monster that lives in Raydan. With your insignificant abilities, you are nothing but fertilizer for my roses, Asur said after winning the confrontation. Behind a tree, a guy is surprised because Asur annihilated the Jack clan and the Seraph clan alone. He never thought that one of the 10 great wizards of the continent would protect Grid. He thinks this is a great comeback and already wants to see all the new subscribers he will gain and all the interview requests if he posts this video on social media. He believes he could be the best streamer in the industry. 2 clans were destroyed before they could set foot in Raydan. The consequences of this would be favorable for some but a disaster for others. Meanwhile, in the forest, we return to Fakir. He falls to the ground as the windows show that his stamina has run out and he will not be able to take any action. After this incident where Fakir single-handedly defeated one of the 7 main clans, he would only receive the nickname God of Assassins and become a legend, but that is a story for another time. Fakir reasons that the Master of Speed consumes all his stamina quickly while moving, and that is a fatal weakness, but he cannot avoid it. The boys do not know how to thank the assassin for protecting them, and Fakir reasons that he had the advantage of levels at his class as an assassin, but if he had faced them in 3 months, the story would have been different. At this moment, one can feel the difference between a 2nd and 3rd class advancement. Fortunately, only Vondre has reached his 3rd class advancement in the Iceflower clan. Fakir is worried about the conversation they had among themselves, where they revealed they had planned to invade Raydan along with the 7 main clans. At this moment, everyone is on a mission, and there is no one in Raydan who can protect the city. Fakir wants to get there as quickly as possible, but his body is completely exhausted. It is at this moment that a girl from the tribe offers something to eat to the assassin. Fakir tries to thank her with a smile and thinks that things would be completely different if Grid were here. He needs to hurry, sends a message to the group, and hopes they read it as soon as possible. Meanwhile, in the Rayen Desert, 10 minutes have passed since the agreed time and it seems that not all clans have arrived yet. The Giant clan refused to participate, so in the end, there will only be 6 clans. Cybele wonders what the hell the Iceflower, Jack, and Seraph clans are still not here. Then someone calls Cybele. It is a guy named Cian, with the Soul Predator class, ranked 23rd in the unified ranking and master of the Golden Clan. The latter asks Cybele how much longer they will have to wait. "We are wasting our valuable time waiting for these insignificant clans," he exclaimed, asking if Cybele did not think the same. The rank 2 of the world tops thinks that Soul Predator is a superior hidden class in combat to that of Pagma's successor and Cian's self-esteem is through the roof, after rising from 70th to 23rd in the unified ranking. He remembers that he himself was also arrogant in the past. Then another player exclaims that he agrees with Cian. It is Hao, ranked 16th in the unified ranking and master of the Hades clan. He opines that they could wait for them another 10 minutes, but if they do not arrive, they should start the attack. Cybele remembers that Hao is a top ranker that even Yura fears. It is hard to know what he is thinking behind that pretty face. The Snake Clan is enough to destroy Ray Dan, but Cybele requested support from the other 7 great clans to strengthen their friendship. He thinks they will be valuable allies when he becomes king and puts on a mask, exclaiming that they will start moving soon. 275 members of the Snake Clan, 21 members of the Golden Clan, and 70 members of the Hades Clan seem excessive to attack an empty city, but they believe that the bastard Grid needs to learn a lesson. Meanwhile, on the mountain, Alzur is informed that the 7 main clans are heading to Ray Dan. Thacker warned that the Ice Flower Guild was in the Thorny Vine Forest, but he did not know the whereabouts of the other 6 guilds. Lowell thinks this is a large-scale attack and cannot believe it. The boys were in the middle of a monster hunt and Vander asks about Thacker's message. He cannot believe that the 7 main guilds are going to attack Ray Dan when there is no one in the city to defend it. The strategist remembers that they did their best to quickly develop Ray Dan, and it is not a coincidence that they chose this exact moment to invade the city. He deduces that there must be a spy and believes he has been careless in trusting so much and made a fatal mistake as the Lord's representative. He will no longer be able to face Grid after this, as the strongest members, Pon and Regis, are unreachable in a dungeon, and Jashuka is in Byron, so she will not arrive in time. Lowell tries to reassure him by saying that they still have Jude and the guards, as well as Piero, but Settle is not sure that Piero can single-handedly stop hundreds of top rankers. Lowell curses because it will be difficult to reach Ray Dan from where they are at noon. Then he asks Uroi how many people can travel in his Uaverni and how long it would take to get to Ray Dan. The speaker replies that it fits 3 people and they can reach Ray Dan in 3 hours. The strategist only has these cards in his hand and thinks he must make a decision. He orders Vander and Tun, who are the strongest here, to go with Uroi as quickly as possible. If they are lucky, the invasion will not have started yet, and he asks them to help increase the defense. But if, on the other hand, the battle has already started, he asks them to disregard the destruction of internal matters and prioritize the rescue of important people who cannot be lost. Can, Rabbit, Piero, and Jude. Save these people, they cannot be revived if they are killed, he says. These harsh words seem to affect the boys. Vander understands that Lowell is acting on behalf of Grid, so he will obey his order, but exclaims that he will resist as much as possible. Then he asks Lowell to hurry, expressing that Ray Dan is not just a handful of people and will be waiting for the guild. Lowell accepts and counts on Vander, shouting that they must reach Ray Dan as quickly as possible and asks not to hold back. Using mana and stamina, he starts running towards the city and cannot believe they dared to invade the territory of the first player who will become king. Lowell exclaims that there will be no forgiveness for them. He himself will ensure that it is so. The fate of Ray Dan hangs by a thread. Meanwhile, the large guilds have arrived at Ray Dan, mocking that Grid has dedicated time to these fields of cultivation that will soon be destroyed, exclaiming that someone like Grid, who gained a slight advantage due to his legendary class, does not deserve to become the first king. I will start by reducing all these crops to ashes, exclaims Cybele, mocking Grid. But then someone asks, who are these guys? Who are you? Asked Damian, a bit scared. Cybele does not know who the hell this farmer is to dare to address them. Then someone congratulates Damian on his work and explains that he must continue practicing until it becomes natural. Kraugel mentions that Lord Piero is very unfair, as he did not have these lessons when he joined this work, although Piero does not remember. Then Piero deduces that the outsiders must be enemies because they are full of murderous intentions. You cannot enter Ray Dan unless you defeat me, said Piero, his mythical phrase. Cybele shouts that apparently, the farmers of this city are as stupid as their lord. Apparently, the fate of Ray Dan hung by several threads. Piero challenges the outsiders to defeat him to enter Ray Dan. Cybele, in turn, can see the marks of the NPCs, but sees that 2 of them are player farmers. Due to the mechanisms of Satisfy, they can hide their identities using just a mask or a hat, so he cannot see more about the players. Damian remembers that he came here to find Grid and ask for a favor, but ended up getting into another new problem. Something strange happened a week ago. Damian was leaning, tired, on the ground. Piero mentioned that his divine power is incredible and his fighting spirit is also very good, so he is a good opponent and it will be exciting to train with him. He explains that his defensive power is superior to that of the Emperor's royal guard and his healing power is similar to that of a priest. He praises Damian for being the first to resist so long against him. Damian, in turn, could not believe it. He was defeated in just 10 minutes by a farmer, despite his long cool-down time. The Blessing of Light remains the best enhancement skill that exists. It increased Damian's attack, defense, and accuracy by 80%, but even so, he could not touch the farmer. Damian thought he had become the protagonist after obtaining the Goddess Agent class, thanks to Grid, but he is brought back to reality and assumes he is just a secondary character. Then Piero reveals that Duke Grid is currently not in the city, comments that Damian will have to wait at least 3 weeks for him to return. For this reason, he offers him to stay and help work in the morning and train in the afternoon. A hidden mission appears before Damian, fun and exciting training, living alongside Piero, a farmer from Raydan. If he is close to him, he will definitely experience great growth. The mission conditions are to live alongside Piero for 3 weeks and strictly follow his work routine. The mission rewards are to gain 30 strength points, 60 stamina points, advanced sword mastery will increase by 2 levels, and the farming skill will be generated. Damian is surprised because sword mastery usually takes 3 months to level up, but here it will go up 2 levels in just 3 weeks. Additionally, he will gain a total of 90 points in his stats, equivalent to gaining 9 levels, and additionally, he will obtain farming, a useless skill, but a skill nonetheless. He thinks the name of the mission is horrible, but the rewards are so excellent that it is hard to refuse, so he believes it is good to have found this farmer. Kraugel congratulates Piero because it took him 20 minutes to defeat Damian. Rebecca's paladin cannot believe he lost twice in 1 day. He did not expect to lose to this person either. He thought the guy was Kraugel, the number 1 in the ranking, and looks very much like him, but Damian confirmed during this week that they lived together that the guy is just an ordinary farmer who knows nothing but farming. Damian finds it impossible that Piero is a farmer, so he does not know who the hell this person is. Raydan never ceases to surprise him, as there is always something happening in the surroundings. As he has been fighting these 2 monsters for a week, Damian's skills have improved considerably. He cannot waste time and must save Isabel, but it is a good opportunity while he waits for Grid. Still, Damian believes that Piero has some strange obsession with acting as the gatekeeper of Raydan. Piero, for his part, asks again if they will face him or if they will withdraw. Piero's strength is insane and is on another level. Cybele, meanwhile, made a decision and called his companion Big Boy to deal with the farmer. Then, the wizard uses his skill, Tsunami of Flames, and Piero makes a move with his rake, the name of the agricultural item he is using, getting rid of the flames, leaving the intruders completely surprised. "Welcome to Raydan!" exclaimed Piero, greeting the guys. Cybele calls the rest to prepare for battle, but Piero shortened the distance without anyone being able to react, activating his skill, Destined to Perish, and striking the 2nd place in the Satisfy ranking with his agricultural tool. A window informs Cybele that he suffered catastrophic and lethal damage. Those present are shocked because the 2nd place in the Unified ranking died with a single blow. Kraugel and Damian are surprised by the instant death skill. Apparently, for Piero's strength, his power far exceeds imagination, and the top rankers ask for the identity of the bastard. Piero introduces himself as a simple ordinary farmer who receives a salary of 73 silver coins per month. Vox notices that everyone is trembling with fear. If they retreat here, they will lose their dignity and become a laughingstock for Satisfy. Therefore, he orders to finish off the enemy, even if it costs their lives. Piero mentions that it has been a long time since he was on a battlefield, but this is the perfect moment to see the result of his technique with the rake, which he has been training for months, instantly taking out dozens of top rankers. He decides that he will leave the training to fight seriously this time. The rankers launch themselves to finish off the farmer, but Piero decides to take them all out. He activates the 5th form of his unparalleled fencing and obliterates the group of players, launching himself into the attack. He asks a girl if she will continue acting as a spectator while her subordinates die. A ninja exclaims that someone as skilled as her should take the first step, and it is Asuka, with the Berserker class, ranked 31st in the Unified ranking. However, Black Teddy, the 1st place in the Summoner ranking, will not allow them to attack the lady and summons the warrior bears, easily finishing off the bears that Black Teddy summoned. The Summoner cannot believe it. These bears are capable of fighting players in their 3rd class advancement and were empowered, but this madman obliterated them without any difficulty. He does not know how Grid's bastard managed to get a monster like this. A named NPC has a great influence in the world of Satisfy. It is impossible for an ordinary player to have any control over them. However, a named NPC was acting as Grid's subordinate. Definitely, the guy was not a simple farmer. Piero's basic attacks deal great damage to Black Teddy, and the player dies unable to believe he was defeated with a rake. This was not an instant death skill like Cybele's. It was his basic strikes that are on another level. They are facing a true monster. While the berserkers experience a greater crisis, the greater the power they will gain thanks to their passive skill. Thanks to her passive skill, fear turns into pleasure, and Asuka exclaims that she will take revenge on Grid by eliminating his subordinate. Then, she attacks with her heroic death spear, a legendary ranked skill. The girl manages to grab Piero by the arm with her weapon and reveals that she did not expect the NPC to have so much strength and talent. She draws her great sword of Euphrates, and Piero is surprised by how impressive the weapon is. The girl holds the weapon and proposes to see how much longer the farmer can keep talking. Then she activates her skill, Frenzy of Madness, which is the ultimate skill of a berserker's third-class advancement. Piero mentions that the girl's technique with a great sword is deficient. It is nothing compared to the technique of Duke Grid. Then, he uses the first form of his unparalleled fencing and deals catastrophic damage to the player. The girl cannot believe that the farmer neutralized her Frenzy of Madness in an instant and was able to counterattack. He reduced 60% of her health with a single blow. The girl retreats and thinks that as long as she has health left, she is the strongest. She exclaims that the real fight begins now and uses her heroic death spear. Piero leaps into the attack, commenting that the girl's technique is nothing compared to that of Viscount Pawn. She couldn't even catch a bunny with such a poor technique. He exclaims that he is already tired of the girl and makes her disappear. Asuka is eliminated in tears, as her powerful weapons were defeated by a simple rake. The farmer she faced was too unfair. Another window shows that member Asuka also died. Vox saw that Piero is an NPC with high statistics and perfect combat skills. Normal players like them would not be able to defeat him. He tries to calm himself and remembers that they must prioritize the destruction of Raydan to prevent Grid from continuing to grow. He doesn't care about dying as long as he fulfills his purpose. Vox shouts that the Snake Clan will keep the farmer busy and asks Lord Cian and the others to destroy Raydan. Cian takes the soul of a fallen player and mentions that if things are like this, then they only need to deal with the 3 people ahead. He orders to attack the Golden Clan and believes that by sending this farmer first, they tried to deceive them into thinking that all farmers were that strong. He mentions that this NPC is the great hope of Raydan, but is now busy with the Snake Clan. Then, he activates his unique qualification Soul Spear skill and prepares to finish off the other farmers, launching his spears and exclaiming that they will regret being mere farmers. But the spears are blocked by Damien's shield and the sword of Asur's son. This event leaves Cian completely stunned. Cian mentions that Damien seemed reluctant to participate in this, but it seems he has made a decision. The paladin, in turn, responds that he had no choice, as if he didn't help, Lord Piero would scold him for an entire day. Cian thinks that his spears are very powerful, capable of delivering a fatal blow, but these farmers blocked them. He thought they were mere scarecrows who came to Raydan with the intention of destroying it, but it seems their plans have failed. He curses Cybele's research team. Cian never imagined that of the 4 farmers blocking the way, 3 of them would be masters in disguise. He remembers that only 1 remains and orders the Golden Clan to change targets, assuring that this guy must definitely be an ordinary farmer, and orders to advance to victory by destroying the weakest link, Kraugel. For his part, Kraugel smiles as he checks his farming tool. Cian cannot comprehend how the boy is smiling at a moment like this, doubting that he might not be an ordinary farmer either, but 3 members have already launched themselves to attack. Kraugel stops the swords of the 3 with another quick movement. Kraugel gets rid of the 3 players, then throws his farming tool and draws his sword, remembering that Piero managed to defeat them with a single blow from his hoe. He finishes off the players with his sword and mentions that his skills still cannot be compared to those of Lord Piero. Cian is shocked because the boy defeated 3 level 230 players in an instant. He doesn't know how Grid's bastard conceived these monster farmers. Kraugel exclaims that the clan master must lead the attack and that at this rate, the losses will only increase. Cian will not allow this to stand and activates his soul usage to take revenge on the farmer, deciding to finish off Kraugel, who is weaker than the other farmer, and fires his soul arrows. Kraugel dodges the projectiles and discovers that the guy's class can absorb and use souls. It's interesting, but the guy's archery skills are lacking, so the arrows explode unexpectedly. Cian, in turn, mocks the farmer, who probably won't be able to withstand the combo of his soul explosion, while drawing his sword from his inventory. Although Kraugel has resisted and praised the offensive power, he could have easily reacted, as the player took too long to link his skills. He suggests practicing the speed at which he activates his combo. Cian draws his secret weapon, which he obtained for being the first person to complete Vasco's maze. This weapon increases strength and intelligence, which are fundamental statistics for his Soul Devourer class. It is the brutal heavy sword of legendary qualification. He activates his soul transfer skill and prepares to massacre the farmer. Kraugel can see that the guy's class is very similar to that of mages, but also has things in common with swordsmen, blocking Cian's attacks. He reflects that softness eventually wins over roughness. Cian shouts not to underestimate him and activates his soul usurpation skill. This skill steals a portion of the target's soul. The affected target will have difficulty controlling their movements for a period of time and will receive constant damage. Then he raises his sword and challenges the farmer to keep talking after this, then delivers a vertical cut on the white swordsman. Kraugel managed to retreat so that the damage was not so severe. Cian cannot believe that the farmer deflected his heart attack with his shoulder and confirms that the guy is not an ordinary player. He doesn't understand how he cannot defeat a mere farmer. He could accept it if he were fighting Agnes or Kraugel, but thinks this is not the case. The wounded swordsman reasons that Cian has good skills and his fencing is as good as the rumors say. He can confidently say that he is the strongest player he has faced so far. Kraugel usually focuses on explorations or raids while playing alone. He has never been very interested in PvP, but after meeting Lord Piero and training alongside him, he changed his mind. This is something that forces Kraugel to push his limits with the sword, a feeling that makes his whole being tremble. He believes he will consider the option of participating in the next international competition, and we see that there are 2 full moons in the sky. He exclaims that it was fun to fight someone so strong and activates his ascending moon sword. The farmer disappeared out of nowhere. It is the first time he uses a skill, and we see that Kraugel has positioned himself behind him. Cian feels the danger and activates his soul armor, but it is completely destroyed by Kraugel's sword, which was able to deal almost 20,000 points of damage to his level 2 soul armor and injure him. Kraugel attacks again with his Earth Ascension. Cian retreats, cursing for not being able to react to the attack. It is the first time he feels so powerless against an opponent since his class change. He traps Kraugel in his soul prison and exclaims that this is the end for him. This is the strongest restraining skill and can even trap a level 280 monster boss for 5 seconds. Now he will apply his combo using all his mana and souls, 39 soul spears and 39 soul explosions heading directly for Kraugel. The swordsman activates his white light sword, which blinds Orin for a few moments, but then is pierced by the farmer's sword. Cian is incredulous and asks for the identity of the guy. Kraugel is surprised because he attacked without knowing who he is and explains that although he is not paid, he is given food and a roof, so he introduces himself as a farmer from Raydan. Cian cannot believe he was fighting a mere farmer, and the clan master has been completely defeated. The white light sword is a skill that causes the highest level of blindness, and when those present regain their sight, Cian has been defeated. The guild master remembers having seen these movements before. It was a year ago in the forest, the hardest hunting ground at that time. It then required a group of at least 7 top 100 rankers to go hunting in that place, but remembering the movements of that man who defeated the monsters there alone, including the boss, Helgao, a sense of battle and control that completely transcended the hunting ground, and the level of his control and skills was in the territory of the divine, to which he was praised as a genius. He felt a great sense of inferiority and fear regarding that obstacle he could not overcome, and since then, his movements have been in his mind. The movements of that farmer were those of that type, the swordsman who is at the top of 2 billion players, the sky above the sky. Kraugel, the master of How, orders the Hades guild to retreat while confirming that Kraugel has become much stronger, and with him here, Raydan is an impenetrable fortress. The entire Hades clan flees from the place, and the rest of the clans join the retreat. Damien asks if it is okay to let them go, but Kraugel explains that they will gain nothing by pursuing them. Kraugel was not worried because they had Piero on their side, but since the battle has ended at this point, he thinks they should not go after them. Then Damien takes the opportunity to ask about the identity of his companion, as he faced a very strong top ranker and defeated him very easily. Kraugel asks if he really wants to know, as Damien does not seem to be the type to pay attention to such things, mentions that he is nobody important, and asks him not to worry. Damien understands the hint and does not want to inquire further. Kraugel changes the subject and asks if they have been busy in the battle. Brand responds that on his side, they managed to make them retreat as well, but regrets having missed dinner time. Damien heard that the blonde is the son of an important noble and is always hungry, feels sorry for the boy. Then Kraugel exclaims that only Lord Piero is missing, The boys lament the tragic fate that this last guy will suffer who is about to face Piero. Piero identifies the player as a user who combines the skills of his companions to maximize their effectiveness and praises him for his interesting skills. Vox shouts incredulously because all the clans have fallen and decides that he will take control of the farmer at all costs. However, Piero manages to impact Vox before he finishes casting his puppet skill, and it seems Vox will be victim number 275 of the farmer's weapon and laments not having even reached the shadow of the gates of Raydan. Damien cannot believe that he has defeated them all alone, and Kraugel is incredulous at the immeasurable power of his master, feeling as if Piero is a completely different person from a few weeks ago. Piero reflects that he has grown a lot during this battle and questions whether he is closer to becoming a sword saint like Myler, then thinks that the growth he has experienced is deeper than that. There is something different when comparing his current self with his past self, the one who wanted to follow in Myler's footsteps. Piero was a noble of the Saharan Empire, Piero, the captain of the Red Knights, Piero, the trader, Piero, the swordsman, and Piero, the farmer, used to put all these things into his fencing. Has something changed in me? The NPC questions. It is then that Piero realizes something. What he holds in his hand is not a sword. Piero overcame all these obstacles to become who he is now, and what helped him overcome all of this was not a sword. Piero believes that the tool does not matter and never needed a sword, as what truly makes the difference is him. He remembers feeling the earth, the roots, the leaves, and the stems in his hands, being exposed to the strength and spirit of nature. None of this was with the intention of following in Miller's footsteps, nor was it to try to achieve the title of Sword Saint. These were steps he took to find himself. Then, reaching enlightenment, he says that he has always sought a path that would lead him to be one with nature. The onlookers do not understand why the environment is lighting up. Piero is connected to the soil, to the water, to the seeds, to the stalks, and to nature. He feels that he is between the sword and himself. A window appears informing that a legendary farmer has emerged. All the farmers in the world will admire and praise him, and all players connected to the game received a notification about the emergence of a new legend. Many were shocked by the emergence of an unanticipated legend, but it was a different story for Piero, who was completely immersed in his development. Every time he plowed the land, it became increasingly fertile. Seeing his tools in action in the fields brought him a good feeling. But these tools were also capable of destroying his enemies, similar to when a certain swordsman became a legendary blacksmith. Piero wonders if this is what Pagma also felt, if this is how his legend emerged. Thus, the legend of Piero arose, the legend of a swordsman who became a farmer. Meanwhile, elsewhere in Satisfy, we see a giant centipede being defeated. They recall that only 100 clan members survived, and even then, they did not come close to attacking Raydan, due to their farmers. They resolve not to mess with Grid again. One of the members is worried because they might be followed, but his companion reassures him, saying that the other alliances retreated just like they did and did not follow them. It is then that the clan members are attacked by powerful flames. Sons of bitches, are you already fleeing after failing in your attempt to destroy Raydan? A voice directed at them asked. Did you dare to attack our fortress while it was defenseless? Uroy, Tun, and Vander asked, furious and filled with a desire for revenge. The masked men recognize Vander, the best guardian knight, and try to explain that Raydan is fine. They are just running because all the clans were destroyed by the farmers. Vander and Tun annihilate them, unable to believe this story. Then, the fugitives try to talk to Uroy, thinking he is someone more rational than the two warriors. They explain that Raydan is safe and that they are very sorry. I hope our members are doing well, Uroy said with a grim smile. The members of the Hades clan are leveling up quickly and exclaim that the place is excellent for hunting. They understand why the Overgeared clan is growing so rapidly and do not want to leave the area. At the same time, How orders them not to focus on hunting to leave as quickly as possible. The Hades clan had an average level of 253, and their combat tactics were perfect. They had a hierarchy like a powerful army, and their teamwork was excellent. Their master carefully selected their members and trained them to represent the entire Chinese population, and Hao ranked 16th in the unified ranking, being called the combat genius. One of the members notes that their clan master is more cautious after seeing the farmer who defeated Cian. Hao reveals that the person who defeated Cian is Kraugel, the sky above the sky. This shocks the members, as they cannot believe that Kraugel is subordinate to Grid. The guild master thinks that for some reason he is cooperating with Grid, but is sure that the top ranker is not a subordinate of the blacksmith. He says that Kraugel is a solo player, not someone who would submit to another person. How finds it concerning, as Grid was able to absorb the Sadaka clan. He urges the members to flee, as they are close to the Empire. A voice then asks if they do not believe they should pay for their sins before leaving, shouting that now that they have stepped on the Duke's territory with their repugnant feet, they will pay with their lives for this sin. The Hades clan cannot believe that their enemies have returned so quickly from the raid they were in. Lowell recognizes How from the Hades clan and mentions that it is too early to retreat. How, in turn, understands that they are only 15 members out of the 28 that the Hades clan has. The Hades clan has about 80 people and outnumbers them. However, all of them have already achieved their third-class advancement, while the Hades clan is still on their second advancement. How understands that quality beats quantity and the outcome of their defeat is obvious. He sends a message to his clan to pay attention and orders them to flee while he holds them off, leaving his companions incredulous. The clan members argue that they cannot leave their master fighting alone against them and must fight by his side to win. They remind How that the difference between 11th and 50th place in the ranking is only 4 levels, and if How loses levels due to the death penalty, his ranking position will drop drastically. How responds that the ranking is just a bunch of numbers and explains that it is better for him to sacrifice himself than for everyone to suffer the penalty and the clan's power to diminish. If everyone survives, they can achieve their third-class advancement more quickly, and when that happens, they can repay this humiliation. He orders them to leave now and plan the rest later. The boys accept the order, and Ibelin shouts that he will not let them go so easily, but the master of the Hades clan prepares for combat. In Satisfy, there is no option to select a race. In other words, everyone starts as humans, but some players have succeeded in completing certain missions to change their race, and How is one of them. After the transformation, he loses the ability to use many skills, but this is not a problem for How, who focuses on weapons and considers the rest secondary. The transformed one mentions that, for 5 minutes, his strength, agility, and endurance increased by 10%. He partially acquired the ability to fly and to breathe fire. This is How's true form, a half-draconian. How exclaims that, for 5 minutes, no member of the Overgeared clan will be able to leave here. Lowell sees for the first time the appearance of someone who has the blood of a dragon, one of the most powerful creatures in the game, and proposes to split up. One part will face How, while the others will go after the rest of the clan. He orders Tobias, Layla, and Senos not to take on How, and the Paladin of Judah advances, activating the blessing of the god of Judah, but his shield is bound by chains and, unexpectedly, is struck from behind. How pierces through Tobias and goes after Layla, disappointed that they are underestimating him by sending only 3 players. The mage does not have time to cast spells and uses a fire skill she had stored in her orb. Although How passes through the flames and strikes the player. Senos cannot believe that he dealt with 2 in a single instant and decides to save Layla by activating his wind barrier. The shield protects the mage from the draconian strike. Then, Ibelin jumps into the attack, ordering him to stay away from Layla. How uses his chains and decides to see how far he can fly. He grabs Ibelin with his chains and delivers a powerful blow to the mage. Layla is surprised by the physical ability of the player. His attacks are powerful, and she only survived due to Tobias's enhancing skill and Senos's barrier. The draconian jumps to the back, and Senos does not have time to cast spells. Tobias jumps to the rescue and decides to stop him. How strikes hard, but is stopped by the paladin's shield. Tobias feels that How's strength and skills are on par with Pawn and Regis. Lowell, in turn, did not expect him to be so powerful. His title of combat genius was not a lie after all, and How mentions that he still has 4 minutes left. Lowell sends some messages, and his companions ask to join the fight as well. He closes the message window after sending them and decides that everyone will stop for now. They do not have much combat power at the moment, as the strongest members are not present, and they must face the 16th place in the unified ranking. How's skills are truly surprising, and he is using his dragon breath to separate the enemies while dodging attacks by flying. He is making the most of the 2 advantages that his race provides him. Moreover, he is able to completely block his friends' movements with his chains. How shouts that he will not let any of them leave here. Lowell is excited about the tactics and combat decisions of the Draconian, as well as this spirit of sacrifice, which is rare to find. It would be very useful to have him by his side. Some time later, How kneels and exclaims that the rumors were true, praising the boys for being very strong. Although he claims to be even stronger, he mentions that 5 minutes and 3 seconds have passed, so his companions should have already escaped. He is satisfied with the outcome and asks to be killed at once. Lowell reasons that the boy succeeded in holding back 15 people trained by Piero for 5 minutes. Neither Pawn nor Regus would have lasted that long against them, even though Grid had defeated them instantly. Lowell confirms that Howe is a good player, skillfully avoiding all attacks, and under different circumstances, they would have lost. Considering only this fight, they lost, but the story is different if we consider the reason for this fight. He then reveals that the members of the guild clan failed in their retreat. Howe asks them not to lie, but Lowell suggests that he communicate with them. He reveals that it was easy to guess the escape route since they were heading to the Empire of Guess. He discloses that at this moment, the Hades Guild was captured at the border of the kingdom with the Empire. Lowell warned the members of the Golden Guild to go to the border after finishing their work. He exclaims that players with a second-class advancement could not defeat those with a third-class advancement, no matter how many there are. Howe curses his situation and thinks that if he had known this, he would have at least taken one of them down. Then Lowell proposes something and invites him to serve Duke Grid. Howe responds that he will not serve someone who only trusts in his legendary class. A dragon will not submit to a dog. Ibelin suggests killing him at once and not wasting time. Although Lowell comments that Grid is not a dog, he is the sky. Howe replies that the only person who can be considered the sky is Kroggle. Lowell leaves, exclaiming that he will soon change his mind and will let the members of his guild go for now. Howe mentions that even if they let them go, they will not serve Grid, but Lowell proposes that they serve him if they demonstrate that Grid is the sky. It is obvious that there can only be one sky. Observe him carefully, and you will soon know that he is the only sky. These confident words leave Howe, the half-dragon, stunned. He exclaims that they are all crazy and believes that Grid must be a fraud. He does not know what he should observe and decides to take the opportunity to leave. Howe walks away, and the boys ask the strategist why they are letting him go after they invaded the city. Although Lowell explains that in messages Roy revealed that Raydan is safe, the strategist thinks about gaining the greatest advantage possible instead of being dominated by resentments. And Ibelin asks what would happen if they tried to attack again. If that happens, we will destroy them all, along with all their properties, declared the strategist. The story continues at the entrance of Raydan, where the guild members arrive in the city. Legel thanks the farmers for defending the city and promises to repay the favor. Piero tells the young man not to worry, exclaiming that defending the city was part of his duties as a farmer. Sidon murmurs to Layla that a payment of 73 silver coins is not enough to risk his life protecting the city, while she reasons that for Raydan, it is worth only 73 silver coins. Piero is truly a great person. Lowell thinks that the legendary farmer helped them find water sources in his spare time to ensure that these wheat fields were of the highest quality. Thanks to Piero, the population of Raydan will not go hungry again. Lowell states that the attackers of the city were very powerful people, then asks if Piero was able to defeat them alone. The farmer reveals that the members helped him, and Lowell cannot believe that the farmers of Raydan have combat skills. The top-ranked player cannot allow them to find out, or there will be a great uproar. Then he disconnects, saying that his mother is calling. His companion, Damian, cannot believe that he will leave him alone in this situation. Lowell notes that one of the farmers disconnected, so he must be a player. Since he arrived in Raydan, he must be a high-level player, and he does not understand why such a player would be working as a farmer. Lowell addresses the other farmer, asking about his identity and why he is working there. Damian tries to explain. He does not want to say what happened when he arrived there and how he ended up working as a farmer. They are friends of Grid, so he can reach him more easily if he talks to them. Taking off his hat, he introduces himself to the incredulous members of the Overgeared Guild. The boys recognize the player who rose to second place in the paladin ranking, even though he is a paladin of Rebecca, and later disappeared suddenly. Rumors said that he had obtained a hidden class. The boys cannot understand why the otaku Damian would be there. Later, in the castle of Raydan, Vander cries inconsolably after hearing Damian's tragic story and all the obstacles he had to overcome to save his beloved. Now Lowell can understand the situation and why Damian is working in the fields. People know the boy because he is a candidate to be the new pope, and if he had gone to the administrator, they would have treated him as a distinguished guest. Damian remembers that he could not have contacted the administrator when he could not even enter the city. Lowell reasons that the boy must have gone through tough times. Then the strategist asks about Damian's companion who disconnected, and the paladin of Rebecca reveals that the boy was not his companion, and since he was hiding his identity, he does not know who he was. Lowell deduces that if the guy were a bad person, Piero would have expelled him, but he will keep an eye on him for now. Then Lowell exclaims that he understands the situation, so now the Overgeared Guild will convince Grid to save Rebecca's daughter and help Damian become the new pope. The young man is very happy with the help and thanks, shedding a few tears of joy. Although inside, Lowell thinks that with this, they will be able to build a temple of Rebecca in Raydan, increase the population, and obtain a booster that will be applied throughout the city, and they will have access to valuable priests. There is no way to let this opportunity pass. In the administrator's office, Rabbit cannot believe that Piero managed to deal with so many enemies and reveals that it is the Lord of Ryden's responsibility to grant the rewards. But since he is not present, he, as the administrator, will give a special recognition to Piero for his work. The farmer responds that it is not necessary, as he did not do any of this for money. Rabbit thinks that Lord Piero should be rewarded for his deeds, as rewards are part of his system of government. Rabbit thinks that everyone was surprised by the performance of this farmer, but he already knew his true capabilities. The reason Rabbit allowed Piero to continue working in the fields as a farmer is that if he gave him a job according to his abilities, they would have to pay hundreds of thousands of gold coins, something impossible for Raydan, which is still developing. Even so, Rabbit will reward Piero by giving him a new contract, appointing him the new administrator of the fields of Raydan, and he will receive a new salary, wishing that they can continue to count on Piero's support in the future. Like Lowell, he thinks that there is a fundamental principle in the development of Raydan, to seek maximum efficiency at the lowest cost. Piero sincerely thanks for his new salary of 2 gold coins and 3 silver coins, while Lowell also values the support of the boys, offering him a sticker of Isabel as a gesture of gratitude. Both Lowell and Rabbit affirm that in Raydan, they never abandon their people and propose to make the most of it. The ambitious plan of the 7 main clans to prevent Grid's growth was thwarted even before reaching his territory. After this event, all media began to talk about the subject, including an article titled, "One of the 10 Great Wizards of the Continent Fights for Grid." Its content confirmed the rumors circulating on the internet. Satisfy users discussed how incredible Grid had become and were surprised that he had managed to get one of the 10 best wizards of the continent as a subordinate. The first broadcast of Bainey on this topic caused a great stir and was so successful that it revitalized his channel, re-emerging as the best streamer. On the other hand, none of this news reached the protagonist's ears, as the members of Overgeared decided not to communicate any of this to him to avoid interfering with his mission. A new adventure was about to begin elsewhere. After a 3-week journey, we arrived in Titan, the capital of the Saharan Empire. Grid exclaims that he can see the city from here, although he thinks it will take time to reach his destination, as the distances here are much greater than in Rionar, the capital of the Eternal Kingdom. It is revealed that Grid has reached level 291, making the most of his time training and leveling up. His stats also seem to have increased. Grid reasons that, due to the penalty he received after crafting 5 legendary items, his growth has become slower, but it is still impressive. Now that Grid has good high stats and has added his new enhanced control to the mix, he has nothing to fear. He exclaims that he should be around here, the person who betrayed Piero and ruined his life. "Let's see what kind of bastard this person is," murmured the protagonist, determined to destroy the person who destroyed his friend Piero. "I came to fulfill Piero's revenge," said Grid, ready to kill Asmul. In another part of the Titan capital, someone throws a cup to the ground, cursing a woman. Watching the rain through a window, he coughs and continues to curse. The man is lying on the floor and cannot stop coughing. Asmul, the eldest son of Count Pedro, a member of one of the most important and prestigious military families in the Empire, at 20 years old, joined the Red Knights and achieved remarkable feats, elevating his family's reputation in the Empire. He was praised for his nobility and loyalty, being considered one of the main pillars of the Empire, alongside his friend Piero, until he fell into the trap of Empress Marie and stabbed his friend, his comrade, with a dagger. Clenching his fist, he thinks that no matter what he does, he cannot get the captivating beauty of that woman out of his head. He cannot forget her damned face. Then he begins to apologize. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault," he exclaimed, knowing that his voice will never reach his friend, even if he shouts 1,000 times, "I'm sorry, Piero." Asmul continued lamenting on the floor when guards burst into his room, asking Lord Asmul if he is okay. The guards noticed that Asmul is drunk again. They were tasked with watching over him, but he is always in this state. They advise Asmul to stop drinking to calm down and lie down on his bed. Then, the guard receives a cup that brushes against his face in response. "Shut your mouth, "Disgusting dog of the Empress!" exclaimed the knight in an intimidating tone. Then, another person enters the room, murmuring that it is the same thing with Asmul every day. The presence of the man terrifies the knight. "I know you are in shock from receiving a fatal wound from your closest friend, but if you continue like this, our effort to take care of you will be in vain," said the stranger, approaching the frightened Asmul. Here we are introduced to the identity of the man as Dive, a dark mage. The latter asks Asmul how much longer he plans to stay locked up in this mansion. The knight shouts at Dive not to come closer, but the dark mage raises his hand, explaining that he is just trying to take care of him as usual and free him from his anguish. Asmul screams for him to shut up, as his sin can only be erased with death. The Red Knight flees the scene and jumps out the window to escape. In the air, he apologizes again to his friend. He does not know how to atone for his sins, as neither his body nor time can give him an answer. Asmul reasons that, although his moment is near, he wants to make up for the damage he caused to Piero. Then, the dark mage murmurs that he has already told Asmul that this is impossible if he cannot take care of himself. Her Majesty the Empress will be very angry. "Neither his body nor his mind belongs to him," said the dark mage, revealing that everything was an illusion. Asmul needs the mage's permission to do things like even imagine, exclaiming that it is not easy for others to see the knight in this state, especially when they have worked so hard to wash his brain with dark magic. He mentions that if the puppet does not move at the will of the puppeteer, it means there is something defective. Using a spell, he orders Asmul to be obedient, and just before leaving, he asks the knight who Piero is. Asmul seems to be immersed in a very intense darkness and manages to pronounce Piero's name, just like the wine spilled on the table. Asmul sheds a few tears while murmuring that Piero is a traitor to the Empire and his mortal enemy. While all this happens, we return to the fields of Raydan. A window informs Kraugle that he has finally completed his hidden mission as a farmer. With this, the White Swordsman has advanced to the 4th stage of the Sword Saint candidate and is one step closer to achieving his goal. Kraugle's hands are full of calluses and covered in dirt. He now understands a little more about the path of the field that Piero is following. Piero then asks if he is leaving, bidding farewell and promising that he will always be welcome if he returns to visit them. Kraugle has managed to overcome his obstacles thanks to training and cultivation with Piero. He is very grateful for the luck of having met this man, even though he could not defeat him in the end. At first, Kraugle was disappointed to find out that Piero had abandoned the path to become a sword saint, but Piero found his true path by becoming a farmer. He found his own way that was not tied to social class, combining swords with agricultural tools to achieve a legendary class. Kraugle exclaims that he is happy to continue his journey, but he is a little sad to leave Raydan behind. Gripping Piero's hands, he mentions that he will definitely miss this place. "It's the first time I've had these feelings for a place," commented the player, recalling the precious moments he spent this month that will be special to him. Piero, for his part, is sure they will find a reason to see each other again and asks him to enjoy life with all he has. Kraugle does not care how long it takes to become the Sword Saint and become someone worthy of fighting with this man. Kraugle is willing to become a legend as well and activates his white light sword upon sensing a presence. The great light dazzles the entire place, and in a tree, someone confirms that they noticed his presence, something only Kraugle could do. It is Faker, who asks the sky about the sky that enjoyed his stay in Raydan. At this point in the manual, it is explained that 3 years ago, Emperor Ruander gathered all the psychic specialists and priests from across the country to save Empress Arya, who lay weak in her bed. However, no one could cure her illness. Only the legendary saint could do so. Death is something that neither money nor power can stop. After the death of Empress Arya, the emperor became very stressed and spent the whole day drinking, and the only one who managed to console the broken hearts was the second Empress Marie. Her beauty was well known, and she was the mother of the 4th prince. She did everything with the grieving emperor to gain his trust, to control the emperor and his power. For the last 3 years, Mari tried to weaken support for the first prince and managed to gain the support of the Red Knights and the nobles to strengthen her plan, all to make her son, the 4th prince, the heir to the empire. Failure did not exist in the dictionary of Empress Marie, and her right-hand man, the dark mage Dive, who would serve her even before she became empress, was also smiling at the current situation. To be more precise, the person who was smiling was the one disguised as Dive, who was actually dead, the greatest illusionist and mage of the Yatan Church. The 7th servant, Dark Verse, reasons that if he can use the power of the 4th prince as an excuse, he could cause a massacre throughout the empire. Finally, After 3 years hiding his identity among mages and sages, his hard work is bearing fruit. Then, the dark mage senses a threat, confirms the presence of intruders, and questions who could have destroyed the illusion barrier set up in Asmol's residence. He gathers all the guards of the residence immediately, as the damned army of the Red Knights must have changed shifts with the Black Knights. Opening the door, he remembers that Asmol did not even let anyone enter the mansion for 3 years to wash his brain. The seventh servant of Yatin thinks that the infiltrator is strong enough to break the barrier and has such a high stealth that even the guards could not perceive it. It was definitely someone powerful. However, his story would end here, and activating a spell, he orders the intruder to reveal themselves. The spell impacts the enemy, causing a great explosion, but when the smoke dissipates, the silhouette of Grid appears, who mentions how great the Titan capital is, with so many buildings, but he has finally found his target. Grid proposes to end everything at once, as he is tired of the long journey to get here. The Dark Mage has never seen Grid before, but he seems strong, so he immediately calls his troops, ordering them to exterminate the bug that has entered his territory, and the knights comply, attacking. Grid draws his perfect divine shield of legendary category and mocks the slowness of the knights. Grid fluidly changes his weapon, quickly dispatching his enemies, activates the wrath of the legendary blacksmith, and asks for more enemies to come. The blacksmith's wrath skill greatly enhances Grid, who wipes out the enemy troops. The knights have already realized that they have no chance against Grid, so they decide to surround him. However, Grid exclaims that no tactic can defeat absolute power and massacres the soldiers with basic strikes, crushing the army and confirming that these are the fruits of his training over the last 3 weeks. Grid quickly positions himself behind the knights, who cannot even react. The protagonist decides to finish them off quickly and strikes them from behind. Then, a window informs that Grid's demonic power has increased and currently has 91 points in this statistic. Grid does not like this, as if his demonic power is too high, he could go to hell. If he kills all the NPCs in this zone, his demonic power will rise to 150, so he decides to change his strategy. No appears excited from Grid's inventory, while windows show that the pet has leveled up to 151. Grid reasons that his demonic power will not rise if it is his pet who finishes off the enemies. No easily takes care of the enemy troops, mocking them. Currently, No is a superpowered creature capable of killing monsters with levels higher than hers. A window informs that Grid is gaining experience points, and some will be given to No, but another window informs the protagonist that his demonic power has increased by 1 point. Then, a hand grabs the ecstatic No by the head. Grid mentions that it is useless to use No, so he orders him to go back into the inventory. Although the cat wants to keep playing, Grid forcibly puts him back in his inventory, explaining that his demonic power continues to rise, even if he kills No, so he prefers to keep the experience for himself. He curses his situation, as at this rate he will go to hell. Then, the knights ask Lord Dive to cast a curse on the intruder. The Dark Mage agrees and begins to charge his spell, planning to transfer Asmol to another place. He uses his Corrupt Pentacle ability, with which he creates a magic circle that greatly increases the casting speed of dark magic. The servant of Yatin will make a display on the wall with the head of this intruder. Several windows inform Grid that they are reducing his resistances and weakening him. The Black Knights will take the opportunity to finish off the enemy, but Dive feels that something is strange. Then, he curses himself, questioning why his spell is not working. Then, Grid uses his binding skill and crushes them all. A window informs that Grid resisted the curses, and the protagonist comments that his demonic power is rising more than the experience he is receiving. The Dark Mage senses danger and activates a barrier to protect himself from what might happen. Grid shouts that it is useless and detects the vital points of the Dark Mage with his eye patch, breaking through the mage's barrier with his sword and hitting him. The mage orders to stop the intruder, even if it costs a life. Ygritte is impressed because the guy did not die from a single attack, despite dark mages having very low defense. Then he realizes that the guy's combat power is quite high, assuming he must be some kind of mid-boss of the mission. Yatin's servant curses for encountering an intruder like this, who is not affected by his curses. He is the worst opponent he could have faced. Knowing he is the weakest of the church members, he decides to take his chance while the knights distract Grid, activating a skill to eliminate the intruder by controlling his most powerful puppet with a dazzling light, calling Asmol to finish off Grid. The protagonist recognizes the name Asmol and turns around. Apparently this dark mage will help him complete his main mission. Upon seeing Asmol's presence, The protagonist notices that he is very attractive, presuming he must be very popular with the ladies. After ordering Asmol to finish off Grid, the dark mage tries to flee the scene. Grid swings his sword and makes his way toward his target. Dive orders Grid to stop following him and uses a fireball. Grid, in turn, uses an enemy soldier to protect himself. Dive is surprised by the type of monster he has to face. His curses don't even affect them. He uses his cursed puppet skill and sends more enemies. The defeated soldiers start moving again. The protagonist thinks it is a nuisance. He didn't want to use his resources to take advantage of this as training, but it is necessary to get rid of them more easily, and he cuts them down with his sword Fracasso and with the Pobranium. Then, Dive remembers how he was told that Nibirius was defeated by some villagers, and among them was one who could become a great threat to the Yatan Church. Balak described the guy as someone who wielded a large blue and white sword and golden artifacts. He doesn't believe he has any reason to come to the Empire, but he recalls the description, just as a precaution, warning the other servant of Yatan. The frightened Dive screams, questioning why the hell that bastard came to the Empire. But then another person appears, unsheathing his large sword, Asmol, in the rain. The Empire's enemies must die, he murmurs in a muted voice. Dive rejoices at seeing that he will be safe under the protection of his most powerful puppet, reasoning that the Red Knight has already recovered from the wounds Piero inflicted on him and, having received the essence of the god Yatan, is now overflowing with the power of dark magic. If he strengthens him even more with his magic, he will be a monster that even Grid's bastard cannot defeat. Unexpectedly, the Elder is hit by the protagonist's pinnacle skill. The protagonist thinks that if he kills Asmol, his affinity with Piero will be maximized, and then he can have the future Holy Sword as an ally. Grid thanks the Dark Mage for bringing him, as it would have taken a long time to find Asmol. He exclaims that now that he has given him what he needed, the Elder is just a nuisance. Grid uses the assassin skill of Pagma's fencing to finish off Yatan's servant once and for all. Dive disappears, questioning if the god Yatan has forgotten him, but he denies it, reasoning that he must have been defeated by the secret weapon that the Rebecca Church prepared. Then, Grid runs toward his true objective, shouting that he has dealt with the complications, but then a window informs him that he has defeated Dark Bus, the seventh servant of Yatan, saving the Saharan Empire from a crisis by stopping the conspiracy of the Yatan Church. The protagonist's reputation increases by 300 points. He receives the title of Secret Hero and the title of Yatan's Servant Killer. As rewards, Grid receives 10 Blessed Enhancement Stones, 3 Superior Mana Stones, Dark Bus's Earrings, and Dark Bus's Ring, in addition to receiving over 88 million experience points, leveling up. This leaves our protagonist completely confused, as he did not know that the servant Dark Bus was supplanting the identity of the Dark Mage Dive. Even more surprised, Asmol is more astonished because the guy he defeated was one of Yatan's 8 servants. It seems that Asmol is being freed from the control of the Dark Mage and begins to scream in pain. Grid is surprised by the amount of energy the guy is releasing. Asmol falls to his knees, seeming to have finally been freed from the control of the Yatan Church. However, his gaze remains lost. Grid cannot see life in his eyes. The guy offers no resistance, and seeing him in this state, Grid does not know whether he should kill him or not. Then, the protagonist is able to react quickly enough to stop Asmol's sword, which intended to end all his suffering. Grid questions what the hell he is doing, as this way he would not complete his mission. Then, Asmol asks the savior who freed him and punished that servant of Yatan not to stop him. The Red Knight wishes to use this sword to pay with his life for his unforgivable sins. Then, the mission of the true traitor of the Red Knights changed to a hidden mission. Grid apologizes to his friend Piero, as he came here to fulfill his mission, but this man does not seem to deserve to die, at least not by Grid's sword. 2 weeks later, we return to the great city of Raydan. A window informs Damien that he has also completed his hidden training mission with Piero. It was an unexpected mission, but the incredible statistics and skills as rewards were worth it. Damien is very happy and thinks it would be better if he could share this joy with Rin. He asks Isabel to wait a little longer, remembering that Lord Lowell said that Grid should return today. If the protagonist can seal the lethal spear, Isabel will become healthy again. Damien sold all his possessions and items, except for his equipment, to get a lot of gold, since Lord Grid is very greedy. He asks Isabel to hold on a little longer, as he will do his best for her to recover, going with Lowell. He comments that the nights in the desert are cold. Once they eliminate all the monsters causing desertification, and nature begins to change again, the climate will also change. Then, the strategist encounters the captain of the guard, Jude, and asks if he is still patrolling at this hour of the night. Lowell heard that Jude even skips meals to patrol, but notices that the NPC is carrying a tree and asks about it. Jude replies that the tree was near the water canal and obstructed the view, as someone dangerous could be hiding behind it. Lowell did not inform the people of Raydan about the invasion of the large guilds because he did not want to cause disturbances, but thanks to Piero and the boys, nothing happened. Lowell asks Jude to take care of his health, as he is another important piece in Raiden's strength. Jude replies that Lord Grid's Raydan is safe today. Then, Tobias calls Lowell after searching for him for so long, informing him that Grid has returned. Here we see the protagonist greeting the boys after such a long time without seeing them. Vander comments that Grid has changed after 5 weeks. They are surprised because Grid has leveled up to level 295. Grid asks Lowell why he is hiding behind Tobias. Lowell is very excited because Grid is wearing the Ripper's mask and thinks he looks very cool. Grid does not know why the boy is so flushed but asks if he has been well during these weeks. In the background, someone observes the scene. It is Damien, who confirms that Grid has indeed changed a lot since the last time he saw him. It seems he didn't even notice that they tried to invade his city. Lowell assumes that Grid did not see the media or television while on the mission, which Grid confirms. He didn't even manage to sleep well to advance in the mission. Taking off his equipment, he explains that Titan is very far away and is a huge city. He plans to eat something and sleep as soon as he disconnects. Then, he asks his strategist if anything happened during his absence. Lowell explains that there were minor inconveniences, but Grid will have time to review them later. Then, Lowell asks about the person who is behind Grid. The protagonist explains that he has to resolve a matter before going to rest. Then he asks about the location of Piero's house, as he needs to go see him later. Lowell shows Grid that Mr. Piero is currently living in the farmer's house. Grid cannot believe that Piero is living in a place like this. He thought they would treat Piero better for his outstanding skills. He never imagined he would be living in such a lamentable place. He exclaims that Raydan is also big and asks if it was so difficult to give him an appropriate house. Lowell explains that Mr. Piero did not want them to give him one. He said he did not deserve to live a comfortable life. Grid reasons that it must be due to the suffering of losing his family and comrades after he was incriminated. He thought his friend had recovered considerably, but apparently, he was just covering up his pain. Then Grid asks his companion if he is ready. "My life should have ended a long time ago," replies the disheartened man, explaining that he is prepared to die. Grid asks him not to say such things, as they do not know if the person inside will decide that. They open the door to enter Piero's dwelling. Grid enters the interior along with Asmul. Inside, they find Piero meditating on the floor. The farmer confirms that Grid has become much stronger. He explains that he was trying to control his breathing, but Grid's presence completely distracted him. Then he asks the protagonist if he managed to kill him. Grid believed he was prepared to defeat Piero using all his skills, his best items, and Randy at the same time, but he feels that Piero has changed considerably in these weeks. His perception tells him that it would be very dangerous to face him now. Piero asks Grid if he managed to kill Asmul. The protagonist questions whether his friend has already reached the level of the Sword Saint and wants to fight him immediately to test his current strength, but he needs to calm down because it is not the right moment. He reveals to Piero that he did not kill him, which surprises the swordsman. Grid asks his friend to control himself when he sees him. Piero does not understand what the Duke is talking about when something catches his attention. He saw the face of Asmul, the one who betrayed him in the past. An uncontrollable rage courses through Piero's body instantly. He quickly grabs his sword and furiously charges at Asmul, cursing him for daring to show his damned face to him. Grid does not want an NPC named Asmul to die, but after hearing his story, he had no choice but to bring him before Piero. That is all Grid can do. The only person who has the right to decide whether Asmul lives or dies is Piero. As Asmul's blood stained the ground, he mentions that he cannot believe that the best swordsman in the Empire, the one who aspires to become the Sword Saint, failed to strike his heart. On the ground, Asmul questions Piero about why he diverted his sword at the last moment. Piero is disappointed with Asmul's current state. He is nothing more than a beggar in rags, and he also did not try to avoid his sword. "Did you come here as the traitor who only wants to die?" Piero wonders confusedly while observing the face of his old friend. Piero sheathes his sword again and orders Asmul to speak. He will listen to what he has to say. Then, the leader of the knights begins to recount. It all started on that fateful day, the day Empress Marie visited my mansion. The Empress murmurs that she tried to sow discord between Piero and Asmul, who support the first prince, but did not think that Asmul would reject her, even when the Emperor himself does not. She is impressed by his integrity. "I need the Red Knights who support the first prince to disintegrate to ensure my victory," murmured Marie, the Empress of the Saharan Empire, who asks Dive to find a way to solve this problem. The Dark Mage reasons that it will be easier to influence Asmul, who is single, unlike Piero, who has a wife and daughter. Moreover, Asmul seems to be in love with a simple commoner. "It will be easy for us to end the life of a commoner," said Dive while showing Asmul holding the body of his beloved. The one who was in charge of protecting the empire could not even protect the woman he loved. And the words of comfort that Piero gave him fell on deaf ears of his friend. Asmul lost the will to live. It was at that moment that the Empress visited the Red Knight again to console him, bringing him a bottle of wine. It was a strange drink. All of Asmul's suffering disappeared as he drank more and more of that beverage. Here it is revealed to us that it was the essence of Yatin. When Asmul realized it, he was already imbued with Dive's magic. He had already become addicted and lost his freedom in the Empress's lap. It was because of this that fateful day happened. Asmul became a puppet, and Dive proposed to him to kill the person who killed his beloved to calm his pain. This traitor was requesting the cooperation of your beloved for a rebellion. When she refused, he killed her so that the information would not leak, said the Dark Mage, trying to convince the knight that Piero was organizing a rebellion, inciting Asmul to take revenge. Then Asmul does not remember what happened next. He does not know if the moon and stars were in the sky that day, nor if it rained or was clear. The only thing he can remember is the lifeless bodies of his comrades. With a lost gaze, Asmul murmured the words, "Piero, the traitor." With that, those who supported the first prince were completely defeated. The Empress mocks, mentioning that all she did was use Dive's potion to sow a little confusion in Asmul. She did not expect such good results. Asmul was considered a pillar of the empire, a man loyal to his comrades and family, someone without a shred of malice. The Empress mentions that they would have been reliable pillars if they had decided to support her son, but exclaims that in their current state, they are nothing more than scum that must disappear. While the Red Knights fight among themselves, the Empress mentions that her son's path as prince will be unobstructed. The furious Piero grabs Asmul to question what the hell he did to his comrades. Asmul responds by calling Piero a traitor who killed his beloved, swearing that he too will lose everything as punishment. The swordsman does not understand why he is being called a traitor, but is even more surprised by his friend's threat. Then, an idea crosses Piero's mind, frightening him. Dive reasons that Asmul would not be able to completely stop Piero, but the Empress mentions that Piero would also not be able to come out unscathed from a fight against Asmul. When he arrives at that place, it will be too late, said Empress Marie with a mocking tone. Even if he arrived in time, he would have to face the Black Knights. She said at the same time that we are shown how the swordsman arrived at his home and found it in flames. The Empress comments that this could be considered an act of mercy, something that the Dark Mage Dive does not understand. Marie explains that the two are close friends and the pain that Asmul felt from losing his beloved must have been immense. The Empress comments that she could not let only one of them lose everything they have. Then, a stone in front of Piero's house, expressed in the name of the vice-captain of the Red Knights, Asmul, that the family of the traitor of the empire has been punished. The shocked Piero cannot assimilate whether the situation is real. Piero lost his wife and daughter. Dive mentions that the Empress is truly cruel. Not even he would have been able to do such a thing. Although Marie responds that he is exaggerating. Piero's house was completely burned down. The defeated Asmul managed to reach the site and only found the bodies of Piero's wife and daughter. A great helplessness flooded the Red Knight, who could only shed tears of regret. At that moment, Dive arrives at the scene and mentions that it is incredible that Asmul still has the willpower to come here, as he should not be able to after having ingested so much essence of Yatin. It seems that Piero managed to escape from the Black Knights, commented the Dark Mage, thinking that it must have been a relief for the boys not to have killed each other. Then he casts a spell on the Red Knight and comments that the Empress and he will take care of this disaster. "Don't worry, your anguish will soon disappear," he murmured in a dark tone. Grid reasons that they used Asmul to systematically kill his comrades and disturb Piero. The weight of all the sins he committed still oppressed him, even after they had brainwashed him. Grid does not know if Piero will be able to forgive him after 25 years. But the swordsman sheds tears, mentioning that Asmul also suffered all this time. Piero collapses and, through tears, questions why all this had to happen to them. Asmul comments that comfort is hard to reach for weak men, as the weak always make the worst decisions. "This is all I could recover and keep during all this time of misery and agony," revealed Asmul, taking out an object. Piero recognizes in shock the bracelet of his daughter. Asmul expresses that he ended their lives because of his weakness, mentions that he does not deserve compassion, and asks Piero to kill him to calm his anger. While Piero cries inconsolably remembering his deceased family, the Red Knight apologizes to him again. Grid reflects that both lost their partners and comrades. Nothing will be the same as before. Placing a hand on Piero's shoulder, the protagonist comments that he knows how hard it is to forgive. "But there is someone you need to take revenge on. You need to kill the Empress," exclaimed the protagonist. "It was all the fault of Empress Marie." The guild members sigh, thinking that Grid could have said this in a nicer way. "If things are not resolved at the right time and with the right person, then they will disturb you for the rest of your life. That is why I convinced Asmul to come here," reported the protagonist. "I know you asked me to kill him as revenge, but that doesn't make sense. A person who is not truly guilty does not deserve to be condemned," Grid opined. Moreover, he remembers that they used to be good friends before all this. Asmul asks Duke Grid to stop, as he is ready to die. At that moment, Piero stands up, explaining that things cannot be as they were in the past. However, they used Asmul and he allowed this to happen, and because of this, both lost everything. Because of this, they lost the friendship they used to have. Piero confirms that what Duke Grid said is true. They must resolve this with the person truly responsible. The swordsman thinks that it is the only way for their comrades and family to rest in peace. "I will not be able to calm this anger, achieve comfort, or forgiveness alone," said Piero, proposing to his friend to get up so they can fulfill a mission. Asmul feels grateful for his friend Piero. At the same time, a window informs Grid that he has completed the hidden mission of the story, and the protagonist thinks that the people who were separated in the past have come together again with a new purpose. Asmul cries inconsolably, apologizing to Piero, while a window shows that the relationship between Piero and Asmul has improved. The affinity with these two people has reached its maximum, the system informed Grid, who believes that both will be able to share the burden of their past together. The next day, Grid feels that they are now on the same level as Byran, but the overall infrastructure of the city still resembles that of a small town, opining that this is due to the sparse population they have and asks Lowell for proposals. The strategist reveals that they are planning to bring in the small tribes rejected by the Empire, such as the Yule tribe. This idea does not convince the protagonist, as it could bring problems with the Empire, so he asks for more options. The strategist thinks that Raydan has become more popular among players due to the invasion of the 7 main guilds, but the problem is that it is very complicated to reach this place. Lowell proposes that, after finishing the development of the mines, they can start developing the roads to make it easier to get there. The protagonist reasons that the development of the mines will take time because they do not have competent workers in that area. "It is a pity that Miner is not here," Grid thought, remembering that he has not heard news from him since he sent him to explore the Golem labyrinths. Grid asks his strategist if the other guilds usually have their own knight divisions. Lowell assumes they do, as all they have to do is create a specific subgroup and call it a knight division. It is not complicated. Grid confirms that Lowell does not know that the game system has its own mechanism for this, thinking that perhaps he will be the first person to have a real knight division. Shortly after Piero and Asmul reconcile, the protagonist has an idea. He would establish a knight division that would have special enhancers. Grid expresses that he is happy to have reunited them and that they are friends again, so upon completing the hidden mission, he was allowed to recruit Piero and Asmul. If he recruits Piero, there will be a 30% increase in the effectiveness of the barracks in his territory and a 100% increase in the chances of obtaining a good harvest, in addition to being able to create a knight division. If he also recruits Asmul, the effectiveness of the research institutes in his territory will increase by 20%, and he will be able to create a knight division. With the knight division, Grid can have a group of knights, and the enhancing effects applied will depend on the person designated as captain. The windows inform Grid that effective barracks increase the training speed of soldiers. Soldiers will acquire new tactics as they level up and gain new skills. It will also increase the number of weapons they can use. Meanwhile, effective research institutes affect the speed at which soldiers and civilians gain experience in their skills. The higher the level of their skills, the greater the variety of skills available, and it will also increase the power of their skills. Then, one of the descriptions catches Grid's attention. Why does Piero guarantee a good harvest? He wondered, confused, not understanding what this has to do with the future sword saint. Then he remembers that the system informed him that a legendary farmer had emerged. Grid hopes that the window he saw when he was in Titan does not turn out to be Piero's. Grid exclaims that if he has really become a farmer, he will kill him, and his companion Lowell does not understand what Grid is talking about. Later, we see Jude welcoming Duke Grid, and Rabbit expresses that he is happy the protagonist has returned safe and sound. Grid thinks that these boys have nothing to envy from the Empire's soldiers, and will see with his great lord sword how they have evolved. Apparently, Rabbit's intelligence and political power have grown immensely, and Jude's physical strength and endurance have also increased. Then, someone kneels before Grid to greet him after so long without seeing him. "I have been waiting for you all this time," said Damian, emotional to reunite with the protagonist. However, Grid does not recognize the guy and asks about his identity. Later, Grid recognizes Damian as the otaku from that time, the one who was after Rebecca's daughters. The young paladin introduces himself again as Damian, and Grid apologizes for not recognizing him, asking why he is there and if he wants to join the Overgeared. Damian kneels again to ask Grid for help, pleading that he save Isabel. Grid remembers Isabel as the white-haired girl who used a spear and asks if something happened to her. Immediately, he remembers freeing the girl's spear. Pagma sealed the spear rifle so that Rebecca's daughters could use it, and Grid broke the seal but did not fix it. The protagonist completely forgot about the matter and thinks that if Damian asks for compensation now, he does not have money to pay. Then, the otaku Damian asks the protagonist again to save Rebecca's daughter. If he does, he will give him all his treasures, a total of 530,000 gold. Here, the protagonist thanks the heavens for sending him this fool, as he is not asking for compensation. On the contrary, he is giving Grid all his treasures. Lowell pulls the protagonist from his thoughts, sending him a message informing him that Damian is a candidate to be the future pope of Rebecca's church. If we cultivate a friendship with him and he becomes pope, we could benefit immensely. Don't you think it's good to help him now? Proposed the strategist. Grid is surprised because Damian turned out to be a more important person than he thought, and to begin with, it was Grid who was to blame for this, so he will take responsibility for solving the problem. Moreover, he can take the opportunity to learn more about the spear rifle. With a bit of luck, he might be able to craft an imitation of a mythical item. Grid exchanges the gold coins, and it is more than $500,000. Damian cannot believe it is not enough for Grid. The boy already knew how greedy Grid is, but he cannot let Isabel die just because he does not have money. Then, he remembers that he can still get more money. Damian reveals that he has a small mansion in Japan. If he sells it, he could pay an additional $1,200,000 to the protagonist. The protagonist is incredulous that the guy is capable of selling his own house to save an NPC. Grid reasons that in the world of Satisfy, they live, breathe, and feel like them. The protagonist knows this very well, as he has seen with his own eyes their pain and concern. That is why he is able to understand Damian. Grid likes that the boy is like this. He asks Damian to forget about his mansion, but he will accept the 530,000 gold. As it was Damian who set the price, he will accept the request. He explains to the paladin that unfortunately, he cannot accompany him right now because he has not rested properly from his trip, but he asks the boy to go to the Vatican first, and he will contact him later. "You don't need to thank me. I do this just because we will both benefit from it," said the protagonist with a smile. Meanwhile, at the same time, we head to a cave in an unknown location. Another special event was taking place. For 10 months in Satisfy time, Yura had been focused on completing a mission for which she had no clue how to complete. Yura faced numerous difficulties and setbacks while trying to complete this mission, but she never gave up. A flame of purple fire directs its voice to Yura. Yatin's servant thinks it is a beautiful and pleasant voice, an angelic voice. "Now that you have managed to get here with that fragile and mortal body, you are more than worthy of receiving my power, the power of a more act," said the voice. Yura's assumption was correct, and she finally found him. These purple flames belong to a more act, the demon of conflict, the first servant of Yatin, and one of the 33 great demons. There were many clues to this, from the fact that Yatin's church was working to summon the 33 great demons to the surface to the fact that there are demonic creatures among Yatin's servants like Balak. Even the legend says that the 33 great demons are creations of Yatin. From the beginning, Yaten's church was not something created by humans. It was created by demons and for demons, the absolute enemies of humanity. "Girl, let me help you rid yourself of that fragile and mortal body," said the voice addressing Yura. The windows inform Yura that she has completed the SS rank penance path mission. If she accepts Amarak's power, her species will change from human to semi-demonkin. A demon kin can evolve into a demon. A window asks if you want to accept the power of a Moract. "Join me until your last breath. I will give you great power," the voice promised. Yura remains silent for a moment. No matter how you see it, there is only one way to respond to this. "I refuse," the player said confidently. This answer surprises the demon, who asks why the girl rejected his power and if she is thinking of betraying Yaten. Yura explains that it is possible to choose the path of evil in this world, which is why she became a black mage, joined the Church of Yaten, and committed many evil acts, even becoming a servant of Yaten, but Yura does not regret any of it. However, a black mage has no choice but to serve Yaten. If she accepts the power, Yura will be considered forever a servant of Yaten. The girl does not care if she has to stop being a servant of Yaten and betray the Church of Yaten, but she does not want to become an enemy of that man. Yura does not want to have a rivalry with the killer of Yaten's servants, Grid. This completely infuriates the first servant. As the demon's flames flare up, he calls Yura an insolent woman for joining Yaten's enemy. The player can feel an overwhelming presence, but she is not worried because it is impossible for a Morak to appear in this world. Yura has worked hard to complete this mission and hopes it is not in vain, although there is no guarantee that there is any reward for choosing to side with Grid. Although it is strange that there is an option to reject the reward of an SS rank mission, Yura feels that there is something hidden in all of this. A Morak calls Yura an insignificant creature and orders her to leave. The windows inform that Yura has rejected Amarak's power and lost her status as a servant of Yaten. "You have been excommunicated from the Church of Yaten. You have lost your power as a black mage," the windows continue to inform. On that day, the name of Yura, who had been motionless at the top of the black mage rankings, completely disappeared from all rankings. We hear a feminine voice dragging on the ground. "Heavens," the girl said, somewhat surprised. "This would not have happened if I hadn't taken your hand that day," the girl said. The windows inform that her level has decreased and is currently at level 1. The girl does not regret it, as strange things always happen around him. This is about Yura, who wonders if Grid's companions have also gone through such things. A window informs that the girl has become hostile to the Church of Yaten forever. While in Satisfy, it was announced that on that day the legendary class of Demon Assassin was born. The story continues at the protagonist's house, where Grid wakes up after sleeping for almost 13 hours. The protagonist finds his parents and asks if they are going out to the store. His mother mentions that they will stock up on vegetables, although she is more concerned about her son, as they have not seen him in several days, despite living in the same house. The protagonist explains that he has been in the capsule almost all day and only disconnects to eat and sleep. In the last 12 days he has been very busy with an important mission. Grid's father heard on the news that the 7 great guilds united to attack the protagonist's city. Although they were unsuccessful, he mentions that experts were praising Grid and his companions a lot. The mother, in turn, also heard that someone important helped them, a certain Asur. The protagonist is surprised by so many things that happened while he was on his mission. He reasons that the kids did not inform him so that he could focus as much as possible on his mission. They were really trustworthy. Then Sihi asks her brother to stop being lazy and put on a sweatshirt. She explains that everyone was worried at home because the protagonist hardly left the capsule, so she advises him to exercise a little. Later, at the park, Grid asks to stop because he can't take it anymore. His sister believes that Grid should organize himself and disconnect for a day to rest. And the protagonist, in turn, knows more about his abilities in the virtual world than in reality itself. He expresses that his sister is right, and while exercising his body, he feels that his lungs are functioning again after a long time. "Take this, it's the refreshing red ginseng drink that our ancestors left us as a legacy," said a stranger proud of his Korean past. Grid asks for the identity of the person. The stranger reveals that he was told he could find Grid in this area and is happy for the luck he had today. Then Grid seems to have identified the person. He recognizes the person behind Peak Sword, and the latter mentions amidst laughter that it is an honor for a famous person to recognize him. Later, Peak Sword clarifies that his real name is Kong Dae-han and his job is to promote Korea among foreigners. Then Peak Sword reveals that his sister's name is Kong Minguk, but she wants to change her name, although this does not interest our protagonist. The patriotic Korean tries to get closer to our protagonist, but Grid asks to get straight to the point. Then Peak Sword expresses his desire to join the Overgeared Guild, asking the protagonist to allow the Silver Knight Guild to merge with Overgeared. Grid recognizes the Silver Knights Guild as a Korean guild in the top 50 of the guild rankings with over 200 members. He does not know why they would want to join Grid's guild. Peak Sword declares that he wants to lend his strength to the Overgeared Guild because the protagonist is Korean. If the guilds merge, they can increase Korea's status. Then Grid responds that he does not want to. This answer surprises Peak Sword, as he did not set any conditions. The protagonist explains that Overgeared has members of many nationalities, none of whom aim to promote Korea to the rest of the world. He thinks to himself that it is a good offer to increase the guild's power, but their goals are not compatible, and Lowell taught the protagonist that such details are very important. Peak Sword understands the situation and apologizes for being so selfish, thanking the protagonist for his honesty. Still, he wants the Silver Knight Guild to merge with the Overgeared Guild. He explains that it is difficult for them to expand their power just with the Korko Island, and they also do not have any standout members in the guild. Peak Sword would like to play satisfied with his guildmates under better circumstances, as he is also a ranker. Grid remembers that the guy looks like him, as he was also worried about his companions and wanted to defend the people he cares about. Peak Sword expresses that he wants to be close to Grid because the day he fought alongside him against Hell Gao and the Sakura Guild was the best day of his life. Not only that, the feeling of success and the pleasure of mining made even the ranker forget the enemies he had in front of him. After that day, hunting and the rest of the activities were never the same for him. Grid asks about the player's mining level, as he remembers that there are many mines on Korko Island. Peak Sword reveals he is a level 9 beginner and confirms the large number of mines on the island, in addition to the fact that most of the population practices mining. The protagonist thinks that the guy's skill was terrible at that time, but it seems he has improved a lot. Considering that they now need many miners, Grid stands up exclaiming that he will accept the merger of the Silver Knights clan with the Overgeared clan, but Peak Sword will have to promise that he will not force the other members to be so fanatical about Korea. This news greatly delights the patriotic Peak Sword, who promises not to force anyone, arguing that if they work very hard as members of the Overgeared clan, Korea's status will increase on its own. Then he begins to present Grid as a symbol of the country among foreigners, a gesture that embarrasses our protagonist. He trusts that Lowell can handle this and decides to return to Satisfy to finish pending matters. Going back to the past, just before the clans invaded Raydan. Somewhere in the western desert, we see a large hole starting to appear in the ground. The entrance to the dungeon has been blocked. You will not be able to communicate with the outside world. You will not be able to escape the dungeon until you have died or killed the dungeon boss, the system informed. You have entered the underground city of the 13 vampires. Benefits will be granted to the first explorers of this dungeon. The item and gold drop rate in the dungeon will increase by 8%. This benefit will last 10 days and will disappear when you die. Here we see that the protagonists of this story are Regis and Pawn, who seem to be excited and surprised. Pawn is worried because the entrance to the dungeon has been closed and asks what they can do. The martial artist exclaims that it is exciting because they found a dungeon that was not on the map. Pawn expresses that their mission is to seek dungeons for ideal hunting in the western area, just to look for them, not to hunt in them, and that vampires are a high-level combat species that become stronger in the dark, not to mention that they have enchanting abilities and attack cancellation. Pawn laments that this will be their end, while Regis calls his companion to see something. He expresses that this place is amazing, and we see an immense city of vampires underground. The martial artist proposes to eliminate all the vampires and the bosses before the bonus ends, and Pawn is disappointed that his friend is so simple. Don't regret it when you die and lose the 12th position in the overall ranking, he said, throwing himself into the dungeon, although Regis does not seem worried about that. In the present, the boys are surprised because Pawn and Regis are leveling up so quickly. They are already at level 307, they used to be one level above Faker, but now they are 2 levels ahead. Grid asks about the boys' location, as he has not heard anything from them in the last 15 days. Lowell reveals that they are on an exploration mission in the western area, but the strategist believes they must be trapped in some unusual dungeon. The protagonist knows that starting from level 299, the experience needed to level up increases considerably, so leveling up in just 15 days is surprising. The boys have definitely found a great hunting spot. Then Grid announces to the boys that he accepted the Silver Knight clan to join them. This news impacts Lowell, who recognizes Peak Sword's clan. Vander recognizes Peak Sword as a ranker who maintained his 15th position in the unified ranking despite the major changes, while Tobias enjoyed the video of his fight with the Sakura clan, rejoicing at the news. Grid warns that the guy is very patriotic, but it will be fine to have him with them. The boys tease the protagonist, saying that Peak's sword would be able to create even a religion that worships Grid, although it will be of great help. They ask Lowell to take care of everything, and the boy agrees excitedly, as it excites him a lot to increase the clan's power. The protagonist remembers that there were always 28 members and they were short on human resources, but now there will be more, and he is glad that the boys have accepted well. In this, Piero requests to enter the room along with Asmul. The protagonist gladly accepts and asks Asmul if he feels better now. Piero explains that thanks to the protagonist they have been talking all night about many things and came here because they made a decision. You helped resolve the misunderstanding between us, you saved us from the hell we were in, and you showed us the true goal of our revenge, said Piero kneeling. Duke Grid, we both want to be your servants, declared Piero and Asmul. This news surprises Lowell, who is impressed with what the protagonist is capable of achieving. Grid mentions that he did not want to rush things and was willing to wait a little longer, but he is fine and will need the help of the Night Swordsman. Piero recalls that when he met him in the Kezan Gorge, the protagonist was really bad. He was a young man easy to intimidate. However, he had a lot of potential. I will gladly lend my strength, my lord, exclaimed Piero. I look forward to your collaboration, replied Grid. While the windows show that he accepted Piero as his subordinate, the effectiveness of the Raydan barracks will increase by 30%, and the probability of a good harvest is 100%. He also accepted Asmul as a subordinate, and now the effectiveness of the research institutes will increase by 20%. You have qualified people to lead a night division, the system informed. It then proceeds to show the candidates capable of leading a night division. Piero can lead a total of 50 knights. Piero's knights will increase their physical attack power by 10%, their attack speed by 3%, and their movement speed by 5%. This effect is applied permanently to the knight whenever they are under Piero's command. The passive skills of this knight division are greater life regeneration and lower stamina consumption. On the other hand, Asmul can lead a total of 35 knights. Asmul's knights will increase their physical and magical attack power by 5%, as well as reduce skill cooldown time by 8%. This effect is applied permanently to the knight whenever they are under Asmul's command. The passive skills of his knight division are greater mana regeneration and lower stamina consumption. Grid thinks they are incredible enhancers, so he gives the order to create 2 knight divisions and appoint Piero and Asmul as captains. 2 windows inform that the knight divisions of Piero and Asmul have been created, and the system asks Grid to assign them a name. Lowell, in turn, did not know that there was a special mechanism to create knight divisions. Grid continues naming them as Overgeared Knight Division 1 and 2. This bothers Lowell, who asks his lord to come up with better names. The protagonist thought that dividing them into 1 and 2 would be enough. He then decides to call them Overgeared Knight Division and Overgeared Magical Knights Division. This disappoints Lowell, who cannot believe that Grid is so bad at naming. At this moment, the system congratulates the protagonist for being the first player to use the mechanism for the Knight Division. He obtained the Ruler's Cloak, which is a legendary category item. It is a cloak that symbolizes the authority with which a ruler leads their army. The skills of Advanced Command, Military Command, and Governor's Voice will be generated. The Advanced Command grants his soldiers the ability to advance. When the soldiers advance towards the enemy, their movement speed and damage will increase by 200%, depending on the distance. With the Military Command, he can immediately change the direction of the soldier's march, and the Governor's Voice is a passive skill through which his soldiers can perfectly hear his voice from any location. Grid thinks these are simple but very effective skills on the battlefield. Considering that most players are ordinary people who have no experience in commanding an army, this is a very valuable item. Currently, Grid cannot see hidden functions in this item, but he is sure that if he continues to grow and reach a high level, he will be able to find some way to improve this item. Grid raises his voice and orders the guys to join a knight division and continue with their responsibilities. While Lowell thinks about joining the magical knight division because he uses many skills, he is called by Grid. The protagonist asks his strategist to coordinate with Rabbit to assign Piero and Asmul 2 separate areas and then continue with the guild division. Lowell thought the protagonist would help him and asks what Grid will do. At the same time, a creature arrives at the location, and Grid declares that he has something pending to do. Uroy arrives at the location and explains that the preparations are ready, and they can leave immediately. Grid recognizes the first person he trusted and joined him, and he is pleased because the boy has already leveled up to level 290. Grid asks Roy if he has heard what happened between Damian and him in the past, which the speaker confirms, having heard Damian's story while he was here. Roy is surprised that Grid was able to defeat Pope Drevigo alone. The entire Rebecca Church praises the protagonist and is willing to help Damian. Then the speaker is surprised to see how much Grid has grown after his journey. I hope the Vatican is not surprised to see a Wyvern, said Grid, because they are very similar to dragons. Let's leave at once, Roy. We have many things to do in the Vatican, said Grid, while Roy confirms that his lord will carry out a massacre in the Vatican. We transport to the Rebecca Church Cathedral, where a weakened Isabel coughs, and Damian is very worried about her condition. The young paladin curses the fact that the room is so cold. Casus, in turn, informs that Damian took a week longer than expected to return, reasoning that Miss Isabel's condition worsened significantly during that time. Then Damian exclaims that he finished his mission over a month ago, but delayed his return because he was waiting for Grid in the Eternal Kingdom, which surprises the priest, as he recognizes the savior of the Rebecca Church. Pascal, the papal candidate leading the elections, used to be the leader of the Tudor Church, has the support of his father, a duke of the Saharan Empire, and is also the favorite for the position because he is a descendant of the fifth pope, Franz. Holding Isabel's hand, the paladin exclaims that Pascal only wants to use the church for his own interests. If someone like him becomes pope, the church will be in chaos worse than in Drevigo's days. Damian asks Isabel to hold on a little longer, promising that he will become the new pope at all costs and save the daughters of Rebecca. However, Damian's determination was based on naivety. In front of the assembly of church elders, Damian cannot believe that they have asked him to seek the unlocated temple of Yatin in these decisive days for the election campaign of the new pope, noticing a clear favoritism towards a certain candidate. The elders remind the young man that he promised to take care of Isabel's missions while wanting to become pope, suggesting that he renounce one of the two responsibilities if he thinks it is too much. Damian is between a rock and a hard place. If he chooses to continue with his candidacy, Isabel will be forced to go on the mission, and in her current state, she will die, but if he chooses to go on the mission, it will be the end of his candidacy. The elders plan for Isabel to die so they can hand the spear to someone else. Damian is determined and will protect Isabel, so he accepts and will go in search of the Temple of Yatin. Grid told Damian that he started his journey yesterday, but it will take 3 days to get here, even if he runs non-stop. The young paladin curses his weakness. Then, a familiar voice asks Damian not to go. I will go on this mission, said Isabel, appearing at the location with a lethal spear and her white transformation activated. The paladin does not understand why Isabel is there, as she should hold on for 3 more days. I thank you from the bottom of my heart for what you are doing for me, said Isabel with a smile. Damian, please become the new pope. Only you can save the daughters of Rebecca. At that moment, another person appears laughing. A papal candidate shedding tears in front of others? Mocked Pascal, calling the paladin a crybaby. Isabel exclaims that it is blasphemy to insult the agent of the goddess, but Pascal orders the daughter of Rebecca to know her place, as she is just a tool. The daughters of Rebecca are just weapons of our church. There is no need for a weapon to think or speak, declared the leader of the Tudor Church. Damian, in turn, orders Pascal to shut his mouth. But the latter asks the young man to shout as much as he wants, as that is all he can do after all. Damian is very furious with the attitude of the Tudor leader. Does the assembly of elders gather only to harass one person? Asked a voice, silencing the place. I am worried that I might get bored in this place, exclaimed another person, agreeing. I think it is now our turn to harass a certain person, declared the protagonist as he entered with Roy. The paladin is moved to see that Grid has arrived at the location. The protagonist informs that he arrived earlier than expected, flying on Wyvern, and Pascal cannot believe that Grid is there. I came here to support Damian. From now on, I will be behind his candidacy, proclaimed the protagonist. This leaves the leader of the Tudor Church completely bewildered. At this moment, Roy raises his voice to speak on behalf of his lord. From now on, Grid, Duke of the Eternal Kingdom, will be the guardian of Damian, the agent of the goddess. Pascal cannot believe that Damian has everything prepared. The man he brought is capable of sealing the divine artifacts of the church and, moreover, is also a hero for the church after punishing the previous pope, Drevigo. However, the real reason he killed Drevigo was that he wanted a blessing for that rare mineral he possesses. Pascal has no doubt that he is there with Damian because he is interested in obtaining something. The leader of Tudor plans to satisfy the protagonist's greed to have him on his side. If successful, He could become the next pope and release the seal of the other divine artifacts. A perfect opportunity to make history. So he runs towards Grid and welcomes the hero of the church. Grid perceives the intentions of the cunning serpent and notices the false smile of the man. Pascal is surprised that Grid can become a duke of the eternal kingdom, so he will prepare a banquet in his honor and give him many gifts, which pleases Grid, who already wants to see the gifts. Damian cannot believe that Pascal is trying to seduce Grid with riches, and this is bad because he knows perfectly the protagonist's weakness. Then, Grid firmly grips Pascal's hand and asks how a mere papal candidate greets a duke of the kingdom with a handshake, mentioning that it is shameless. This comment irritates Pascal, who considers himself a noble of the great Saharan Empire compared to an insignificant duke of a miserable kingdom. Grid plans for Pascal to show his fangs and will provoke him until he sees his true face. Then, Pascal orders someone to stop, and a red knight from the Empire draws his sword just before cutting the protagonist's hand. The protagonist murmurs that it is a pity and sheathes his sword while releasing Pascal's hand. Here we are introduced to the identity of the knight, Camille, the 30th knight of the Red Knights, sent by the Emperor of the Saharan Empire to assist Pascal, warning Grid to be careful with what he does with his hands. Pascal mentions that he will ignore the Duke's impertinence, and Grid responds that it is evident he is a priest by the patience he has. Pascal cannot believe that the man continues to mock him. He will definitely kill him when he releases the seal of the divine artifacts, but in the meantime, he endures his anger and says goodbye for today, saying he hopes to see him again to smile together. Grid observes that Pascal has the protection of the goddess, so if he receives an attack, a curse will be applied to the aggressor. Grid is surprised. The man was indeed a high-level NPC priest. Grid thinks that despite having provoked him, the man was really patient, so he will also be patient until the moment arrives. Then Isabelle greets the protagonist after not seeing him for a while. Isabelle remains silent after that, and Grid reasons that the girl must hate him since he is the cause of her pain, so he takes the opportunity to apologize to Isabelle. "You don't need to apologize. I was able to save my friends in the church thanks to you removing the seal from this spear," said Isabelle. Still, Grid thinks he has some guilt. Isabelle remembers that Grid told her she was capable of acting on her own and not just a weapon to kill, someone who exists to protect. "You gave me a reason to live," the girl thought, shedding a few tears. All this time she had waited to see Grid again and did not expect the protagonist to feel pity for her. Grid, in turn, notices that the girl must be suffering a lot since she is even crying. Damian knows that Isabelle wanted to see Grid since that day. Damian prayed that these feelings would reach Grid. He thinks he is nothing more than a secondary character who protects the daughters from afar and will do everything he can to ensure that heroine Isabelle and hero Grid are happy together. Then Uroy asks Damian not to misinterpret the situation, as things are not as they seem. Damian does not understand, as Isabelle is the most beautiful person in the world. Uroy exclaims that the girl does not fit his lord's tastes, and Grid raises his voice to ask how much longer they will stay there, ordering the young man to take him as quickly as possible to a place where he can examine the spear of Leifel. Elsewhere, we see Pascal praying to the goddess, remembering that he could not persuade Grid by promising riches and seems to have developed a close relationship with Damian. Nevertheless, he does not plan to give up and intends for this friendship not to last long. This is the secret treasure that Drevigo used to have. Pascal plans to offer many riches to Grid so that he feels attracted to his hand. He orders to continue filling the vault to satisfy Grid's greed. Camille suggests that killing him would be the best option, as he will certainly fail to gain his trust, but Pascal knows Grid's immense greed, trusts that he will fall, and does not want to become an enemy of someone who can remove the seals from divine artifacts. Camille, for his part, believes that this man is a wild beast. It is impossible to tame him. He remembers that when he tried to cut off Grid's hand, he reacted almost immediately. It would be a problem if someone already loved by Rebecca's followers gained more power. He cannot allow him to do as he pleases. He must fulfill the mission that the Emperor entrusted to him and ensure that Pascal becomes the new pope. In this, he orders someone named Crow to leave. He asks if he has seen the guy named Grid and orders him to kill him as quickly as possible. Crow is the Emperor's personal assassin. Camille has heard that he is even a threat to the Red Knights. As the best assassins Doran and Qasim are missing, Crow is now the best assassin. The guy exclaims that he could kill Grid right now if he wanted to, declaring that by tomorrow morning, his head will be hanging on the statue of the goddess Rebecca. Then we are transported to a cabin on the outskirts of the Vatican. Grid asks what kind of place this is. There is only a bed and no fireplace, reasoning that the place must be deadly in winter. He thinks that the church does not even treat these young women humanely. They brainwash them to be weapons to try to maintain peace, not so different from the Yatin church. He remembers that Lowell told him that the current church of Rebecca is completely immersed in materialistic and power desires. It is Drevigo's legacy. Pascal is the son of Duke Chirita, a noble of great influence in the empire. If he becomes pope, things will get even worse. As Grid suspected, Damian is the only one who can change the church and the only one who cares about Rebecca's daughters, which is why he orders him to start his campaign immediately and ensure that he announces that Grid is supporting him. For the campaign to be successful, the protagonist brought with him a professional. It is Yu Roy, the top-ranked speaker. Grid, in turn, will focus on sealing the spear Leifel. He wants to help Isabel and protect Damian. Grid needs to understand the item manufacturing process to be able to seal it. He has no choice but to disassemble and reassemble the spear. But in her current state, Isabel depends on the white transformation to stay alive. As soon as he releases the spear, she will die. All Grid can do for now is observe. Unfortunately for him, it is impossible to understand the item 100% just by doing that. Moreover, Grid has another reason why he must try this. The second stage of his class mission required him to manufacture the soul container with vibranium after obtaining the blessing of the 4 gods. For now, this mission is on hold because he cannot complete it. But it is unlikely that the game developers limited the growth of a legendary class just because of one mission. Grid believes that the developers must have created a different method for him to develop his class. And he thinks that this seal of the spear must be some system mechanism so that he can continue developing his class without stagnating due to a mission. Then Isabel hears the voice of the goddess Rebecca and asks the girl to trust this man, Grid, who, in turn, knows that he has a power within him that has not yet awakened. A few days later, Grid thinks he is in trouble. 2 days have passed, and he still does not know how to manufacture the item, much less seal it. In particular, Grid does not understand how the tip of the spear connects to the rest. He believes it is impossible to join it that way with just forging techniques. The protagonist cannot disassemble and reassemble the spear because of Isabel. All he can do is observe. Outside, someone watches as Rebecca's daughter sleeps while that man is just sitting. Crow observed them from a distance for precaution and seems not to have noticed his presence. He exclaims that the assassination will be very boring. Then we see a small creature. On the other hand, there was someone who could not resist his instincts. No attacks after having been stalking his prey. The assassin cannot understand how a cat sensed his presence and the damage it caused him. He immediately realizes that it is the appearance of a demonic beast. No continues attacking while Crow does not understand how a demonic beast can be inside the Holy See, as this place is filled with divine power. It is definitely a superior demonic beast. The assassin decides to take it seriously so as not to be a disgrace in the Empire. However, No attacks him again while dodging the human strike. No destroys Crow's weapon and continues to strike while playing with his prey. The assassin cannot keep up with him, confirming that besides being a superior beast, he is also very powerful. He has no choice but to use one of his best techniques against this beast. The cat, for his part, thinks that because of the power of the goddess Rebecca, he cannot move his body well. He remembers that his master Grid told him to alert him if he saw anything strange around, but No cannot help but leap towards a suspicious person. Still, the cat is very furious because, considering himself the best demonic beast from hell, he cannot seriously injure this human. Then, No is hit by the crow's wing skill that the assassin used. No curses the divine power. Because of this, he cannot use his soul ingestion or his fluidization. It is very unfair. No is immobilized on the ground by the imperial assassin. "This is your end, demonic beast," said the assassin, ready to send the cat back to hell. "That's enough," said a voice warning Crow. Someone is controlling his shadows, and the assassin is being immobilized. Crow feels that his opponent is someone with great power and speed. He cannot believe he did not notice the presence of someone with this level of skill. Then, he believes he has discovered the identity of his opponent, someone capable of using shadows in different ways and even creating soldiers from them. The Shadow King Qasim. "What is a monster like him doing here?" questioned the imperial assassin before being executed. After that, Qasim puts his shadows away again. He observes the defeated demonic beast on the ground and mentions that the little cat is as cute as ever while leaving satisfied that he has solved the problem. The next morning, No is disappointed because a demonic beast fainted from a cheap trick by a human. But upon checking his body, he confirms that he has no wounds. Then he reasons that it must have all been a dream since a mere human could not defeat a demonic beast. Apparently, No was unconscious for a night, during which he fully recovered. No's frustrated state turned into self-satisfaction. 2 days later, at the church headquarters, Rebecca discusses that security is maximum in the surroundings, and they could not obtain much information, although it is certain that Isabel's situation has worsened. Pascal responds that it is normal since the girl was at her limit due to the effect of the white transformation. It would be a problem if Grid succeeds in sealing the spear and asks the knight if Duke Grid accepted the gift. They sent 1,000,000 gold to Grid, but he refused. The protagonist, in turn, thought that No was on guard, but he was just sleeping. He is a useless cat. Pascal laughs and exclaims that they just need to increase the amount since he knows very well that Grid is an intelligent man, but they will be much more. Pascal calculates that the blacksmith must be helping Isabel now because of his relationship with Damian, but if he fails, he will certainly look for a new source of benefits, and Pascal must wait until that opportunity presents itself. After observing the spear for 5 days, Grid puts his hands to his head. No matter how much he thinks about it, nothing comes to him. It is impossible to increase his skills just by observing. Recently, 2 guards from Pascal came to visit him. The system asked Grid if he wanted to receive Pascal's gift, and if he accepts it, he must unconditionally accept one of Pascal's requests. The protagonist reasons that the guy wants him to work for him for 1,000,000 gold, but Grid is not willing to risk so much for little money. Even if he earns little money with Damian, it comes from someone more noble with good intentions. So, Grid reasons that the origin also matters. Perhaps the secret of the part that joins the spear is not in the technique, but in the origin and quality of the material. The main material of the lifeful spear is adamantium, but the adamantium that joins the 2 parts of the spear is blue. This is not normal, since adamantium is silver, and something else must have been added in that area. The protagonist needs to discover what it is. This is a mythical weapon of the Rebecca Church, so Grid thinks it must be something related to this religion and this place. Instantly, an idea crosses his mind. He quickly opens his inventory with the intention of looking for something. From the items that Drevigo dropped, the protagonist takes the only thing he kept because he didn't know how to use it, the essence of the goddess. The release of the lifeful spear, the appearance of Pascal, and all the recent events that have occurred in this place originated because of Drevigo. Grid cannot forget that Satisfy is a game, and bosses usually drop items related to the game's story, so this item must influence the story of the Rebecca Church in some way. The protagonist sets out to discover if the essence of the goddess is related to the lifeful spear and decides to pour a drop on the weapon. It is then that Isabel's weapon begins to emit a blinding light. Windows inform that the information about the essence of the goddess has been updated. The essence of the goddess is a liquid that contains the divine power of the goddess Rebecca. It is a simple liquid for the general public, but it is a poison for those who possess black magic powers and a miraculous substance for those who serve the goddess. When mixed with minerals, it will maximize the viscosity of the minerals and enhance their unique functions, in addition to injecting divine power. Grid focuses on the part that, when mixed with minerals, will maximize the viscosity of the minerals, so this must be the secret of the spear, and a window shows that the understanding of the lifeful spear has increased by 40%. You have discovered the hidden secret of the item, a great achievement. So Grid's perception and intelligence increase by 30 points. The legendary blacksmith evaluation skill of the protagonist also improves. When he observes an item, the understanding will increase. Not only that, but Isabel's appearance also seems to have improved considerably, thanks to the resonance between the essence of the goddess and the lifeful spear. Grid thinks that if the resonance of a drop was able to do this, the result should be unparalleled if she drinks a drop, and if Isabel recovers, she will be able to take the spear apart and reassemble it in the forge. Immediately, he orders the girl to drink the essence of the goddess. Isabel exclaims that she couldn't do that because it is something very valuable. The protagonist responds that it is better than dying and that he is not giving her the whole vial, just a drop. Isabel comments that she is grateful for Grid's consideration, but she does not want to be in debt to him. She remembers that in the last 5 days they have talked about many things, and she discovered that the protagonist is already married. Not only that, but every time he talks about his wife Irene, there is a special sparkle in his eyes. The girl confirms that he does not have that look when he talks to her, so she decides to set a limit on this. She should not expect anything to happen between them, which is why she does not want to be in debt to Grid. The protagonist observes the girl, confused. He comments to Isabel that it seems she is misinterpreting something. He explains that the reason he is helping her is that he will receive a benefit from it. He does not do it unconditionally, so he asks her to stop thinking nonsense and drink it. Isabel sighs disappointedly upon realizing that Grid is not interested in her. Still, she does not want to drink something so valuable, a gesture that begins to wear down the protagonist's patience. The first time they met, The protagonist remembers that the girl was very self-assured, but he can see that in reality, Drevigo and Pascal turned her into this by treating her as a tool. So Grid has no other option and pours a drop of the essence of the goddess on his finger. Out of nowhere, he puts his finger in the girl's mouth to give her the essence of the goddess. Grid cannot guarantee that it will be effective, but he must ensure that the girl receives a drop. Using his more than 2,000 dexterity points makes the girl swallow the essence of the goddess. She is very embarrassed because she did not expect this move from Grid. The essence seems to have taken effect on the girl, who releases a great power. She drops the lethal spear after regaining her state and subsequently faints from embarrassment over what happened. The protagonist, in turn, does not understand why the girl fainted after recovering. But now that the girl seems to be fine, Grid will be able to borrow her spear. The protagonist is happy because it worked and comments that Isabel also seems to be happy to have regained her health. Elsewhere in the Vatican, we see the Red Knight Camille. He has not received any news from Crow in the last 5 days, so he assumes he has failed. Camille thought the guy would succeed because he seemed very confident. On the other hand, he is worried that Grid has not given any warning of an assassination attempt, so he questions what the protagonist is plotting. Apparently, he not only has strength and reputation but is also a prudent guy. Meanwhile, in the village, people exclaim that the Pope must not be just a simple paladin. That is why Pascal, the former leader of the Juder Church, is the best choice. Uroy counters, declaring that Damian is a friend of Grid, the hero who saved the Rebecca Church and the hero who saved them from the tyranny of the previous Pope. He exclaims that Damian also has the support of the daughters of Rebecca, who were treated as mere tools by the Church. He uses his oratory skill to reveal that Damian has written on his paladin armor that he will always love Isabel, Rin, and Luna, the daughters of Rebecca. Uroy shouts that Damian is the agent of the goddess and never forgets the helpless, and they must support him. The people understand the speaker's point of view and raise candidate Damian to give him their full support. Camille thinks that this guy is really amazing, as he is persuading the church members just with his speech. This guy would be able to convince even the Red Knights to vote for Damian, so Camille plans to do something. The candidate speeches will take place next week, and Pascal's father will arrive for the event. Camille reasons that Duke Chirita is not someone who lets potentially dangerous subjects free for his goals, so at that moment, he will take care of Grid. Returning to the protagonist, he receives a letter from Irene. Just when he starts to feel tired, he thinks that his wife is as timely as always. Then, the windows inform that the white transformation is activating, but since Grid does not have divine power, it could not activate. However, there will be side effects on his body, although the protagonist is resisted due to his legendary blacksmith passive. As the messenger bird departs, Grid thinks that the spear is very annoying. Then he begins to read the letter from his wife Irene. I can feel the movements of the baby in my womb. Each day is mysterious and fun. I want to share this happiness with you soon. Dear husband, what do you want your child to be interested in when they grow up? Irene asked in the letter. A window asks Grid to answer his wife's question, as it will affect the child's abilities after birth. Another window shows the options to Grid. 1. I want the child to be interested in martial arts. 2. I want the child to be interested in magic. 3. I want the child to be interested in learning. 4. I want the child to be interested in theology. 5. I want the child to be interested in techniques and skills. And 6. I just want the child to be healthy. Upon seeing the list, the protagonist immediately dismisses option 4. He also does not want option 6 because he knows that even if they grow up healthy, there is a possibility that they will have Jude's intelligence. He opines that the most useful option is the one about techniques and skills. This way, the child will grow up with a talent to govern a territory someday. Out of nowhere, Pascal appears greeting Duke Grid, whom he did not expect to find here. Pascal explains that he was on his way to deliver a gift personally to the savior of the church and wants to take the opportunity to apologize to Grid for his lack of courtesy. In this, Pascal notices the lethal spear and wonders why the weapon would be there. He immediately realizes that this annoying girl must have finally died. Isabel never obeyed his orders without questioning them before, so the leader of Juder celebrates that this annoying cockroach has died. He thinks that there is no longer the main spine that bothered him from being the next pope. Now he just needs to seize the spear to hand it over to a new owner, and after that, he will get rid of Rin and Luna, who are fighting on the borders of the Empire. Grid notices that the guy cannot control his emotions. He assumes that the guy saw the spear and assumed that Isabel is dead. Standing up, Grid asks the guy why he is so happy, commenting that the death of a woman who dedicated her whole life to serving holiness is not a reason for happiness. Pascal responds that his joy is due to the fact that Isabel can finally be by the goddess's side forever. Then he changes the subject, asking Duke Grid for the opportunity to work alongside him, expressing that Damian has no chance of becoming the new pope and that 80% of the high clerics support Pascal. Grid exclaims that, to be honest, he would not like to be on the side of someone like Pascal, who rejoices in the death of a devoted person. Pascal explodes, saying that Grid only ridicules and defames him, despite him just wanting to cooperate with the protagonist. Then bring me 10 billion gold. With that I could endure being associated with trash like you, replied the protagonist, stating his price. This greatly disturbs Pascal, who knows that even gathering all the treasures of the continent, he could not amass that amount. The protagonist plays the victim upon seeing Pascal's furious face and mentions that the priest is always angry, which scares him, so he cannot be on his side if he maintains this attitude. Just before picking up the spear, he is stopped by the knight Camille, who warns him not to continue touching Leifel's spear, as they will not allow a foreigner to continue carrying one of the church's valuable properties. He suggests to Grid that if he has any problems, he should complain to Wiesbaden, the king of his insignificant kingdom, insulting Grid's king to try to make him lose his composure. Then, the protagonist wields the spear to make agile and quick movements that Camille manages to dodge. The windows beside him inform that the white transformation has been activated, but since the protagonist does not have divine power, it could not be activated. I have no problem with you insulting the king, but this is the second time you have pointed your sword at me. I will have to discipline you, said the protagonist in an intimidating tone. Camille reads Grid's movements and exclaims that an attack like this will not work against a red knight. It is the first time Grid wields a spear, but he fought against someone who is very good at using it, so he manages to recreate Pawn's movements. The option for Leifel's spear was activated, and the light wheel skill will be applied, which deals an additional 5,000 damage to the target, and Grid manages to land a hit on the red knight thanks to this skill. The protagonist is surprised that, despite failing his attack with the spear, the light wheel skill impacted the young man. Camille does not understand how Grid suddenly changed the trajectory of the spear. He could not avoid it despite his sharpened senses, and moreover, Grid used the power of the divine artifact. Pascal is incredulous that Grid has instantly defeated a red knight, as they are considered the strongest knights on the continent. Above that, he questions the protagonist how it is possible that he can use a divine artifact of the church, which only certain special women who have prayed to the goddess for 9 years can wield. While using a skill to heal the red knight, he asks Duke Grid if he is a woman. Grid asks him to stop saying nonsense, and although the young man heals Camille, it will not be of much help to the red knight. Then Grid notices that the number of spectators has increased, and if Camille dies here, it will be detrimental to Damian's campaign. Grid expresses that he will let the red knight go for today, so the young man should thank these people for the fact that the protagonist has spared his life, but if he is interested in dying, he can come look for him at the blacksmith. The red knight assumes, from the attack that Grid made, that he must be a master with a spear. Camille could have counterattacked immediately if he had used his super armor, but he was surprised that the young man could use a spear, despite the rumors saying that Grid uses a great sword. Camille curses those who spread false rumors, who cannot differentiate between a sword and a spear. He remembers that his enemies consider the current generation of red knights weaker than the previous generation, saying they are weak because their current leader is Duke Limit, who is weaker than the previous leader, the great swordsman Piero. Camille expresses that what they do not know is that Duke Limit has already surpassed Piero. He cannot allow this offense and wants to demonstrate that they are better. The Red Knight realizes that the power of the divine artifact can penetrate the crimson armor that the Red Knights wear, but aside from that, he thinks that Grid is not a big deal. He plans that next time they fight, things will be different. He will not underestimate Duke Grid again, and when Duke Chirita arrives in a week, he declares that it will be the end of Grid. Later, we see Pascal meeting with the elders. The elders hand Pascal the order to deliver the spear of Leifel that he requested, a gesture for which Pascal is extremely grateful. The elders ask Pascal if he is sure that Isabel is dead, and he replies that the girl's life depended on the white transformation of the spear, but now that Duke Grid has the spear in his hands, he has no doubt that she has died. He expresses that it is illegal for a duke of a kingdom to possess a divine artifact of the church. He believes it must be some scheme of Damian, which is why Pascal had no choice but to ask the elders for help. He thinks that the church is weakened since the fifth pope sealed the 3 divine artifacts and proposes to break the seals to regain the former glory. The elders mention that Pascal's will is the same as that of the church and ask him to communicate his needs to his father, as Duke Chirita will understand very well that benevolence does not come from a decaying place. Pascal understands this and thanks them again before leaving. Finally, his path is clear after Isabel's death. Soon, he will have the Rebecca Church under his power, and they will have to obey his will. Now, he will appoint the young woman he secretly raised as Isabel's replacement, and then Damien's status and Duke Grid's will fall, while his will rise to the highest. Suddenly, he senses someone's presence. Pascal greets Damien and mocks him, revealing that he has been persuading the church members to side with him, and deduces that it must be the young man by his side. Damien greets the priest. Pascal expresses that he understands that he wants to use all possible tactics to prevent his victory, but he believes that handing Leifel's spear to someone outside the church is a crime. Damien responds that Isabel is the only owner of the spear and that she lent it to Lord Grid, commenting that the young woman's actions are not Pascal's concern. The game leader orders him to be silent, as he is already aware of Isabel's death, so Leifel's spear returns to the elder's property until a new owner is designated, but just before finishing his sentence, he is left completely speechless. It is revealed that Isabel was the hooded person accompanying Damien. The latter mentions that she missed taking walks. Pascal cannot believe it, as he assumed the young woman would not survive much longer, and when he saw Grid with the spear, he presumed the young woman must have passed away. But it was exactly the opposite. The young woman who was on the brink of death had completely recovered her appearance and was vigorous. Damien mocks Pascal, expressing that the young woman is perfectly fine, but the priest of Juder seems to have gone senile, and in this state, he cannot become pope. After that, they bid him farewell. Pascal falls defeated to the ground, questioning when things started to go wrong. He invested countless hours and resources into this purpose, but his efforts were in vain. He could not see what his enemies were plotting. As his hair falls out, he comments that he invested so much to claim the papal seat and spent many sleepless nights. And just when his efforts were beginning to bear fruit, he appeared and destroyed everything he had built. "Now you are my enemy. I will reduce you to ashes and leave not a trace of you alive," declared a furious Pascal, thinking of his enemy Grid. Meanwhile, in a forge in the Vatican, Grid comments that it is the first time he disassembles the spear, and it was complicated, but he needs to repeat the process of observation, disassembly, and assembly over and over if he wants to increase his understanding. The more he observes it, the more he is amazed by this mythical weapon. Grid thought it was extraordinary just for its craftsmanship level, but he realized there is more after using it against that Red Knight. With a light wheel, a thrust, a horizontal cut, or a vertical cut, any type of attack will be linked to a circular attack. The target will not be able to escape this irregular attack. The hit rate is 100%, and this skill contains the light attribute. Grid thinks that this skill has no reuse time and does not consume resources. He thought it was an insignificant skill because it does not inflict much additional damage, but considering the base attack power, its power is already too high, and the 100% hit rate makes it lethal. Grid thinks that Pagma's sword dance only works with sword-type weapons, so a spear does not fit with him. Still, he decides to incorporate this skill into the set of Grid he has planned to make. The protagonist can already imagine it. He envisions all the soldiers and members of the Overgeared guild using Grid's set. It will be difficult, but the protagonist will put all his effort into it. The process of observation, disassembly, and assembly was repeated countless times. As always, it was a task that did not guarantee a 100% understanding. But perseverance was a characteristic of Grid. 2 days later, a window informs that the protagonist's understanding of Leifel's spear has reached 100%, so he acquires the blueprint for Leifel's spear. Experimenting with every detail of a weapon classified as mythical elevates the protagonist's skills to the next level, so the level of all crafting-related skills will increase by 1. The protagonist, for his part, celebrates having succeeded. The crafting skill of the legendary blacksmith observer of God's weapon became the crafting skill of the legendary blacksmith comprehender of God's weapon. After 11 days of hard work, the protagonist is finally reaping the results. Now, he can not only seal the artifact but also obtain the plans for a mythical weapon. Holding the spear's handle excitedly, Grid curses for not having material to forge a spear for himself. He wishes to forge a replica. He reasons that the main material of Leifel's spear is adamantium, the divine mineral. Considering the information the protagonist obtained after leveling up his skills, Isabel is unable to properly use this spear because it is too long and robust, a problem that Grid thinks is a shame. Suddenly, he places the spear in the forge, expressing with a beaming smile that he accidentally dropped it. So now he will have to remove some material for himself and will help Isabel in passing, because this spear is too big for her. He will adjust and redesign it for her. Then, a window informs that Grid forged an incomplete Liefel spear. The harmony designed by a god was destroyed. This is a useless stick. Apparently, Grid removed too much material from the weapon. The protagonist screams that he will try again and curses the weapon for not letting him remove even a little material. The blacksmiths, for their part, think that the young man is definitely skilled but quite greedy. The protagonist forges the spear again, cursing the game for being so stingy and not letting him remove material. He has no other option and will leave it as it was. Then, he decides to focus better on sealing the spear. 3 hours passed while Grid repeated the disassembly and assembly process to seal the spear, and just when he was about to perfect his technique, failure came to his thoughts, and he did not complete his work. After that time, finally the windows inform that your efforts to redesign a divine artifact have been terrible. However, your vision and spirit that managed to reinterpret a god's weapon deserve great praise. You are qualified to become a true legend. The windows informed Grid. You have acquired one of the hidden pieces of Pagma's successor, the sealing ability. The protagonist also acquires the legendary blacksmith's restructuring ability. Grid celebrates having gained new skills. With a level 1 legendary blacksmith restructuring, the protagonist can restructure the items he has with 100% understanding into a new form. The performance of the modified item will depend on your interpretation, skill, and intentions. An item can only be restructured once. When the skill level increases, the number of available restructurings will increase by 1. You have taken a step forward to become a true legend by obtaining the hidden piece, the sealing ability. The cooldown time of your skills will be reduced by 10%. Grid's reputation increases by 2,000 points and currently exceeds 30,000 reputation points, so he can now use the reputation shop. Later, Grid finished restructuring Isabel's weapon. Grid no longer remembers the nights he spent awake because of it, but he finally succeeded. Grid praises himself for the beauty and wonder of this spear. Thanks to his new ability, looking at the spear brings many ideas for possible variations to his mind. The protagonist already knew that going through so many troubles just to save someone would yield good results, as good intentions are always rewarded. Apparently, Grid's memories of trying to steal the adamantium from the spear have been erased from his brain. Grid's brain was also selfish like him and only retained the memories that suited him. The protagonist exclaims that it will be great to be able to apply this new ability to his toys. If you don't want to miss the upcoming releases, subscribe to the channel and leave a like. This is very important to us. I look forward to seeing you in the next Nerd Recap.